Good afternoon, one and all. Final Sunday is upon us. 2 series left to crown a champion. And also, what am I doing with this thing, man? I gotta stop. Keep knocking it all around constantly. I need to figure out a better positioning for it. But yes, we've got just 2 series remaining. One to decide who's going to be sitting on that podium, barely. And the other one to decide who's going to be ruling that podium, as we've got BC versus Ansan to decide who's going to be third place finisher in a best of 5 into Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw Grand Finals best of 9 showdown. I think we're going to have a fun one. I feel like last time we saw Anatan and Beastie go at it, like they had a lot of fun, if nothing else can be said about the series. A little bit memery, but a good time nonetheless. I mean, in fairness, it's a decent amount of money on the line, right? Ugh, why are we using this ugly browser? Let's go across to here. What's the difference? Is it $1,000? Not quite that much. Sorry, I forgot we don't actually have that big price pool. $500 difference though. So $500 difference for a best of 5. That's not too bad of a proposal per se. Let's turn that down a little bit. On different vibes. But gonna be an interesting one today. I think Beast vs Anatan, the way they've both been playing at the moment, despite the fact we just saw Beastie get 4-0 stomped by Marine Lord, I think most people get that experience. My instincts are telling me that's going to be like a tight series. Originally, I think yesterday I was saying 3-2 to Beastie. I don't know. Today, like, my brain is randomly resonating 3-1. I'm not sure I can actually give you like a solid argument why, but 3-1 towards Anatan. For Marine Lord Puppy Paw, I am expecting Marine Lord to come out ahead. I mean, Puppy Paw's been playing some pretty solid games. Marine Lord, though, even when he plays scrappy and messy, which is what he felt he did yesterday, like, he's still very clear about where he feels like he can play better, right? And I think that's a good sign. It's like, even going into the finals, even getting a 4-0 stomp, his mindset is still, okay, what am I missing? What can I do different? That's kind of scary. Like, if this guy's already playing at this caliber, but at the same time doesn't even feel like he's playing his best form, a little bit concerning. So I'm feeling like that's probably going to be a 4-2, but could easily be a 4-3. Oh, sorry, no, 5-3, but easily could be a 5-4. Like, I think they're going to be very closely matched, which means we should get a nice lengthy day. BC vs Anatan, though. Map pool, we are going to be getting meme clearing and King of the Hill selected. Yeah, no Kawasan, no Borderland. Borderland must be, I want to say at this point, the most banned map of this tournament. Like, we can actually check stats on that, but I think it might be the most banned map. So where are we? Borderland. 13 bans. Okay, no, 4. Oh, wow. Okay, not that close. Maybe in playoffs, though? I feel like in playoffs, Borderland has been banned pretty consistently and very rarely seen. Across the whole tournament, though, yeah, things like Mountain Clearing are going to be a higher prior ban. But I would imagine if we broke this down by, like, outside of group stage and just for playoffs, Borderland must be, like, a top 3, top 4 most banned map. It's very, very rarely ever getting through. But in terms of draft, Macedonian opening coming in for Beastie, Anatan, Yokes the Chinese. Mali getting banned on both sides, no surprise there. Are they now going to mirror the finish off of Byzantine Shushi, or are we going to get a split? Because Ottomans is still available is the concern here, right? Okay, Ottomans left available, and Anatan, he doesn't snatch them up straight away. So Beastie has that option going Otto here. It's not bad as well. Gorge for Ottomans. Coastals, I don't think as good. Dry Arabia can be decent too. Not really a mountain clearing pick, right, Ottomans? Golden Horde French, higher priority, he says. I thought maybe you could split the Golden Horde / Otto difference, but instead Anatan now gets his hand on that. And following up, Knights Templar, I know he's a big fan of this. It's not crazy maps for it. Delhi might be more desirable. Mongols probably can leave a little bit longer, but it's a bit of a gamble because BC could be very likely to take it the next phase. Japan? You got English, actually, yeah. No, English, dude, there's King of the Hill and there's Mountain Clearing. English is a very good pick here, no? Nah, he goes for his Knights Templar. I think Beastie might snatch it now, though. Like, looking at the opponent's civs, I could see English not being too terrible of an idea here. Ottoman's a little bit dicey for them, but, like, I could see English winning Knights Templar, Rus on those type of maps. Like, Rus against English or Mountain Clearing, I think, still favors English, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while, actually, since we've seen that matchup. It used to be a classic. But no, people just still ignoring it. It's interesting that, like, when they've drafted the maps this way, English doesn't come in the selection order around here. I guess House of Lancaster fits similar roles. H3 is pretty dominant still, despite some people's opinions on, like, things when they got nerfed. I think H3 is in a pretty solid place, and they performed decently in this tournament. Now it's a case of, do you want Mongols? Mongols Delhi, Mongols English. What else is there? Please pick Jin. I wouldn't be surprised if Anno does it for the memes. But at the same time, like, remember, it's $500 on the line here. So it's like, it's not a pittance for Anatan, right? It's a decent amount of money. So there's the Delhi. Now it's just a case whether English seems like a godly pick to him, or if Mongols is better for Omni flexibility. Maybe Jean comes through here. Suklak doesn't have as much value on this map pool. Japanese, of course, decent, but against these civs, I mean, you're probably going to be worried about things like Ottomans, Rus. BC just goes for Order of the Dragon. Can't get his HRE, so he goes a different direction. I'm a little bit surprised Mongols got ignored the entire way through. I mean, it's not the best map pool, but you might be able to craft a scenario where it's good. I think the biggest surprise to me is that English, on a map pool that features mountain clearing and is King of the Hill, doesn't get touched at all. Yo, what's up, Lotlock? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. And there's the Mongols to round us out. So no English in game. Big KP, not a little one. Honestly, like, wait, you need me to, like... Big KP. There you go, much bigger. Anno draft seems a lot better. I wouldn't underrate any draft that has French Golden Horde in it, really, at the moment. I think BC's draft is stronger for maps like Gorge and I'd probably say Coastal Cliffs. I kind of like Anatan's draft a bit more when we start talking about maps like Mountain Clearing and King of the Hill. I don't think that BC's overwhelmingly weak there. I just think Anna's got a bit more of an edge. Look, in a way, kind of even Stevens. Thank you, Lovelock. How was yesterday's games? Oh, you're at a paddle event. Oh, that's awesome, dude. So the games were a little bit stompy. It was 4-1 on one side and 4-0 on the other. So Anatan only able to step up once. BC not able to step up at all against Marine Lord. So yeah, a bit of a stompy day. I'd say the most interesting game was at the very beginning of the day. The Japanese Delhi matchup was really impressive out of Puppy Paw. The rest of it was a little bit linear, depressing. Rounded out the day with Supersonic Spears as well. Why did ML have the edge? I feel like his draft looked better in terms of selection game to game. And then his execution, while for his own admittance wasn't the cleanest he's ever done, it was very crafty. I think like there was just a few games there with Beastie where one error just basically cost him everything. Like an example, the one that sticks out to me was in Gorge where he started scaling Horsemen, but I think he only saw like 4 or 5 crossbows at the time. And, you know, at that point, he got baited. It's like you say a mistake. It is a mistake, but also he got baited into it, right? He basically built like 20 horsemen as French against mass Hobbler spears. It made no sense. And then from there, he just didn't have any real control of the game. Who do you think wins this? You know, last night, I was like, I think BC takes it. Waking up this morning, I'm like, I think Anno. Ooh, opening picks. He actually whips out the strong boys. China and Ottomans. China, of course, gets let through. Macedonians, French for BC. Macedonians gets let through. For Dry Arabia, right? I think China has good tempo here. China's a very fast civ in this matchup, so they can potentially just overwhelm you and flood you in feudal. I'm kind of intrigued to see what BC's plan is going to be against that. You're a big BC fan? Well, I mean, you're only going to be able to be big fan for the start of the day then, because he ain't in finals. No, it didn't really feel like that close of a semis, but you know, I think most people are going to have that problem going up against Marine Lord currently. Yeah, I think Marine Lord just has the edge because he's playing cleaner. I think he's much better at optimizing around these 20-30 minute windows, which I feel like is the sweet spot in current AoE 4 competitive. He's always played this early game to build towards that 20-30, if you think about it, right? Like, do something small, get an advantage early, and then play off of that later. That's always been his bread and butter. One sec. What's happening to the camera? All right, looks like the boys are hopping in the lobby, so we should be able to hop in a sec. Oop. All right, then. Where are we at? Looks like we've got 5 minutes until we're in game. I played some more Stronghold Crusade off stream. I don't know, like... I played a few maps and I'm like, okay, now I'm kind of done with it. I don't know. I think Stronghold 4, my concern is it's too familiar to Stronghold 2 and not different enough from them all. But maybe there's some secret mechanics I don't realize. Like, the more I've been sitting there kind of, like, brewing on it, the more I realize I just kind of don't like the slow rebuild of an army where you have to wait for all the peasants to come back. That can be quite frustrating. Anyway. 4 minutes out from in-game. I'll get predictions set up for the first. Beastie, Anatand. I'm trying to think if we've got any games releasing this week that we can check out. Because now there's no comp AoE 4. 30th of June, Stalker 2. It's a new Stalker game? I still haven't played Stalker 1. Like, as in the more recent ones. Apparently there's another one releasing in 2 days. I didn't even hear about this. Did anyone else hear about this? It's like a silent release, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I don't think there's anything big next week. We've got Zero Space towards the end of July. What's that? I'm just checking on the Opera GX Corner thing. Control Resonant? Is this the new game from... Was it the Alan Wake devs? I think so. But yeah, no strategy games, I'm pretty sure. If you guys know any strategy games coming out next week, let me know. See if we can actually grab a key and check them out. Opera GX is getting a lot more fire, actually. I just noticed they've got so many games listed for the 30th of June. Whereas they used to just only have the big tiles. Now they've just like crammed all of them in there. Exclamation mark Opera GX. You guys should take advantage of that. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, China versus Macedonians, these playstyles. I mean, I think Anno typically plays quite an aggressive China. Any chance you reckon Recon will come back, KP? I don't know if there's really enough in AoE4 for him to come back, you know? Like, financial prospects and whatever. I don't necessarily think there's that much in it. It's tough to be a player at a high enough level to, like, make a living, right? And I think that's kind of the challenge. I mean, you know, people always talk about it's like love of the game, but do it for the love of the game. It's like, yeah, but here's the thing: if you want to compete and you want to be serious about competing in AoE4, you basically need to put in full-time hours because the people at the top are doing that. So if you can't put in full-time hours and you aren't one of these special kids that puts in full-time hours in a different way, i.e., Mister who sits on a tractor theory crafting in his brain for half the year, then like the opportunity to come back and do well is very, very small or non-existent, to be honest with you, in a game that's styled the way that Age of Empires 4 is. So, you know, I'd love to have him back. I don't see it. Maybe we'll see him in whatever RTS comes next. You know, but don't know when that RTS would be. I imagine for now his focus is going to be on Age of Mythology because Age of Mythology has got that LAN coming up in Greece later this year, I think, isn't it? Yeah, 11th to the 13th of September, they've got the Athens LAN. So I imagine his focus, at least until then, is going to be on that. And then afterwards, we'll see. Because like that will basically be the last major event, I think, for Age of Mythology we'll ever see. Unless they release a new myth. Because the numbers haven't been going up, to my understanding, ever. So it's just becoming a liability to try and sink more money into, right? But, you know, big props to Boyd for getting the money for that. Could not have been easy. I imagine it would have been like trying to pull hen's teeth. The new cons coming out? What do you mean cons? What? Oh, you mean like Pigeon Coin? I'm sorting that right now, Capo. All right. Let's get ready to go. Whoops. Spoilers. Could you imagine if it's Frio now? Oh, new civs? I don't think they've given an exact date, but I'd assume like November. Historically, that's the way they play out. All right, let's get ready to go. Ladies and gents, it's third place match time and a fun matchup at that. We love to watch these two go at it. Actually, last time they provided some entertaining games. Someone else, I believe, is a little bit too sick to play in a third place matchup. Beastie up against Anatan. Best of 5 here. Anatan starting off in the red with the Chinese and Beastie taking to the field as the Macedonians in the yellow. Yeah, they came out strong at the beginning of this best of 5. Snipe-wise, Beastie's French got removed and Anatan's Ottoman. So nobody trying to pull out anything weak whatsoever. Yeah, reminder, neither of these two are going to be in grand finals. There's no opportunity to thrust the trophy, but $500 on the line. Difference maker for one best of 5. That's not a bad deal. I've had like the rates quoted to me for Beastie on a show match. I think that's like in line with what he normally require. Yeah, and looking at the spawn actually. Ooh, could you? Yeah, maybe. Now that's interesting. Looking at this spawn, Beastie has a pretty natural expansion with a Golden Horn Tower in this area. He'll capture the deer, pull the boar in, and he has the back gold behind. He has double gold in one location. I mean, the only risk here is, I think, in the Feudal Age. If he gets the Castle Age, I think Beastie's spawn is really nice for how he can play this. But his concern should be that China is a very good civ at pushing you in the Feudal Age and being non-stop about it, right? They just don't really slow down. If they want to all in, they can easily vomit out 20, 30, 40 troops like no other civ. I do wonder, though, are we going to be seeing a play out into Pro Scouts? Because although the deal will be secured down the line for Beastie, it's going to be exposed in the meantime. And China still is one of those civs that is quite popular for Pro Scouts. Whereas a lot of other civs have kind of given it up. They refuse to drop the torch for good reason. Pro Academy beginning coming in. Did we get predictions up? I can't remember. We did, yeah. 60% for Beastie. Okay, so a lot of Macedonians fans, which is interesting because I feel like I haven't cast many Macedonian wins in the tournament so far. They're at a 44.4% win rate, but I feel like we've seen them maybe win twice and lose 4, 5 times at least. It hasn't been a generous time for them, which is interesting because they're such a powerful civ. But like, I think this is the baiting thing about powerful civs. Where's my phone? When they get let through, they're let through for a reason, right? Strategically, at this level of play, it's very hard, especially early on in a draft, to outdraft someone so damn dominantly that you get your pick through. Especially when you consider we now have a pick snipe system where you select 2 civs and one gets sniped away. It's like, if anything, I think a lot of the top players have been using Macedonians as a ban this so I can have the other thing type element. Because the alternative is you're letting Macedonians through, and most people have been fearful of that boogeyman. Anno be chilling 2 on gold, which means this is likely Pro Scouts. Yeah, because if you didn't need that much gold, you just slow down and you just get the tax man out and you just start pulling back what you need out of the mill and lumber camp and other buildings as you follow up. Like when you keep 2 on gold on this, it's usually a sure sign of Pro Scouts, or a very likely sign anyway. 3 is definite Pro Scouts in my experience. If you see someone 3 villages on gold at a high level China at the start of Feudal, they're PSing you. Keeping 2 though, I think what players have noticed is by keeping 2, it gives you flexibility to get the stables up a little bit earlier and potentially add in units if you need to. I would be surprised if he opened with stables units here because of the fact that it's Hippodrome. So you know your opponent's going to be pumping horsemen. You know he's also going to have the champions, right? So it's going to be quite difficult to contest. I'd say if you're that scared of your opponent blocking Pro Scouts, the more likely play here would be to get a Rax quite quick. And there's the stables to begin with. So at this pacing, he should be able to get his hands on Pro Scouts in about, what, 1 minute? Yeah, actually, roughly 1 minute. He's got a little bit of taxation coming back there, so 22 coinage on the way home. These guys gather about 35 gold a minute to 40 gold a minute. And there's the first horseman as expected queued. Anno already shooting down the deer, just trying to guarantee they can't move away. So you can see the plan very clear as day here. He's queued up the scouts. He doesn't care about the fact horsemen are coming. He wants to get that first food source back now. In fact, Yeah, I was about to say, that's a questionable choice. He does cancel it. Yeah, adding the racks in, I get the idea, but it's much better to prioritize Pro Scouts now before the first horsemen arrive. I think that slight delay on like choice there may screw him a bit here, though. As the first ponies are marching forward for Beastie. Now, Anno will be able to snatch one deer from the far side. That'll go unnoticed. These guys aren't going to be so lucky. It's kind of weird. It kind of feels like maybe one or two horsemen would have been nice here to kind of buffer the grab. Beastie is now parking. And, oh, he finds him. Anno's scout out on the flank. Won't be able to get a freebie here. Nice usage of his scouts at home, though. So just baiting aggro to pull the deer home. First spears are now arriving. Beastie likely adding in a Varangian stronghold if he's looking to contest. But considering he hasn't actually added one yet and looking at the food and gold, it's just a raw fast castle build. Yeah, do people? I'm kind of curious, actually. Do people prefer third place matchups, or do they prefer lower bracket in the grand finals? It's a bit of a weird one. So typically, like, third place matchups, I mean, there's money on the line, but I would say the real reason it's just a replacement for show match in that situation. Whereas the thing I like more about doing a lower bracket finals into grand finals is if your day is going way too fast, like the lower bracket finals is, 30 minutes long somehow. Let's just say it is. You can then have a scheduled match in reserve, scheduled match of a show match in reserve to pad the time, should we say. I think the problem why show matches have maybe not been as popular in AoE 4 is I don't think the formatting has been correct for it. I think show matches are their best when they are treated like show matches. There is something fun and different about them, right? Like, I'm always reminded of some of the ones that Dota 2's done over the years, where you would literally have some of the knocked out players of the tournament come and play alongside fans in the audience. And it became a very funny and memorable experience. Or then you had the one, I mean, I think one of my favorites to this day is one where Slacks literally was the quiz master, and if you answered his questions correctly, you got rewards. You got, like, in-game gold and stuff like that. Goldhorn Tower is going to be going down here. Anatan, wait, what? Okay. Was that intentional? Well, he's wasting his time anyway, so horsemen are poking at this. But Anno is adding in archers. He's not going to buy that much time with just one pony. Maybe gets the one kill. More workers are coming. He's fishing for it. Oh, nice body block there. Shivs out. Beastie does get the kill. Yeah, Anno adding in archers is maybe a tiny bit surprising here. I guess if he was able to get out a little bit quicker, he can just outright block this timing. But the fact that Horseman wasn't able to delay the foundation going down has made this a bit tricky now. And the Horseman wave, big enough from Beastie that I think he can buy the necessary time. Beastie definitely feeling a little bit paranoid. Do you see that? He pulled another 7 onto the tower. Without wheelbarrow, by the way. This is actually really slow. All right, so we'll be able to get out. But guys, do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem of what Beastie's doing and why this isn't GG for Anno? As in against him. Where does Beastie get gold? Gold's his real problem here. And the tower has not been upgraded at all. Torch is coming through. Spear, actually, I don't even know why he bothered to walk away there. Horsemen now trying for the backstab. Spears are going to steer into them. Villagers just have to migrate the area, so no gold gathering for Beastie. He's got horsemen, yes, but like he'll only have food and wood. This ain't great. Goes to the money camp as well to get rid of the silver trickle. And you just see how good China is about this, right? Like, yes, Beastie fast castle, but China's now already up to 30 troops. Need to be a little bit careful not to get your reinforcements cart, yes, but Beastie doesn't really have much. In his current format, he'll be able to afford one knight. And that the only reason he's able to afford that knight is because it's for free in 60 seconds. Yeah, this is really hard now. It's got Pumbaa being pulled in. Placements are going to help him get that kill. So plenty of food. I mean, he might have to start selling wood or food, likely wood, to get gold. The problem with doing that, by the way, is it doesn't resolve your issue around silver. If you're buying your gold, you're not getting silver. Brandon Arsenal now also being targeted. I've got the strongholds coming out, so it's going to be Bogmathod being scaled into. Anatan's really not that far behind on his tech timing now. He's got so much control on the map. Horsemen not really able to get any damage done, but they are at least distracting as Anatan runs everything over. Pumblepool's going to be a little bit annoying. He's still camping here on the gold. The way he's encircling, right, like, it's eventually going to push you back towards the Golden Horn Tower anyway. Good micro there by Beastie just to overwhelm while one's outnumbered. But now we get into Lancer spam territory, guys. And Pro Scouts is also yoinking whatever deer are left over here. I don't know how Beastie's meant to do this, just Horsemen, guys. Because if Anatan now just starts queuing up Lancers, you don't have anything to solve for that, right? Like, you can't even afford spear upgrades right now. Not to mention, he still needs archer upgrades, which aren't cheap. They're 250 gold each. I don't know. This is looking like a weird game. We talked about this Golden Horn Tower. We predicted it. He actually put it basically exactly where we predicted. But you see the conundrum of it. We said he'd have like lots of gold behind, but you need to secure it first. He didn't secure it. Still, he's doing a good job of intercepting and baiting. And we'll sneak back now to secure the gold. Okay, now the question is, did Anatan lose track of the real target a little bit here? Did he think that Beastie had gold access? I'm trying to think, what was the mindset here, right? Because like the way he's played this, it felt like he had an iron grip around his throat, and then he let go a bit. Maybe just showing respect that Beastie would have troops. Get it. But, you know, once you have Vet Spearman upgrade in, you just leave a few at home, and the Horseman can't do anything. Gonna rotate around. Golden Horn Tower being a little bit of a frustration for him. No veterancy on archers still. If Beastie's able to secure veterancies, then I think this changes the game a lot. There it is. He gets it. Veterancy queued up. 55 seconds out. Anatan's on the verge of what felt like a dub. Now a little bit dicey. Spears are going to get sniped down. Archers just steer over towards the workers. Double outpost is coming up there, however. So not much to gain. And the crazier part, like Anatan, you can tell there was this suspicion that Beastie had gold somewhere because of the way he built, right? He didn't spam Lancer straight away. He spammed crossbow. I'm a bit baffled, man. I think Anatan got in his own head a little bit here. I mean, at this level, you try to show a little bit of respect, right? It's like, yeah, this player is very talented. You're assuming he's going to find a way, but maybe a bit too much respect being shown. I mean, having crossbows in general isn't bad, right? But, like, it slows down your tempo. The alternative here could have been Lancer spam, control flanks. Your opponent has no gold for Radari. He's going to have a few crossbows for free, yes, but you can still dive different locations. It might be that Anno felt that basically all of Beastie's economy was underneath the Golden Horn Tower, and therefore Lancers weren't as valuable early on. But now that his opponent's out towards the gold, etc., Lancers feel a bit better. I'd argue this shouldn't change the mentality if this was your real defense point, because the gold is now anchored by double outposts, right? So, like, your opponent should be quite hard to raid here. Horseman still flank raiding. Marching the army over. Spears should just be able to mirror this away. I'm looking for the Monk timing. They're now both going for it simultaneously. Yeah, I don't know. This is... This is still hard for Beastie. He has some food issues. I mean, he's got berries behind his base, right? But, like, the deer is pretty much tapped. He's finished the boar. I think almost finished the boar, rather. Oh, no, sorry. No, he hasn't. He's just left 3 on it. He's got 1,600. Forget what I said. He's got plenty of food. He just needs to rebalance his economy right now. His 200 food income isn't exactly scary. Fairness, he doesn't seem interested in Radari at all. Yeah, but 560 gold income. I wonder if he's selling across a bit. It looks like his priority here is to get his blacksmith decks, right? Like, if he's going to play mass archers, he needs to damn well make sure he's got the damage increases to make it good. Barbican coming in now. Or rather, Barbican for Anatan as he looks to lock in the south side. The map rotations have been very weird. It's like, the way Anatan's posturing, you'd think he'd be punishable. It seems like Beastie either finds the spears, or he just finds the cavalry that can always run away. Or turn on you like this, apparently. Beastie's army is practically all ranged, guys. It's good against the 17 Spearmen. If it gets seen, though, there is kind of a creeping concern here that Anno has still got food access to go for, like, a horseman way. Does sneak the corner berries. Yeah, a lot of gold in the corner for Anatan as well, so he doesn't have to be in a rush to secure central map. I'd say, if anything, Beastie might be a bit more at risk, but he has got the big stone in the corner to help him anchor into the center of the map. Now with the ball secure. Did he run the Taxman? He didn't. I've noticed this recently. More players not running the Imperial Official over. Which is surprising considering just how much food is down here, right? You get an extra 480 food by having a Taxman in the area. But, you know, apparently the taxation is just too important. It's also the thought is like, you know, you want one on woods, maybe. You want one on food. You want maybe one on gold. Probably one on gold in this issue, definitely. So that leaves one to do taxes and supervision of production buildings, right? It doesn't really leave the flexibility. So you can either, like, basically get 20% more drop-off from 18 food workers or 8. So I kind of see where it's coming from. Horsemen have been mostly wiped out now. Barely any left alive. Ponies. Other side, there is a march forward. Bit of a mistake there. Anatan did not notice. Just trying to wait before losing more troopers. Army's neck and neck for this. Anno is choosing to prime into mass lancers now, and that's the timing for Ridari from Beastie. So Beastie's actualizing and making real a front line, which has been the big concern we've had for him. Even as Military Academy coming to get it out much quicker. It's a very slow game one, isn't it? Well, it's a little bit of a dance to death between them, right? Because I think we heard Marine Lord say this about Jean yesterday, that like she's a civ that she can feel very powerful, but she makes one mistake, it's kind of over. I think when you play Macedonians this way, it does feel the same way as well. Because they don't really have any scale tempo economically, right? Like the potential into Imperial Age when you play like this feels a lot lower. It's not a Fimp build. Flash coming in. Taking some good snipes in. Crossbows are there as well. Lines do clash, but Beastie, he did not bring much frontline to this engagement. No. Will end up getting wiped out most of his cavalry. Lancers have crept around the side for Anatan, but militarily in the direct fight, like the problem there is like, yes, Beastie lost all of his front line, but his backline is so much stronger still. He did at least snipe the Ridari champion, which is why I think Beastie's going to back up now. Yeah, because you can see the next wave coming. Military Academy wasn't there either for Anatan. That's now getting fixed. But like the idea here, if you can just break that front line and bring the Ridari champion down, you can chase down all these archers. If you fail to do that, this movement speed on them is going to make them pretty decent at kiting out and pulling away from the crossbowmen, which just leaves you with Lancer versus mass ranged. You'd think that's not a bad idea until you remember that Beastie always has these 15 crossbows waiting further back. Still has that board for a while longer, right? 1,000 foot left here. Ridari can idle this for a bit. I don't know if it's really worth consistently diving, though. This is the problem, right? The hand cannon slits actually sting quite a bit. Yeah, so he just backs out. Ooh, -3? It's minus... Ooh, -1. Good reaction out of Beastie. Yeah, I felt like that was going to be at least -2. Most players' reaction speed still would have been -2. I know done a cute thing there trying to split up to get the kill, but looks like he just about, by a fraction, stays out of range. Beastie now with military lead, though. 71 to 57. What's happening with these numbers? Well, I've got a little bit of a pivot, right? Anatan's going into Horseman. On top of that, he done this. This is the most dangerous point in the game for China. This is their weak point. This is meant to be BC strength. If he doesn't sniff this timing out, it will turn bad faster. Yeah, it'll turn sour on him. And that's why he needs to not just focus too much on, oh, I can get more blacksmith effects now. It needs to be, I need to do damage. He may not know about the granary transition, but the fact that he's not seeing Anatan posture against him should be quite informative. Continuous retreat. Beastie so much faster. You just see how good the Ridari champion is. The chase down. Now, Cavalry has to turn on this. Starts to force the engagement, but he just wants a sliver of it to try and retreat further with those crossbowmen. Dari front line is quite thin. I think he's fine. If he loses the crossbowman to get rid of the Radari, he's quite happy. Because then the cavalry just floods. You've got to be careful not to fight around these runestones. The runestone drops are key here, guys. Look at the movement speed. 1.44 on infantry. This is the thing. Like, this detail, Beastie dictates turns. Because not only does he have that movement speed, but he also has the extra range on the Bogmaffer. So he can shoot first and not take damage. Now with the back rotation. Anno's got a lot of exposed farms over here. He did not go castle first. A lot of Chinese players in these positions tend to build up the castle to feel safe for the transition. Not the case here. I mean, in Venice to Anatan, building a castle would have left you pretty vulnerable. And a spear switch now for Beastie, yeah. I mean, he needed some front line, right? And we just saw the Radari, a bunch of them get wiped out before you can truly engage. Whereas mass spears, not going to die that quick to this comp. Crossbows don't get bonus damage there. They have a lower attack speed. They're going to still overkill. Horsemen, knights, both hate spears. That's pretty crafty. Has he got the food for it? Because you need quite a lot of spears when you play into this type of strat, right? He's got a reasonable amount of berries left. Like, if you can get 20, 25 spears, it's not too bad. And once he's at 20, 25 spears, like, you're close to being popped anyway. Which should be when he's looking for the fight. Whereas Anno kind of looks like he's looking for a tech. 2.4k gold now. And some of that's from relics, not a crazy amount, right? He got 3 of the 5 relics, Beastie got the other 2. Extra stone gathering. I think Beastie's thinking about the 8k golds now. And what a one to think about. What? What a find. That's crazy. Look at that. I didn't even notice this on the spawn. That is a crazy gold spawn. It's just jammed in the tree line. I mean, that is a disgusting castle drop if you can secure it, right? You get the gold vein, you get the fat tree line, you get the sacred site. And you cut the map as well. Much being a little bit of a nuisance. Should get shut down, but at least take 1 worker kill. Frontline dive now. Beastie looks to end it from the front. 34 horsemen. And growing fast. I can see for archers, though. Anatan is planning a pivot. He's going to need a lot more wood for that. Knights in the back of the base, looking for raid targets. They've managed to chip down a few workers. Nothing irreparable so far, though. Just going to keep raiding, but obviously damage definitely stacking up. Lance is taking a heavy hit with this rotation. It also means you're much weaker now at home. Dive comes in, Beastie rotates around the back. And you can tell he's confident about win con, right? Like, you don't go behind the TC like this unless you are very strong. Burn here onto the village just to make sure there's a pop block. The fight is definitely going to happen over the granary, right? Like, you can't forfeit this area. It's your lifeline. Without it, you're pretty much dead. Let's see. Is it a trap? Or is it a domination? Runestone's down. Horseman now with the charge in. Baits out the Radari. Now the crossbows get the target fire in. Archers also there to assist against the spears. And now he looks for the overwhelm. The cavalry all charge the backside of the base. Beastie outnumbered and pinned against the edge of the map here. The horsemen will be able to plow on through and get a wipe of the full army. Holy crap. That's insane. I can't believe he actually went for that. Beastie, he needed a gamble, but this backfired on him hard. Completely stuck in a corner and wiped. What do you want, Frey? Love you too. Yeah, I love Mummy. Alright, out you get. You shouldn't be in the window like that. So Luster gets wiped out. What? Right, you need to get out of the window because Ezra's behind you too. You both shouldn't be on the trampoline edge like that. Listen to Mummy. Just being a naughty girl. I have a little window that I have open to keep cool in this very hot studio, and she likes to lean in it, which she shouldn't do. And now Ezra started copying her, but that puts them on the outside of a trampoline where they could easily fall off and hurt themselves. We're great parents. All right, so this looks like a bit of a death push. Beastie hasn't been doing nothing in this time. He's been gathering the wood for a farm transition, but now you have to defend your farms with barely any army. Not to mention the fact that your opponent forced that Golden Horn Tower wide, or you chose to put this wide, right? You don't actually have a strong defense, but looks like he's going for it now. Wow, Anatan backs away. So the castle drop's coming in because Anno chooses Imperial over a kill. I'm a little bit shocked. One sec, Freya's now closed the window. All right, bear me one sec, guys. I need to go get Ezra because I don't know what Emma's doing. All right, there we go. So Great Wall Gatehouse now coming in. It should be, yeah, north side 8k. And he just camps the other 8k. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Go play. Emma's a bit of a muppet. She's like, he's on the inside of the trampoline. He's like, no, he's not. It looks like he's on the inside. It's like, yeah, that's how nets work. All right, so tech out complete on one side. Beastie's hard stock. He needs time. He went 2 TC to try and recover. He's ahead on workers. But, like, map control is pretty terrible here, right? Yeah, it's going to be a keep drop just to secure a 4k. I know it's playing the Marine Lord if you're ahead, get more ahead. Yeah, it definitely feels like that. It's like, oh, China's good late game. But, like, you got to be a bit careful, right? Because Macedonians also can creep back into late game in a weird way. They definitely have a timing around the Kata spam. If you let them set up enough silver mines, they can just dominate with heavy cav on the wide. Especially considering this Great Wall Gatehouse doesn't actually secure your farms. You never keep drop them at all, right? He actually backed off from this defensive choice, went more aggressive. Nano. Lead upgrades are coming in now. Beastie, he's having to fight tooth and nail just to get this castle up, but this looks a bit doomed. Castle definitely going to go up, but the price looks like it's going to be high with Elite Horseman upgrade in. Anno has no reservations about diving head first underneath the castle. Gonna keep pushing him back. Beastie at risk of losing all the archers now. Has got the Rudari champion? No Rudari champion. Just the runestone for the movement speed to disengage here. The glow up is gone already. He's already lost that movement. Horsemen are going to be forced to retreat as the last of them get wiped out. Still, Beastie's army size is kept low. The gold gathering wasn't happening throughout all of this. And he only has one gold option. Yeah, he got blocked up here. This outpost ruined him. A lot of gold gathering from Anno in the center. Locks in the other 8k. This is pretty critical. A few Rudari are going to be annoying flank raiding. Faxmen don't know how to retreat. They've got to empty the coffers first. Yeah, just casual 721 gold sitting in there. This is always the crazy thing about China. If you get hyper late game and there's no gold left on the map, trade isn't their only option, because by then they often have granaries with, you know, over 1,000 gold sitting in them. You can't pull the gold straight away, but it gives them a reserve that other civs just don't have to tap into. Not that I think we're going to get to that point. To me, this feels like it's going to be a lot quicker of an ending. I mean, if Anno chooses to push, though, right? Yeah, he's getting second granary cluster in. His food income isn't crazy, which is a bit surprising at this stage. Tide Barns is on the way to increase it further. And he's going straight hand cannons. Interesting choice here into Bog Mafford, because technically you could end up never getting shot. Because your opponent can have the Rudari champ with Bog Mafford, it means he has the movement speed to stay away from you, and then also the range with runestones to outgun you. Ooh, a bit of a ambitious dive. So BC has no cavalry left and is choosing to tech. It's going to be Katas, isn't it? I mean, Palatine's quite nice, but like actually the idea of having access to nested bees and cannons isn't terrible either. Considering your opponent's going to have hand cannoneers. And he agrees. Foreign engineering company now on the way. Yeah, I think the Kata play works very well when you're not a max pop, to try and overwhelm and destroy before things come together. But when you're talking about big, fat armies and Your opponent that can basically just keep vomiting out army after army because Chinese late game economy is very good. I think the idea of just playing into cats isn't that reliable. Also, on top of that, he's got so many archers. He probably wants to spend his silver on some of these tiers here, right? And I feel like when you go for the cat strat, you need to put a lot more silver into your cavalry upgrades, and you need to be putting a lot more silver into active units. This is the second game this weekend, actually, with Sin China just choosing late game, by the way. Second game featured Beastie as well. And possibly the second game where he loses to China in the same weekend. Not having a good time against this Civ. Last time it was with Ruse, this time in Macedonians. Cavalry are going to creep into the back. That's going to idle out some of the farms. Good timing to do it now that Beast just teched up and probably needs to build more food reserves. Nano, it is going to be Stonewall, so he'll be locked in safely, at least on one side. Sacred Site decap is going to be coming through, so that ticking time bomb is going to be removed. But the main fight is now the focus. Bombards begin the siege. Not just that, Beastie has a one-dimensional army, guys. It's mass archers. Pyrotechnics just completed. What's going to be key here is Beastie needs to make sure he's got runestones and he's got good positioning for those runestone drops. Otherwise, the hand cannoneers will gap close you. They will kill you. Decap does complete down here. I think that's fine. I think Anatan, you can have the Sacred Sites as an annoyance, but I think you just need to be looking for the kill point. Like, Beastie's army is not that impressive, right? It's mass archers only. He doesn't have that gold density to build a true Imperial army. Castles are starting to fail him. 1,000 gold left ungrabbed there. Beastie now switching onto stone, looking for probably an additional castle here to buy some time. But this is where castles start to fail you, right? When bombards are out, they don't really do much. He's got his own cannon come into play now. Cannons are better than bombards. They both have the same range, but the benefit of a cannon is no setup. It just wheels, puts itself down, and shoots straight away. Whereas bombards have a pack up, pack down. It tends to mean that cannons can be favored for a trade because they should be getting the shot out before a bombard. And they even have more damage. It's kind of a bit weird with that detail. And faster. Like, you keep ticking the boxes. Bombards are arguably the worst version of cannons. Push in. And Cannoneers getting some good shots in. Horseman Wave staggered to arrive, but that baits all arrow fire, allowing the Hand Cannoneers to dive in deeper. The Runestone drop is there, but you can see the Anno's just not letting him get range to take advantage of that +1 range. Spars already. Has to step back. Has nothing left. Is going to be picked to the bone, and Anatan will kick off the third place matchup with a pretty decisive late game outcome. Yeah, honestly felt like the type of game that maybe could have been ended in 12 to 14 minutes max with those golds and the timing on Castle. Anatan shows there's nothing to fear about going to the late game when you pick Chinese of all cities. There's not many that feel confident going to late game against them, right? I'm not going to say that they're the best late game Civ in AoE4, but they're wholly reliable. Another big part of what makes China so good is how they get to that late game. They get to that late game in very strong form. I think actually the changes into them over the years has just made them a better Civ for late game, not worse. Because even if certain things got nerfed late game, they arrive there in a much better form than they used to. You used to feel like you were kind of scraping the barrel to get there. Huge raid here. Villagers scrambling for their lives. He hasn't really lost many workers, but I just don't see a way now for Beastie. Sacred Sites are locked in again. Extra rules are coming through. GG will be called as the curtains close on game number 1. What's up, bonkers? The streams are back. The streams have been back the whole time. You should probably check the live tab. Been quite a few of them. All right, so G1 to Mr. Anoton. Game 2. Ooh. Mountain clearing time. No time to wait. We must meme. So, snipes were Anatan's H3 got blocked and Beastie's Golden Horde got blocked. Gives us OTD versus Mongols. Did Mongols just Dark Age rush? It's feasible, actually. The golds aren't that safe. And I don't know how well Order of the Dragon handled Dark Age Spear Rushing now. They're not very good at Dark Age rushing themselves for the tower play, right? Like, Order of the Dragon tower rushes are pretty bad. But your Mongols are fairly good brawlers. The problem is, with the Khan and with the maneuver speed arrow, a Mongol player can outplay you to get the win. Blocking the gold by diving it is where it gets more tricky for Mongols because the Gilded Villages are very tanky and they do more base damage with shields. So in small choke points, they tend to have better DPS than standard civs because, you know, if you're being pushed between a vein and a mining camp, maybe 4 or 5 max gold workers can stab. Because of that limitation on how many units can attack, it's better to just have less units with more damage than have more. Ever streamed the demo and you had a 4-day break? Oh, you mean in like the weekdays? Yeah, there wasn't like much going on. Well, I'll say to that, we were streaming on Twitch some weekdays. It's just usually when it's not AoE4, because of the way that YouTube works with algorithms, that live streams get treated bad if they're not in the correct category. And the YouTube channel is really just for Age of Empires 4. Hence why. So yeah, Twitch tends to have whatever happening because, I mean, Twitch doesn't know what an algorithm is. Wouldn't know how to make it. Ew. All right, I'm going to run a minute of ads now, by the way, guys. BC's been playing a lot of mass archers and ladder in practice with most civs lately. Kind of work there. I think you need to be kind of ahead for it to work there, right? I think mass archer strats tend to work better when you crack Imperial first, but it's a bit weird with Macedonians because Macedonians don't have incendiary arrows to rush, right? Because they don't have Unitex, they miss out on a very big damage boon that other civs get. So, you know, you can be comparative with the extra silver tiers, but it takes time. You firstly just watch AoE4 anyways? Well, mate, fair to you, but you're missing out. Had some nice Olden Era in there. I think I had some Zero Space the other day. There's some Stronghold yesterday. Might see what's actually releasing this week. And then in September, we'll definitely have a lot of Dawn of War. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll. All right, I'll partially judge you, Cammy. Thanks, mate. All right, meme clearing is back. Ah, you've missed it. That's right. Tiny map, boar in the center, boar that practically decides every single game, it feels like. And 2 players at the top of the game. Anasand in the red as the Mongols, Beastie on his Order of the Dragon in the yellow as we head into mountain clearing, the smallest map in this tournament. Third place on the line between these two, and I've got to be curious about how this is going to play out because I'm seeing a spawn, and yeah, he knows it. Beastie outpost without hesitation because otherwise his game would already be over. Anatan is still going to take a punt at it despite that. I think, wait, no. He hasn't scouted it. Guys, he needs to scout it. I know, there's no more sheep. Brother, you got them. The problem is, like, he's not going to scout it quick enough, so the Rax is definitely going down. And then you're just stuck with a Rax play that I don't think you really want anymore, right? And you didn't rush for the boar at the start, so that's not now like a flexy option either. It's just a bit weird. Can he outpost here? I think he can, right? He can jam an outpost. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yeah, he can, like, on the very edge, I think he can jam an outpost about here. And that would bait villagers out of range of the TC to try and disrupt it. And that could reach into the gold, especially once you have arrow slits. There's still a spot, guys. Let's see if he goes for it. Anatan gets the first 2 spears out. BC just trying to rush into Castle Age. Doesn't really have any other option. Castle Age, Feudal Age, rather. I mean, if you tried to play this in Dark Age, you just get outnumbered on spears, right? Like, seeing an OOTD player try to play Dark Age against you is the dream for Mongols. And now the wall up. Oh, wait. Is he going to come around the other side? It seems like he wants the option open. The walls are going to be going up successfully. Khan cannot hang here for long. We'll have to pull away. His own wall stops him from getting the kill. But you can't. Can you sneak out now if you're the Khan? I think it's very hard. Well, spears are here to make it a bit easier, maybe. Gotta be careful because the garrison, right? Yeah, so the scout's gonna have to stay in there to try and guarantee that. He can keep villagers nearby. Like, I think if you have these villagers here, this Khan should never get away. Yeah, scout's just gonna run him down. Alright, so he'll buy some time. Goes for the burn. Villager is already being pulled. Like, I'm curious why he wouldn't go for the play here instead. You would be able to block some of the deer. And there you go. He goes much more defensive with it, though. I guess the villager count nearby is concerning, right? 9 villagers can do a lot of damage. But the first outpost not really going to achieve much because of this. Yeah, he's going to need a second one. Which he's not even gathering for, actually. So, looks like instead, Anno is now going to focus on getting feudal. Arhan with 1 from Beastie, which is interesting macro. I wonder if he's thinking about Castle Age here. Yeah, he'll be able to deny, what, probably about 400 food at this rate? 400 to 500 food. Okay, he cancels it. He's going for the gold. Did he scout the one on Arhan? It's now 4. I'm going to try and rush for the burn through. He can dive past. Good maneuvering. Blocks a repair. Arrow fire nowhere near threatening enough. Nicely played there by Anno. So he will get the breakthrough. And oh, this is actually sick now. Instead of going for the golds, guys, go for the wood. Outpost drop here. Block a big chunk of the tree line as well as the gold vein. We'll see. It's going to be a bit tight on timing, I think. The Gilded Archers take longer to produce. So in theory, if he starts building right now, he should have time. Does he even maybe consider going all the way around the back? Like back here? No, he's going to play it safer. But I think there is a play here now where you cheese with multiple outposts. Like you just walk them around the back, and then your opponent can't gather wood at all. Tech up complete. BC is going to need an archery range quite fast here. And he rushes it. Look at that. 5 on the build-up. I'm not convinced it's going to be quick enough. It's 30 seconds out on outpost being complete. You haven't actually queued the villager, the archer. Okay, here we go. 16 seconds away. I don't think he gets this. He'll probably get a few shots out on the villager, but I'd be surprised if he can get the kill. And look at this. He's actually sacking the spears to guarantee the protection. Dives in to idle out the workforce. Gilded Archer needs to come out the right side. He needs a house, actually. Whoops. Double whoops. There it is. He arrives, but now he's way too late. Might be able to kill one spearman off. Doesn't even get that. Oh, no. He's going to get the garrison or the injured ones. Okay, I'd probably, yeah, bring the villager out, stick the injured in, and now move around. Dude, this is going to be so toxic. Tech up's almost complete, and he's got more than enough stone saved for double arrow slits. Yeesh. Fair to say Beastie will not be fast castling in this game. Oh my god. Hardened stats on spears being queued. Anatan now switching it up into stable. So what, horseman here? Because he's got no gold gathering really. Okay, it can be Keshik. There we go. He brings more over. This is so toxic. Because here's the other thing, guys. You just need to punt the Falcon in occasionally and you'll see everything. Like, arguably, he doesn't even need that, right? Yeah, because the first outpost, look at that pixel-perfect positioning. He gets full line of sight all the way through. There is a small gap around the back here, which is why I thought he might keep the Khan around, but no. And oh, no, sorry, it is Horseman. Still got 4 in gold, though, which suggests probably Undermesh is a priority. Outpost almost complete. Didn't even bother with arrow slits on the first one. And there we go. BC moves all the way north, but the Khan is coming back. The Horseman as well. Oh, boy. Movement speed arrow to make sure he can actually gap close the Gilded Archer. Not a great fight for BC to have to take there. A lot of damage done to his first Archer. Wait for it. It's coming, guys. 15 seconds out from toxicity. He goes to the Warlock, but that's not going to protect him. All you need to do is stand here and see. Or even better, punt out Falcon. Oh, boy. Arrow slits is going to reach to, I think, about here, right? That should be the cutoff. Wait, no? Isn't it like here? Or is this radius accurate now? It's weird because he's on a slope. I feel like he should be able to reach that. Maybe I'm imagining it, though. It's weird, because when you're on a slope, like, usually it looks different than it is. So, no, he's actually out of range. Oops. He'll get in eventually, but it's going to take a lot of time. I mean, he could... I think there's maybe a gap here to walk through. He'd get, like, another outpost there. But the villager, I think, has already gone home, right? Yep, he's walked home, so he's done. Gilded Archers and Spearmen, though. I know, queues up the Archer plus Keshiks. An ideal comp to scale towards a Kurotai timing down the line. And I think, I don't know, yeah, he just got eyeballs on this. This outpost is going to be way too slow. Has to step back. Villager formation shuffling does him a good service there, though. Army is coming home. Cancels the outpost. Doesn't actually use it as bait. Archers are going to move in, though. Nice damage done. First Spearman down. Oh, boy, no. This is an overextension of a Beastie. Movement speed arrow gets used. Get rid of the spear and then wipe out the Gilded Archers. Perfectly done there. Practically no damage taken from that Spearman. Charge in. A clean wipe and a heavy hit to Beastie's army. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, -4 Gilded Archers. It's more like -8, remember. You pay double the price for these units. Anatan. Just accelerating forward quite aggressively now off the back of that, right? Like, I mean, why hang around? You got to get moving. I'm going to try and stranglehold your opponent a bit more. We've got the villager pool coming in. Spears make their way into the outpost. Oh, wait. Did he pull them home? Did he pull them out? What happened? He'll go for villager kills. He's getting one low. Yeah, only the one kill, though. So, tree line is now secure again. Anno does go for the ball pull. I think you just turn this into a macro game now, right? Like, you've killed an enemy worker. You've got boar. You've got a decent-sized army. Your opponent's kind of over-invested in spears currently. I think this plays nicely into, like, 25, 30 archers into Kurotai. Can be a bit dangerous. You don't want your opponent to go Castle Age, because if you go Castle Age, then what Order the Dragon gets is the +3 armor against ranged attacks, which screws over Kurotai timing. Beastie adds in the Men-at-Arms. Interesting. They actually brawl quite well even against Keshiks for Men-at-Arms because they're gilded Men-at-Arms. Like, their attack speed is and base damage actually is pretty insane. I know, gathering up a lot of gold. So Tech's coming in. Undermesh on the way. Steel Arrow should follow quite fast. Remember, this is not mine work, so there's no extra buff on health. Or effective HP anyway for the Men-at-Arms. Anno also did go for the Khan Hunter. Very smart choice here against Gilded Archers, as Gilded Archers have +0.5 range anyway. So it just allows you to immediately trade out with them instead of taking a hit and doing nothing in return. But chase here from Scout. Not going to be able to get it. Still, he's depriving vision from Beastie, right? He's hiding what's happening next. And we can see very clearly what's happening next. Yeah, doesn't go for the Steel Arrow after all. He's going for a fast castle. So much faster than Beastie as well, because Beastie's gone heavy into army size here. Yeah, but defensively, like, you know, I understand where Beastie's coming from. After what just happened, you'd assume Anatan would push advantage in Long Feudal. But this read is sick by him. I actually rate it very highly because the cool thing about doing this is on a small map like this, going castle first is dangerous because your opponent can rush you. Less so here. Because Kurotai is an insulation against that dive. Because you essentially have your damage buff straight away because of the landmark. And here we go. Kurotai should be started momentarily. You can just do a forced drop-off to get it faster, actually. Build it right next to the gold. Build it a little bit further forward. He pulls the food workers instead. Wants to have that extra gold for veterancy. Wants to keep the horsemen, the woodworkers going. And hold on a sec. That scout just gave away key information. Oh, okay. Beastie is going to get the march forward. This is a slow army, though. Very, very slow army. And to do anything about this, he'd now have to dive a TC. So instead, he looks towards the ball location. 5 villagers idle inside. Go for a bit of charge in. Spears reveal themselves. Villagers aren't trying to scramble away, though. I mean, so far, this was actually a good trade for Anno. He lost 4 units, killed 3 gilded villagers, gilded units, rather. And the villagers were idled a bit, right? So, like, Overall, I think you're happy with that trade if you're Anno. Especially considering you were the one teching. Tech up complete, pack up already queued. And Kurotai is now going to be his big boon. Got 12 on the gold still. Veterancy just got queued up. I'm getting very worried for Beastie. Even if he manages to find the wiggle room to get Castle Age, he needs to get 500 gold to get scale armor and veterancy on archers. That's the way you relegate the effectivity of the enemy archers. That's a long wait, remember. It's going to take him a full minute. And he, basically, to tick all those boxes, he needs to get the resources tech up. We're talking like 2.5 minutes. Mongols can do a lot on such a small map of 2.5 minutes. Keshik sneaking in. Their veterancy is about to kick through in a few seconds. Maybe a little bit of an early dive from the Keshiks. The Burgrave begins. Going for a kill on the worker. Not going to be able to hang around, though. Army marching up. Hold on a second. Sees the villagers on the front side. Goes in for the snipe. Gets one. Wait, gets two! That was so delayed. Oh, my God. This ability to shoot into buildings. It's, what's his name? The guy who raised Starkiller? Star-Lord. Oh, my God, I forgot his name. From Marvel. That whistles and has the dart that always chases you. That's pretty much what these archers have. No matter where you hide, it always finds you. Kurotai now parked. He wants that fight. He wants that brawl. Waits the men-at-arms forward. Goes to diving. He just heard the tech up, so he wants this commitment now. Men-at-arms upgrade queued first. Veterancy to follow. No scale armor, though. Which is concerning when you look at just how many archers Anno now has. Got ranged armor 2 queued up as a priority. Emergency repairs does get used. Food income is decent behind this. I mean, I think you need the Deerstone, right? Like, leaving the Deerstone at home is a little bit questionable for Manatan. If he had the Deerstone up here, he'd be able to fully dive. Defense Arrow does get activated. Another men-at-arms going down. Even though they're veterans now. Spears. Charge from behind here, but start step back and damage high enough to wipe them out. So Spears practically removed. Crossbow switch already underway with 3 in the fight. Beastie's just kind of hard stuck here, right? Like, he's got gold access, sure. You know, he's got a decent number of farms. Anno's now looking to get his own boons, though. He's going for the relics. Does back up. Switches over to Siege now. Switches over to a win condition on that Sacred Site, too. It's actually an underrated but strong play for Mongols on this map. Is by just controlling one Sacred Site, keeping the Kurotai there, you always dictate the one position you should have to fight it. Especially when you consider that Beastie hasn't gone into cavalry, so he can't easily flank rotate. Cheeky little burnout. Nurses the stone gathering. So Beastie, maybe just thinking about spring emplacements. Could also be a castle drop to try and block central control. That would actually make a lot of sense with the way this is now starting to square up. Treb Siege already beginning. And remember, guys, this is Mongol land, which means that Anatan gets payday every time he burns. Goes to the E-repairs. Don't mind if I do. I can get paid again. Definitely looking for the stone for Springwood emplacements, right? I don't think he's getting it at the time, though. Archers are sneaking around. Hold on a sec. The Keshiks bait the whole army out of position. Archers go in. They'll find the workers. Easily able to knock out a few. So 2 more worker kills achieved there. And he loses, what 1 archer? Nicely done by Anno. Extensive lead now for the Mongols. And relics galore to come behind this. BC has done a good job of picking them up as well, though. He should be able to secure his too, because Anno didn't prioritize getting this one. No, he prioritized the Sacred Site. Wouldn't just mass Gilded Horseman be good? You need really good food income for that. I know he's got a decent number of farms, but, you know, at 14 farms, I don't think you're getting a count up that high. And the problem is on, like, this type of map, because of this approach BC took to build up mass farms, he has no hidden information. So, like, when you play this map, you have 2 choices with the backside of your base. You do what he's done, where you build up farms in a safe area, or you build up secrets. So if you think about, like, the way everything spawns, you know, there's usually this tiny area, especially as a Civ like Order Dragon, you can wall off. that you could build a stables in, and your opponent wouldn't know you have it, so you can start scaling into an army comp. But because of the way he built the farms, like you just can't secret transition. So the problem with that is that Anatan would see the transition straight away, and then just start spamming spin. Or just more Keshiks, to be honest. What is his timing here? What is he looking for? Mangonels as well is pretty brutal. Yeah, Mangoes that will have bonus damage, remember. He's also sieging through the buildings. That's going to be Relic on the ground. Every time he does this, he gets paid, remember. 50 resources for a burn. And, oh, man, that is going to be more than a burn. That's going to be a hard sting. Mango hit is good. Prelate's now with the heal. Charge through here. Movement speed arrow to try and back off a little bit. Wait, I think that might be a misclick. Instead of defense arrow? Interesting choice. He's also not in range of the Kurotai with most of his army here. Starts to step back a bit, but Anno, use the buff, man. Use the buff. Finally, he's in range of it, but big mistake made. Oh my god. The gilded units cleaned him up. Anno, this was an unforced error. He wasn't playing Kurotai for the majority of that fight. He was here, out of range. Meaning that the men-at-arms were not dying fast at all. Wow, and now the death push. Mangoes aren't really a threat anymore. He's got one coming up, but so far away. Men-at-arms count still decent enough to hold this back. Only 5 crossbows to contest. And the Prelate healing as well from Beastie there. With the Inspired Warriors buff just being a big difference. That extra armor going the mile against those unbuffed archers. And Anatan now in dire tights. It is only the Gilded Archers left over against a Mango. Maybe he thinks about just retreating here. Trebs are also trying to kill him. Oh my god. All right, this at least kept the game interesting. The siege does scare off the ranged in the end, but that, I can't even believe that happened. This game looked rinsed and done. The Beastie says no. I don't know, it might be worth moving the Kurotai back more north, because this is now going to be more about the sacred side than anything else. There you go, he does get the pay dirt there. Double Mango. Needs front line is the problem. Yeah, more of your own men-at-arms would be a good idea. He's just going mass crossbows instead. Very scary, because look what's now coming. We've got scale armor on the way. So that's going to be +3 extra ranged armor. He's already at 3. So that's 6 damage reduction on these Gilded Archers. Villager being cheeky will be denied. And both of them creeping outposts at each other. Anno doesn't know about it yet. Beastie has already got his up. Still, Trebs can deal with that easily. And then you just send up 1 or 2 men-at-arms to shut that down. Beastie vomiting out a lot of gold to feel like he needs to move out there, right? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really need this gold. He's still got 3k reserve and he's still got 2 relics banked. More resources is always nice. Good intercept there. Anatan finds the trickle of troops. Does punish him for it. Okay, can't hunt, bro. Oops. Different control groups. We've got Spruan and placement here now to be a nuisance. And men-at-arms coming around to really ruin Anno's day. It's going to be forced back off of the food. The garrison here, but skilled men-at-arms. He can hang here for a very long time, so you're going to have to pull some units up there. The Trebs should be on the way, though, so now the outpost can start to get deleted. Got Spring coming in here as well. It's going to bait him back. Good micro there by Beastie to get him in range of the Spring placement. Villager repair crew is going to try to do their best, and now the dive in, the backstab towards the Trebs, but baited attention back over here. The Mango count up at 3. Defense arrow gets activated. Men-at-arms need the dive in, and no, the whiff shots! He just runs past it! 4th Mango, come on, you've got to hit something. This is Stormtrooper tactics. If enough of us fire, someone will hit something. Villagers get pulled. Anno, he still has the timer ticking. Oh my god. That was so dicey. When those Mangoes all mistimed the shot, I thought he was dust. Over here, Trebs have been continuing their work, so that's going to be outpost going down. Looks like the men-at-arms did get baited to dive in the end. Beastie is now going for that Horseman switch. Yeah, he's seeing Anatan's just kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel now, right? There's not much army left, and he's become very reliant on Siege to do anything. Like, if Anno doesn't have this Siege, he just loses the fights. I do like that we're getting more men-at-arms from Anno. He can't really go Spears, even if he knew it was Horsemen, because it's 14 Gilded Archers. It's going to be food resecured. Do we have any pasture? I don't think we do. Oh, he is going Spears. Ooh. Okay, actually, is this good or bad? Well, if your opponent has, like, 10, 15 horsemen, I think the idea in Anno's mind about why Spears isn't bad against Gilded Archers is if you just hug the Siege, you're fine. I think I'm not entirely convinced because that last fight was atrocious. That mango wave missed completely. But he is right in that, like, if 4 mangoes hit this center mass, half of these are dead straight away. And then you're fine. So yeah, I guess I can kind of see the idea. This is a bit of a terrible idea, though. Anno, he's trying to mirror with just mangoes. He hasn't moved the villages. He leaves it to the last second there. Beastie does get 1 worker kill. Have to rotate around the back. I mean, he's faster than the mangoes is the problem here for Anno. This is not a great way of reacting to this. More idle time. More running. Gilded Archers do get a few worker kills, but will be brought down over here. I mean, just see how long they last. Big range up. Food being tapped. And it's going to be a round map rotation. But the price actually feels insanely high. He has got 10 products to heal with after this. And he's going Land Snake. Ooh, okay. So Lanch to clear the spears, with the Horseman just hardcore diving in. I think that's what he's going for. What I'd love to see Anatan do is actually move the Kurotai a bit further north and then just congest. Just clump all your buildings together so that mass melee can't get on you. No. He's going to garrison in the outpost with the relics. Oh, this is sick. 45 seconds out. DC's like, that one guy could do it. No, maybe not. One shot, one opportunity. Ready or not, here we go. Springald switch is very smart by Anno. Counter to the Gilded Landsnakes. And Beastie now for a castle drop. The villager pool, they're stacked up right now. The mangoes. There's the Wololo early. That'll keep the horsemen at bay for the time being. Staggered Wololo, though. He's going to have to retreat fast. Gets barely any damage done. The mangoes with a heavy hit. Now the spears on the north side to engage with the horsemen. Now, an extra relic. He's got 1 more to work with. Another Wololo to stagger this. A castle drop attempt again. He's trying to hold on the sacred site, but the mango damage is high. Beastie has obliterated all threats. No, Anozan, rather, has been able to obliterate all threats. Beastie has been able to obliterate spearmen and nothing else. He's got nothing left for the crossbows. The castle drop is successful, but all hope is gone. This guy is toast. No doubt about it. What a sick play by Anno. The staggered Wallalols to delay the engage. Landsnakes are all about burst, and they got 0 opportunity. The mangoes got enough time to reload twice before there was any real threat to Anatan's front line. Now it will give him a soft and secure win in game number 2, reminding us just how damn good Mongols can be on this map and how solid of a player Anatan has become. That was sick. I'm gonna call out. I think it's like someone like, I think, because Mountain Clearing, in my opinion, should be on ladder rotation. Games like that. It's not in rank 4, right? I'm pretty sure it's not. I wish it was. I'd love to see a quadrillion more games like that. Yeah, but Anno loves playing Knights Templar pretty much anywhere, right? We'll make him predictable. 2TC is pretty dangerous against Golden Horde, no? I don't like that. Is there a 1TC strat you can do instead? I kind of feel like you need it, right? A little bit, because the problem is if you don't do if you do a 2TC, your opponent's just going to spam Total Good and dive. One sec, checking some in the background. Let's choose prediction outcome. Game 2, Nano win. Someone just won big. Game 3, predictions going live now. There we go. What do you guys think? Are we just getting a Stomperoo? Or are we going deeper? I feel like this is actually a good matchup for Beastie. Because the best thing you can do if you're 1TC, usually with Knights Templar, is just to spam archers. Spamming archers is pretty ineffective against Golden Horde. You need something else. Because otherwise they have these very tanky knights, and then they have the extra +1 armor with their own archer mass. Because of that archer threat, you also can't really do throwing axes. Maybe Hospitaller is worth it, just a few of them to heal between fights. So you just kind of poke and probe and then go and heal. But very slow. You have to 2T. I don't know if I say you have to. It does have a lot of reliable game strats, but I don't think you do very well here if you 2TC against Golden Horde. Like Golden Horde actually might be the single worst civ to 2TC against. Because it sets up the full dive time they're looking for. Like, it gives them so much more runway to get the dive point. Alright, let's get ready. Really is the forbidden fruit. If there was a matchup where you look and you go, yeah, you don't 2TC that, right? Surely this is the one. Golden Horde love 2TC strats. Because when you 2TC them, they dive you nonstop. So I'm curious to see if Anatan is going to bite into the Forbidden Apple, or if he's got a different strategy in mind here to make Knights Templar look pretty slick. Yeah, welcome back, folks. $25,000 tournament. Third place on the line. This game could pay bump Anatan by an extra $500, which is no small amount when you live somewhere like Belarus. Golden Horde, man. Just such a hard civ to try and overcome with these 2TC strats. I think Knights Templar have a lot of problems here. You know, if you play 1TC, what are you doing? Building archers? Against Golden Horde, that's not great. Because they've got heavy cav. They don't really care about the archers. And then they have the extra armor padding from the crash that gives +1/+1. I think you have to get kind of creative and different here. Anatan. Be a sure sign if we see him move towards the stone. Not really much to talk about on this one, by the way. I feel like not Mount Clear, so King of the Hill has become pretty decent. Very rare that we have spawn issues anymore on this particular map. Right? I'd say it's overall, on average, quite balanced. Even when it has some wacky stuff, like the relic distribution being all one side, like we had all of them on the left side before, it's still been balanced on their positioning. I'd argue this one is fairly well balanced. Yeah, it's pretty much like 45-55. This relic's a little bit closer to Beastie versus this one by comparison to Anatan. But guys, he's going for the forbidden fruit. Guys, I need... is there any way I can play Star Wars music? I'm thinking something very swiftly without getting DMCA. Probably not. Disney's pretty on it like a car bonnet with those things. Kind of need that type of feeling though, right? And you just Emperor Sidious saying do it in the background. As he is going to be going 2TC. Now, if there was any player I currently trusted to get away with this, I actually think it's Anatan. I think Anatan may have actually snatched away Corvinus' crown as the best Knights Templar player. He really convinced me with that Marine Lord game, House of Lancaster versus Knights Templar on Hill and Dale. So, if there's a guy that can make it work, it will be Anno. But it does seem like a struggle to me. I feel like you actually have to... Oh, you're talking about going triple production with Relic Uvus? I think that's a bit too slow, though. That's nice down the line, but like I think Relic Uvus just has some big conundrums around it right now. I know. Going wide for that TC drop. And the scout's too late. Really well played by Anno. Saw the opening and took the free goal. Gets it nicely placed as well. Deer plus the tree line. You can even think about short wallness to stop rotations past here. I'd say, like, and this Forbidden Fruit idea, I definitely think on a map like Dry Arabia, this is probably a death sentence to do this. I wonder if Anno has found out something intriguing about King of the Hill in particular, though. One thing to keep in mind is that your pilgrimages are not going to be good on this map, right? Because your opponent could quite easily block that out. So I'd be surprised if he rushes towards Sanctuary. But he should have plenty of starting gold if he needs it. But now, of course, the focus is going to be food and wood. Oh, did we do predictions? We did. 82% bet on Beastie to take this game. Then again, last game, I think it was just as much, and you guys lost all your money. So I wouldn't read too much into it. Also, we didn't talk about this. That's kind of a crazy spawn, right? Double stone on top of each other, so minimizes any like walk distance or requirement to spread wide to defend, I guess. And he is already out in the deer, has walled up as well. Nice thing you can do with Golden Horde compared to Mongols. First Tortugud already in queue, by the way. 5 on gold, 14 on food. I mean, you might get your fast castle wish. He's only got 1 on wood, so this is definitely looking like the FC build, which got mentioned in chat. Whether it's good or not, we're going to have to wait and see. Rack's reaction has been forced. Don't talk about the ranged armor. The wood gen is really good. 200 extra wood, that's like having an extra 5 workers on tech up. Rotation, Tortugud. Hunting around the back, spin reaction coming in. Anatan also adding in archery here. Oh man, he's getting baited. He's getting baited pretty hard. Yeah, I mean, it's weird to me because he can see nothing else. He doesn't see any signs of follow-up aggression here. So why are we building archery ranges? Double racks, okay, I can kind of get behind that for the... Even when it looks like the best game ever. Because, like, someone mentioned the batch production, but the batch production is so bonkers expensive that it rarely seems attainable. Because remember, to get batch production, you have to save up 1,100 stone. The walls coming in from Anno, which is a good choice here. If he gets the walls up, he can just walk out and guard relics to delay that timing. I think he knows, right? It should be pretty obvious at this stage the tech up's coming. And this is what I warned you about with Knights Templar. They are very competitive on 2TC at fast castling. Look at the stack of resources. Switched 11 down to gold. At this pacing, he's maybe going to be a minute behind on his tech timing compared to Golden Horde. But he's going to have 10 villager advantage. Archer production begins from BC. I like that choice. You can see that Anna's going to try to square up around the relics. Damage and healing. There's only 1 sacred site, and that means 1 focus point on this map. This is pretty strong. And the Genitors, like, it just protects the Spearman, really. Beastie, by the way, has not gone for relics just yet, but the monastery is now coming in. He's going to centralize. Just needs a big food drop-off. Aren't heavy spears way better? Your opponent doesn't have many Tortugud currently. And the 20% buff here is pretty powerful. But we'll see. I don't know if you've got enough food for Angevin spears is my concern. Oh, okay. Look, Shade the Goat. Conk 5 over here. With the call, it is indeed going to be Angevin Empire. This is interesting because I feel like when we've seen Knights Templar on this map, players have heavily prioritized Kingdom of Castile. Because you can guarantee good fights with the 20% buff. So now, how much food does he have? He's got 11 sheep. Deer is about to be tapped. He can get to like 20, 25 spears. because the thought here, right, is if you had Genitor, you can kill up the archers. The outposts are kind of irrelevant to you anyway. I guess the concern is he wouldn't have a way of burning through them. But wait, he's going Hospitaller. Oh, this is cool now. We saw them used against him in the Puppy Paw series yesterday, really effectively. So they haven't been upgraded yet. He's able to just rotate away from the archers now, so most of them do survive. And farms coming in. So Anatan, that's how he's going to deal with the food issue. Man, dude, if there was anyone who was going to try to, on King of the Hill, 2TC into Mass Angevin Spears, it had to be Anno. This is the same guy, if you remember, we watched him against Marine Lord survive on a hill drastically longer than 99% of players would have in that matchup. And yet he's going to try to do it again in a starve situation. Ooh, we've got Karashi Dick coming in. That's a peculiar way to use your stone. Oh, he's against spears, so he probably feels the extra 1 armor is worth it. Double outpost now set up. Sacred Side timer is ticking, but we've got some time. And the first of the relics has now been picked up. Now, Anno, I was about to say, he can contest relics here. Should be able to get 2. Unless Beastie, he's aware, he's camping it. Might get forced back by this. Dive now coming in. Archers will get the worker kill. Oh, but good news for him. So he's going to back off. Looks like instead, Anno is now going to be heading further north. You have Sacred Site and choke points. Smirals could be very good here. Against Anno's comp, yes. But like, you're usually expecting a lot of archers or crossbows, right? This dive, this is pretty crazy. All the way around to the backside. He's wasting time here, but at least forces the idol, so BC has to shift the entire woodline away. His army's coming home to react to this. Anno is eventually going to get pinned, but it's not the worst thing in the world because of his eco lead, right? Like, if he draws attention here and idles out, he can still build elsewhere, and that's exactly what he's doing. The bait and switch. He pulls the entirety of Beastie's army to the backside of his own base and then drops a castle right underneath his nose. You've got to give him full credit. Like, hands up, man. Beastie did not sniff that out at all. A hell of a lot of stone gen coming. I think actually instead, did he? No, he did. Yeah, he's dropped them down here. So 425 stone gen currently. Has also got the battlefield salvage coming in. So with Karash Edict, he's getting the Karash a bit more meaty. I think this is a perfect Springle play situation for Anno, though. I wonder if we'll see it. Yeah, your opponent doesn't have a quick way of dealing with Springs. Gets the Trebs first, but I think after like 3 Trebs, Springles make a lot of sense. Even 2 Trebs arguably is good enough. Army. Kind of a poke at this. There's archers, so you can't repair. He decides to come back, though. Dive underneath the castle. Ambitious from Beastie. Siege can begin. Remember, these are fortified outposts, not castles. They will not last long. Gold gathering on the front line. Anno is just chilling. This is great, actually, because he can go back into Hospitaller. Because Hospitaller are 50-50, right? Like, or even more. 60 gold, 50 food. So you don't burn through your limited food, but you have plenty of gold. Four Trebs? Holy crap, that's overkill. I mean, in fairness, your opponent is repairing, right? So you probably feel like you need it. That's a pristine target because 1 Treb shot will kill it. She continues to burn onto the repaired one, though. I feel like Anno's got quite a lot of time here. But wait, we've got Earth and Core Walls coming in. So, oh no, he had it going on that outpost. That was going to be the extra health, guys. He just lost the health. It didn't complete, so he doesn't have the extra HP on these buildings. Batch production is now coming. It's going to be Rax. This is not looking great right now for Beastie. He goes Mangoes. Okay, that's better for Beastie then. I think Springles would have been superior here for Anno. Probably feels like you can slow roll though, right? Like you can just creep in and you've got range advantage. And oh, that's sick. He goes Desert Citadel, so +1 armor. This, wait. Just He just Uno reversed him. Because Beastie's advantage in Karash is the +1 armor. Anno now gets that in the fight because of the castle drop. That's pretty sick. Treb's moving up. He's going to look to counter siege now. Good shot setup. With 4 counterweight Trebs, you can easily kill him. Beastie, he chose attack over all in. And King of the Hill is so much different. Now the decap. He's even just setting up the walls to create choke points here for the Mangoes to open fire. Beastie in desperation mode has to charge forward. He's just going to keep getting teased here with that 1 Hospitaller. More siege. Gone. So good. Steps up again. The funny thing is, like, I don't think Angevin was that important. The health was nice, right, from Angevin Empire, but I think you could have chosen any tech-up choice that would have worked. Mango shot's now coming in. He's clustered. The pathing is just killing him faster. Anno's got enough to hold front line here. He's got nothing. He's literally losing siege to Trebs. Anno has 6 Mangoes. Sijo Tand takes the win and shows you that there is a realm in which Knights Templar can play 2 town center against the Golden Horde. Damn. God damn. That was sick. Also, why were people having audio issues? I think this is a... Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, YouTube's fine. I don't know why people talk about audio issues. Everything's fine. No, some people saying Fs as well. I assume that was just for Beastie. So Beastie gets wiped out 3-0 by Anatan. Big congrats to Anno on getting a 3rd place finish. That means we move on to Grand Finals, which is going to be a best of 9 between Marine Lord and Puppy Paw. I don't know if they're doing a winner's interview for Anno. I'll keep an eye out for that. Let me check if they got the drafts rolling, though, in the meantime. No, draft hasn't started yet, so we're not missing anything. By the way, I was right. Caster Curse, not real, guys. We actually predicted 3-0. Do you remember? I think that's pretty impressive. I said last night, I round out, I was like, I think BC probably wins 3-2. And then this morning, before we even got on, I was like, Anna's going to take it 3-0. And we said it at the start of the series. Something in my brain just switched. I became convinced. See? It's proof.
Yeah, I can imagine it. It feels pretty good right now. And good to see you as well, again. Though you do look different when you don't have all your locks out. Let's talk a little bit about those games. So game number 1, I guess for me, the pivotal moment in that game was when Beastie made the decision to dive behind your base. Can you explain to me what your thought process was when you saw that?
We actually practiced this matchup a lot. Like, Beastie and me, we were like main practice partners this week. So,
makes sense. They were on the opposite
like
side of
first
the
game,
bracket.
he won this matchup, second I won. And actually his strat for me was surprise. Like 6 horsemen into Castle Age without production. Like I never gave. Maybe he will not able to remass quite soonish, so maybe I will have a chance.
I was shocked by the dive around the back as well.
Yeah, as I mentioned,
I'd be curious about Anno's thought about the early game, because I feel like he could have kept blocking goals to win the game.
Lose all of your farms, or at least the vills on your farms, you'd be idled out. Or the second way was that you'd clean up, but you definitely had the production to deal with it. So I think in the end, it was a flawless game from you. Beastie played well, but you just I think you just had the trump card right there.
All right,
Let's talk more about game 2 though. Mountain clearing, always a fun map. You came into
mountain clearing needs to be added to
pretty
ranked.
cheeky strategy.
I'll flat out say that now.
Start off.
Have a lot of cheese games, but who cares? It'll be a fun one.
Because you built 6 spearmen in the Dark Age, which was quite a lot. Was that just simply because of the fact that you saw that wall come down and you knew you had to get through it?
I don't know. Sometimes my brain stopped working. Like when I was loading into the game, I wanted to like take a boar, maybe like few spears to deny gold. But when I saw his tower, like my eyes went red, and I just wanna push, deny
caveman.
win,
Dude, the
deny
best
go,
part is
go, go, go.
Anno
Yeah.
recently said that he stopped playing like that, and it made him better.
And then like, okay, maybe I don't need that, and
Dude, the
It
replays
was
need to catch
pretty
up.
random,
We're still in
but
this crap.
I
Come
think
on.
it worked quite well. I was a bit scared of his push, right? He's again going to me, and I killed his army. So I
They basically
get,
they've
speeds
knitted the
from tower,
replay
but it
together
was
for
a
the
big
break
mistake, I feel
between
like.
series 1 and
He
2,
was
so they
able to
can't
return
fast
his
forward. I think.
position quite easily. So yeah,
It was questionable, really
it's
questionable.
kind of easier to play when you hold the secret site. So yeah, I feel like he outplayed me, but it was not enough because of my great position.
Yeah, it was a really strong position. I think, especially with the wall
Like
walls.
the
there
dive
was
that comes a
quite
little bit
lot of
later,
time
that
for
this
you as well.
we talked about this in the
Let's
cast. Anno
talk a
almost
little
threw
bit
the
about
game
this
with that.
fight that's happening here at the 15
I'm glad he
minute mark
was
on the
aware of
screen
it as
at the
well.
moment. This fight, to me,
Nah, this
when
one's
you were
fine.
coming into it, I thought there's no way that you're going to walk out of it losing. But it felt like Beastie held on pretty well here. Were you expecting
one?
that when you're pushing up with the Kurultai, that you wouldn't work, or that things wouldn't work out that well for you?
Usually, how it's working? You have Kurultai, you have archers, and they just pew pew, everything died. Here I come and
Okay, this is the one.
like I don't know,
This
I don't
one.
kill too much, right?
So guys, remember, he wasn't in range of the
I was
Kurotai.
really
He just
surprised
didn't have
by
buff.
outcome of this fight.
Also, I think he used movement speed arrow
yeah,
there, didn't
I
he?
thought I
Not
will just
defense.
win game here, but it was a really bad fight for
And the
me.
man grabbed the
apparently.
buff, but most of the archers didn't.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
hard
I
to.
think what was happening.
Yeah, it's really hard
ahead.
to understand OTD army, like even at high level. It's kind of few units, you know, like 5-minute arm, but
I think
No.
Was that like
Doink.
you hit that perfectly? It was just smack bang on the head.
Just
you did so
random.
much damage right there.
just run. To be honest, I thought
Yeah,
I
but then
already
he missed. See,
lost
that,
game here because like
that,
he has
that
a
was
lot
the
of
one we
farms, and
highlighted.
I
He
was
got the
actually
first
thinking,
hit
like,
and
okay,
then with the second
what map
tally.
do I pick next? Like when I had like 2 mangas and he pushed into me. Here I was kind of stabilized, but before it,
It was a sick
able
bait
to get here.
when he was in the back
If
of his,
his army were on
his
his side, I
base,
probably
right?
would have go a bit later on. But yeah, I saw his army movement and was quite happy to.
I feel like if
push
Anno
and
played
pass
like
the
this against
side
Puppy
wide
Paw yesterday, it would have been a closer series.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for
Like a lot
for the
closer.
interview,
Probably would have got
and
2 to 3 games off of
congratulations.
Puppy
You
Paw.
played very well today, and best of luck in the future. And yeah, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we go to a break?
It's always a pleasure to hear your beautiful voice.
Oh my god,
with the
Anno's
talk. So,
fanboying
yeah,
him again.
I will sit and watch final and will root
Remember
for
Anno's
strongest
tier list, guys.
player. I don't know who it
He's
is
a Drongo
yet.
fanboy.
But yeah, thanks to my team. I hope I will perform better next time. Thanks to my fans. And,
I totally forgotten
thanks
about that.
to-
Drongo was put in the S tier by him. And it was after Anno had defended putting other play-by-plays lower with some waffle about he doesn't rank play-by-plays that highly. And then he put Drongo in S, because I remember because he had Beastie on the call, didn't he? And Beastie called him out on it. I know why Lidical didn't interview him. Why? I don't know. Oh, is Lidical casting today? It's very interesting that Lidical has come back suddenly. I think he's all of a sudden feeling reinvigorated when there's a LAN in a castle that isn't Red Bull. So I think he's just trying to posture for a shop back at the Polska LAN, maybe. Oh, you're right. He was the D tier. I forgot about that. I completely blanked that. Yeah, Lid is suddenly back on finals. Like I said, I think it's because there is LAN low quality. Why are we at 360? Yeah, there you go. I told you he's a fanboy. Like he didn't just put him S tier, he put him number 1 S tier. And then he put Lidical down in D tier. Oh no. Mirrored Voldemort and B. Tim, Beastie, Warm, and me there. Put Dabston in S tier, Krakedy in S tier. And then Drongo in S tier. But like it was interesting. Actually, wait, did Dabston end up in S tier? I don't remember that part. I just remember him giving some blab about him not rating play-by-plays that highly, and then straight after that, he put Drongo in S tier and then dabs him as well. It's okay, you'll catch up with that one day. Maybe one day I'll be on the official broadcast, Kappa. Yeah. Oh dear. KP tight. Wait, what do you mean tight? He's not an S tier. I mean, dude, it's people's opinions. People have voices they don't like. People have voices they do like. As a British person, I'm used to people being obsessed with Australian accents. You forget I started in Dota 2. Lost my official broadcast badge? I don't know. I mean, well, I'm not working on EGC anytime soon, I don't think so. Yeah. It's up to them, really, who they are. Are they drafting already, by the way? Let's see. They're setting up the draft. I don't know if they're actually drafting, though. Oh, they got map draft already. Yeah, Tim was a good lad, man. Tim was one of the good ones. I think every scene has a lot of bad actors and good actors in general, but I think Tim was a good actor. It is a heartbreaker that he's gone. I miss his moldification too. But I don't think it's like bad for him, right? He's got a career. He's a doctor, right? He's trained to be a doctor. So like, I mean, he'll be a Kushki. There's no way that AoE4 was ever going to be able to make him more than he'd make being a doctor. I know some people are like, well, yeah, but why doesn't he just stream occasionally? It's like, because it's... Streaming very quickly nowadays in the current world we live in becomes a full-time commitment, not a partial casual. Say names? I mean, you can see who's getting hired, right? There's not really a need to say names. It's just they've clearly got people that are putting themselves in a lot more days. Like, Lidder's back active now. And he's, like, sets the casting sheets, right? So he's back on casting a lot. Drongo may be back to casting more. I don't know. He might only still be available for grand finals. We'll see. And you've got, like, what? Krakedy, Dabston, Warman, Myriad. Who's picking it more days? Did Lidder do, like... How many days did Lidder do this event? I don't know what the exact split is. I know Krakedy done a decent amount. Dabston done... Did he do 2 or 3 days? I haven't really been paying much attention to their channel. I glance at it occasionally. Apparently Sockton's been working them now. I don't think I caught any of his. And then obviously Myriad slides in quite nicely. Wait, Cow was casting? I missed that. Oh, wait, no, I think I heard about that. Wasn't that when they were meant to have... Was it Wham on one of the days? But I'm guessing he wasn't available early enough or something? I don't know. Cow usually does a game or 2. Interesting. Did one before Wham. Yeah. I think I glanced that day. Mate, this game by Marine was sick. The timing in this game was so clean. I remember he was like, oh, I don't feel like I was playing very well. I was like, nah, this game in particular, he done very, very well. Warman come for the top spot. Good for her. I don't know, man. I'm just where I'm at now. I mean, in fairness, I don't know. I'm kind of trying to figure out what's next, really. I've kind of done everything in AoE4 as well. It's the weird thing. I think for me, I want to de-stress my life in certain areas and revitalize it in others. And that requires like a reassessment on focus, right? Like for me, I feel like AoE4, what I've been doing with it isn't where it needs to be now. So it's like, okay, is there a new angle that I want to do and explore with AoE4? Like step 1 to trying to get anything back on track is legit finding a new editor for YouTube. Because I haven't got the time to do that. And YouTube would be a big part of anything around AoE4 working now. Yeah. What do you think? Instead of pushing marketing endeavors around a gradual build up post launch. They bet the house at launch and then they just burn themselves out, sort of thing, right? The problem is AoE4 had such a big awareness around launch into an abysmal post content launch window that it actually needs launch marketing to get the merit it deserves, right? And it's not getting that. I don't think it ever will at this point, sadly. I'd love to be wrong and Vikings Scots comes out and there's a huge marketing effort, but I don't foresee it because I think we've been there before and it didn't happen. Sadly, I think it's what's needed for AoE4 to get big. Has the scene grown this year? I don't feel like it's overwhelmingly shrunk. I don't think it's grown. Actually, maybe it has shrunk a decent chunk, I think. Shot themselves in the foot with the persistent variants. Yeah, and it's like they were warned behind the scenes about this multiple times. But the problem is, like, when you get this info versus when it's been started, it's like it's a failure around development pipeline as well, right? Like, because even if you then tell them, no, don't do this, it's like, okay, but we're now developing this. And we've 80% developed it at this point. So your no, don't do this doesn't work now. Unless they then want to delay by an extra year or some crap, right? But let's get ready to look at the drafts. Yeesh. That's that ain't some good mojo right now for poor people. Oh no. So this could be a quick day. All right, well, let's get off this channel. Twitch.tv/Killer Pigeons. Where else will that, baby? Draft underway right now. So opening pick of Chinese. Label variants should never have happened. Yeah, I don't mind it when it had. I think if they continue to do variants in conjunction with new civs, people would never have actually complained. I don't feel like anyone had complaints from the Japanese Byzantine DLC, despite it having all these variants. Because also the variants, some of them were very different. The concepts of things like Order of the Dragon was substantially different to anything that existed. So even if it was tagged as a variant, it felt unique. But then it became a slippery slope. It's something I'm definitely still envious that AoE2 has. Like, AoE2 just has much better civilization identity through the graphics. Like, you know, civ to civ, they're very unique, right? Tuned out variant civs, I get the investing into new voice lines in art. It's expensive. Yeah. And I mean, that's maybe where they shot themselves in the foot in the early days. Because remember, they basically done so many voice line actors, like voice line act quota, because they had all the different age ups, right? Like you'd age up and your dialect for your civilization would change. So that's like extra workload. But I don't think people would have complained that much if they removed that complexity of you getting all these new voice lines when you go to a new age, but just having new voice lines full stop. So Ottoman's French opening from Popcore is pretty strong. Two collect this early, but it's not bad to draft this early. Very different, remember, because we're in a best of 9 now, the only best of 9 in this entire tournament. So your drafting process changes because the amount of water is going to be inherently higher, even if you try to target it out, because you can only get one ban yourself. So you can see you've got 4 Lakes and Kawasan, so Tuglak makes a lot of sense. Knights Templar is obviously going to be there at the end of the draft. Shushi, the other side. We've been seeing Shushi get banned a lot. So a little bit surprised. I think Shushi is more ban-worthy than Knights Templar because you can probably draft around the Knights Templar factor, anticipating it. So like your opponent maybe gets something like Tuglak through, but you can block the KT, right? But Shushi has a lot of robustness to it. It fits so many maps very well right now, and its timing is pretty crazy. But yeah, I think like on the AoE4 growth or whatever track, I think AoE4 is gonna have its community now, and it'll probably get a little bit smaller over the years. It'll hang in there. If you're looking to be like a player or a content creator, it's tough now. I think like you bring more to the scene than you gain by being in it. That sounds very like selfish, but like it's something any creator thinking you're diving in would think about because you have to. I don't think Dawn of War 4 is going to kill AoE4. I don't think it's the correct track. I don't think Zero Space will kill AoE4. I think they could do some damage to them if they're very good. Some players will just be fatigued and switch over. But yeah, it's just like, I don't think it's ever going to be an Age of Mythology territory of like just rip. But I think AoE4's opportunity to be the savior of RTSs has passed. And, you know, some people aren't going to like that I say that. But it's really, like, dude, I've led more for AoE4 than most people have. It's just reality check. It can still be a good game, it can still be fun, and can still exist. But if you're here hoping that it'll one day be a Valorant level game in terms of size and scope, probably never going to happen now. That's fine. You know, carry the torch for a few years, and then maybe AoE5 turns up. Has another shot at trying to make the RTS the big boy again. Ooh. Marinelo's draft is pretty good, by the way. Sengoku Mongol this late. House of Lancaster has been looking resoundingly strong. Achery is a nice buffer for Puppy Paw. Jean Japanese could make sense here. Goes for the double Germans, actually. No Ottoman from Rainlord? Nah. Game had incredibly bad... No, it didn't, though. Actually, Age of Empires 4 had incredibly good marketing at launch. But we just highlight the problem. It's a game industry-wide problem in general. What case can you give me where a publisher actually gets off the butt and markets a game well post-launch? You know, like, even when I think of Diablo and how big that was meant to be and these big post-launch expansions, the marketing's quite limited. Because the biggest opportunity to get money out of your pocket is when you launch a brand new game, not when you launch a brand new update. Right? That's why I was being so kind of harsh on Sand earlier. It's like, I think it's quite buggy right now, has a lot of potential, but might flop before it reaches that full potential. You've got some big streamers hyping this game right now, but give them a few weeks and they'll be tired of it, and then, right? But they would have already got the money. You see this like Battlefield, it doesn't matter. Even if they released like a new Battlefield season where they added 10 new maps, they're not going to advertise it to an extreme anymore. Because marketing budgets always get allocated hard into new launches with publishers. This is a game industry problem. You know, you think about Apex Legends. Apex Legends just had to build itself back up year after year, and they had a rare case of investing heavily into esports. The esports scene for that game carried it back into relevance, actually, more than anything else. But, you know, lots of games just don't really make these big marketing pushes post-launch. I'd like for that to change, but I think there are ways to be creative with it. Grubby proved the way, and Hero consolidated it with the Creator Cup type stuff. That would be the way that AoE4 could try and get bigger, but I mean, maybe someone else have a shot at it. I tried. I couldn't get it approved. Maybe a bigger streamer can. So, Shushi, Knights Templar at the end is expected. English is picked by Marine Lord. That's such an ML detail. We mentioned this yesterday that we're kind of expecting it with the map draft. Does lock it in this time around. And opening map, where are we going? It's going to be Gorge to kick us off. Did I miss the Civ picker? They haven't done it yet. Don't get me heated on Total War Warhammer 3. Millions of views on edited videos and then nothing for a year. Yeah, I mean, like, Total War Warhammer 3 had a huge issue around replayability, in my opinion. It was, out of all three Total War Warhammers, the by far worst one for replayability. I'd played the campaign once and never wanted to play it again. It just didn't feel fun to engage with the chaos systems there. So that game had like different issues. Total War 3 Kingdoms with the best launch in history died within 2 years. I mean, but that's like, that then highlights another reason why publishers don't bother to market around post-launch. Because it's so much easier to get people hyped about just something brand new entirely. And also, users have become fickle. Unless you're a legacy game, people don't tend to come back to your game that regularly. You get your own little loyal base, but the reality is a lot of gamers are just hopping game to game to game, you know? It's like they're on a pub crawl. It's like there's Simon Pegg in the World's End. Next pub, next pub, next pub, you know? Like, oh, next month, a lot of us will be talking about Zero Space like RTSs, and then a month and a half after that, we'll be talking about Dawn of War, and then God knows what's after that, but like it will just keep going and going and going. How most people are, yeah, and GTA as well. Yeah, true. I've talked to several publishers that are literally they're pausing their full confirmed and committed game launch window depending on when GTA actually drops. It's like that's the problem now. It's like GTA baited everyone because they delayed again, didn't they? Towards the end of the year, November, I think. That is going to be a black hole. Like Call of Duty will probably still launch because it always does, but there'll be a lot of games that just won't be there now. They would have already moved the marketing efforts to like to Q1. Ooh, interesting draft. Shushi Roos, Puppy Paw is swinging very strong here. Marine Lord could go his Lancaster pick, but I think he learned his lesson yesterday. He didn't seem to like it that much on that map. Go Sengoku instead. They spent billions on it? Yeah, but they made that money back. I'm not a big fan of the way that GTA, like the Rockstar, is approaching their launch. I think it's a bit scummy, releasing on console first and then PC later. They're doing it because they know a lot of people will buy twice, especially people that like playing modded GTA. And that does frustrate me a bit. My follow-up concern is with them doing that approach, I think they're going to do the Grand Theft loading experience again, which I wasn't a fan of. For those who don't know, Grand Theft loading is a nickname I gave to GTA 5 online because when you play online, you spend a lot of time in loading screens when you're trying to earn money. And that was very clearly done to bait people into spending money on microtransactions. They'll never admit it. They'll say it was tech limitations. But considering that going from PS3 to PS4 to PS5 to PC, the load time seemed no different in my experiences. Or negligent difference. Definitely suggests that it was kind of it was kind of done intentionally. Load times, think about it. It's so freaking genius. They've never admitted anywhere, but like all you have to do is like sound like a tinfoil hat, but it's not. It's just very straightforward. If you're gonna spend a bunch of time, right? If you go into online, GTA Online, your goal is to basically have cool stuff. And to have cool stuff, you have to have the digital currency, right? You have to have dollars in game. To get dollars in game, you go and do things like heists. Heists is one of the most obvious ways, but heists are multi-fragmented and each require you to begin by loading into the lobby area and then loading into a cutscene, and then you have to load back into the overworld map to go do the objective, and then you load into like an end objective again, right? The amount of time you spend loading is tedious as all hell. You don't think that that's going to compel people to then spend money on virtual currency? Because at the end of the day, what I'm looking to do is play the game and enjoy the cool assets I get in game from the virtual currency. So, like, if I can drop $10 to afford like my Ferrari, I kind of prefer that to wasting, in a game session of 6 hours grinding that cash, an hour and a half at least in loading screens or more. Yeah, like I think something that people don't talk about enough is that in a very subtle way, GTA Online is one of the most egregious examples of microtransactions. But no one talks about it because it's not pay to win. You can still earn for free. But I think the way they've done it is very boring. I don't honestly prefer they just give me less cash and much faster loadings because then I'm at least playing the game. At least then I'm doing the activity like I'm playing an MMO. If you're sticking me in loading screens for like 20% of my game time, I'm more annoyed. I think a lot of people just aren't conscious of it because maybe they're doing other things, they distract themselves. But for me, that was the biggest turnoff of GTA Online. That's why I stopped. All right, one sec. I'm going to get some water. I'll put predictions up for you guys for game 1. Make $1 billion from just initial sale on 0 shark cards? Yeah, but they're not going to stop there. You don't spend $1 billion to make $1 billion. Humans are carnivorous creatures. If you give us an opportunity to eat a whale, we'll eat a goddamn whale. All right, be right back in a sec. I need to get some more. Sheesh, it's getting hot again. I brought bacon rashers because I'm hungry. Yum, yum. Is GTA fun? Hell yeah. Dude, last one you played Vice City, you missed out. GTA 4 is goated. San Andreas is the best. 5 is great. It's not really a bad GTA. Like, people cheer Valve about how good they are at making games. I hate Rockstar's monetization, but can't fault them for being consistently probably the most reliable developer when it comes to game releases, right? I'm trying to think. When was the last bad Rockstar game? Did they make Max Payne's? Did people like Max Payne 3? I always forget. Money they invest in game dev? Yeah. But, like, they're a rare point of example where, like, you know, taking your time can be very good. A lot of devs don't have that same merit because they haven't got billions to sit on. The problem our industry has, sorry, just getting ready to cast, is that there's been a very high priority for a long time on being first rather than being good. Because it's been proven to be rewarded time and time again. You can make the perfect game, or you can milk the audience first and then deliver perfect afterwards, right? You know, I see it all the time with new genres. Be the first person in a new genre, tap that, exploit that, have the forgiveness of being able to improve it. Unless you drop the ball down the line, the person who perfects it to replace you still will struggle. All right. Let's lock and load. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Elite Classic 4. That's right. It is time. Marine Lord up against Puppy Paw. This music's not hype enough. What the hell are we doing? It's grand finals time. Best of 9. Roos, the truest of tests. Chinese, a god tier Civ in the hands of a god tier player. If Roos win here, Roos is officially back. I'm gonna make the bold statement. Because they've looked pretty solid in this tournament overall. Even the game that Marine Lord had against Beastie, Roos versus China, that was the one I'd say he struggled the most with. He still won, but Roos looked pretty good. And Puppy Paw, the Canadians, they have a little bit of a different approach. I feel like they've been quicker to sniff out the value of Roos. They've been kind of on it a bit earlier than a lot of other people. So curious to see what they can do here on a map like Gorge. Gorge that is actually historically very good. He did go for the double scout opener. Did not yield more sheep, though. Marine Lord was quick on it and got the good rotation out. Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, but sometimes just going this double scout opener gives you, 70% of the sheep, potentially. Didn't happen here. But this should be a Kremlin drop, right? On the gold. Yeah, so some people are probably thinking 2TC when they start this off. I don't think every game is 2TC for Roos. This is one of those matchups where 2TC can be a little bit tricky. There's an argument towards just going for fast castle here to absorb relics, because you know your opponent's likely thinking pro scouts into fast castle. So if you just straight up go FC, you'll beat him to the punchline. And I think that's another reason why Puppy Paw came out on the deer already, just to remove value from pro scouts that Marine Lord have. And in fairness, I mean, if Puppy Paw does play feudal, he's got a really good spawn for doing so. Secondary deer stack is on the same side. Looks like he's laming his own deer in a weird way. Whoops. Oh, did we do predictions? So you guys predicted 79% for Marine Lord. It's interesting because I'm pretty sure Marine Lord said in an interview that he and Puppy Paw are pretty tight. Like this type of series that you could see going all the way. And if you know anything about Marine Lord, it's that he's one cocky son of a gun. Usually for good reason, but when he says something like that, it means there is credence to it. Or he's just hard baiting us. We're right about pathetic loading times of GTA 6. You mean 5? Yeah, GTA Online is just such a great experience until you wake up and stop being sheeple and realize how bad the load times are. There's a lot of sheep. It's even Stevens. It's just he hung around for a long time before dropping off, so. Actually, like, pretty interesting that he went deer straight away, opened second scout, and still just couldn't get more sheep. Marine Lord ended up getting 20 sheep. Puppy Paw got 19. Oh, he's trying to he actually is trying to deer shovel all the way back to the Kremlin. That's that's quite funny. Did he get in range of Kremlin? I think he's just shy, so Pro Scouts will pick that up later. 2 on gold means we should definitely be going Pro Scout. Stable drop coming in to guarantee it. And as you can see, Puppy Paw just free on the Kremlin. I actually like his approach here of being slower on the tech timing because he's just fast casting. He doesn't need to be fast into feudal if he's just FCing. Like, if he's not even stopping off for techs, there's no point being H2. This is no different than when you see a player do, for example, 1 on a mine work. I think there's maybe an argument he could have even done 2 on Kremlin. But it's a bit dangerous against China because of how quickly they can produce if they need to. So, Horseman plus Scout coming across. Pro Scout's down the way. Puppy Paw. And I love this. Yeah, so... Wait, no. He's going to pull back for that final load. That's really well played. So he just taps a little bit extra before having to leave. So yeah, he done there. Dropped and then walked. Gathers once more, then drops off at home. Really cool build by Puppy Paw. And that's almost all the food necessary now to tech up. Just needs one more food drop-off. And then needs to lock in his gold. And obviously, we're going to be looking at Abbey of Trinity here. People don't really go for the high trade house anymore. It took a long time, but it did finally die. I also think it's not just that it died, it's that people remember just how good Abbey of Trinity is. I think one thing that people slept on is when they made a change that decreased the cost of warrior monks out of all monasteries, people kind of slept on that. Because there's a value play later on in the game of like mass producing into those warrior monks as a pseudo frontline. They are very tanky and their buff is very good. Double stables. Marine Lord, of course, already preparing for the Lancer spam when he ages up. Yeah, I think we saw this out of Marine Lord and another player, actually, where they preemptively set up the stables insanely early. You know, like, they're not using them at all, but they had the stables already set up before they even began the tech up. But we're just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here for the scouts. Will it be archery or will it be knights? I'd assume archers. I think you need better trading units because the knights seems like a good play, right? You're going to be quicker on tech up, but the reality is China can catch up with the supervision. And on top of that, their economy is just better. So yeah, there you go. Archery range beginning. All right, so good old-fashioned horse archer monk build. We really do just go around in circles, don't we? Like, reminder, this is basically how the game used to play with Roos. One day we'll get back to Springolds. Please, God, no. Oh my God, could you imagine if he ended up back on Springolds? I'm just getting flashbacks to it. The thing about Age of Springald is just thinking about it. I wonder why I bothered to cast the game back then. It was really bad. Age of Springald, for those that do not know, you didn't miss anything good. You missed the worst time in AoE Force history. Imperial Palace now coming through. Always go Imperial Palace here. The meta really shifted. You're on an open map. The idea of playing Nesta Beesmass doesn't really work because it's just so widespread, even though you're against Horse Archers. What's much better against Horse Archers is being able to see any rotation miles ahead of them arriving, as he'll see all the way out to here and all the way out to here. Essentially, the central strip of the map on his side, he'll have full vision. Warrior Monk's already in the march, so first relics to be picked up. I wonder if Marine Lord will try to contest him, because the spawn is very dense north side with double central relic. Yeah, so if you just queue Lancers over there, you can get the blocker. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He knows. Vision, by the way. Oh, dear. I'm still baffled sometimes that this landmark was slept on for so long. It's so good at seeing raids. I think it was a difference in gameplay strats, right? Like, back in those days, we were playing more for the 200 pop often, especially with China. So the whole idea of the Imperial Pass wasn't as valuable. But now, where raids really can be as decisive as moment as any other in the game, of how quickly and aggressively people play, that vision is such a beautiful boon. Warrior Monk with the Yoink. Horse Archer's on their way. Lancer will have to retreat or lose his life. Yeah, quick reaction out of Marine Lord. He sees it. New wave of Lancers is coming in. He might try and contest this. I think the Scout makes it quite annoying because the Scout can block a charge in, and then if you don't have a charge, you can't really gap close Horse Archers. Steel Dowry did just get queued. Ranged armor too, though. Love this approach from Marine Lord. He's prioritizing the Blacksmith decks. It is huge. Remember, they nerfed Horse Archer damage a while ago from 12 down to 10 base. So 2 extra armor goes a long way on these Lancers. It's like Pro Scout play. Now to be intercepted before it can get onto the second deer stack. Not just that, Poppy Paw is going for those deer. Really cool. He's got some militia coming over to guard. Problem is, he needs a Kremlin fortress rather, a wooden fortress quite quick. I feel like we see this every time and Lance always wins this matchup. Agreed. Like, when they get a lot of deer, definitely. He's got, what, maybe 2.5 deer stacks maximum? Lancers are going to sneak in. Puppy Paw? Buddy. Oh, he thinks it's the militia against the scouts. That's not good. He loses the gunner. He loses the horse archer. Dive over here still distracting him. He's going to lose another horse archer. Killed what? A scout in response? Going to lose both the gremlins now. I mean, this Lancer has got a max value. And dished out max pain. And I don't know, man. The idea to come out here without a wooden fortress first was bold from Poppy Paw. He loses the deer. And that gives Marine Lord an insane advantage. All such a count in the area, not that great either compared to the Knights. Warrior Monk's going to get the touch, though, so that's pretty nice. He's hanging around quite a while here with the Horse Archers. The Villager's also coming out. And his own unit's now blocking the Foundation, but the Horse Archer snipes are pretty strong. It's going to be -1 worker. Not too bad to get 3 Lancer kills, though. Still, it's Idle trying to get his food online. Behind this, Marine Lord has got plenty more Lancers where that came from. This is just what makes China look so good in this matchup, right? It's the Pro Scouts into the production rates. It allows them to compete on raw count with a unit that costs half the price. It's pretty insane. I think the difference we have seen is exactly this on our screens. Is the Roos with the militia plays. Players have been getting a lot better at utilizing this as a reset. To buy space, to buy time. Relic count, it is going to be 3-2. Marine Lord, he crept 2 home. Oh, well played, man. The timing on that, to get 2 relics, considering how quick of a timing on cast it was from Puppy Paw, you got to be happy with that. Now, Gremlin should be chased away. Gunners are going to be sacrificed. I'm not the biggest fan of, like, chasing across with the Gunners like this, right? Like, the Gunners at 1 HP are still full value. The melee units aren't. Sending them with it, you know you're just going to be feeding. The damage isn't high on its own, independently. More Royal Onks queued. Remember, Puppy Paw gets a big discount on these. He's only paying 120 resources, most of being gold, which he now has 240 passive of a minute. That is a long and ambitious walk. Oh, wow. I just saw the berry spawn, actually. Also Pumbaa on the north side. Still, danger of doing this. You are still spread wide. You haven't fully walled in yet, right? Also, south side is a liability. Charge in, and he gets them. All right, that is now a noteworthy lead. Marine Lord up by 9 eco units. Some of them taxmen, others just worker kills as he dives in and finds another 2 right in front of the Horse Archers. Bloody hell. Okay, this is unraveling fast. Barbican's now coming on the south side. He can pull the ball back towards this 2. Full denial of resource access south side. But, you know, Puppypool's not very hard on gold right now, so that's not the end of the world. Giving over the deer definitely does feel like the end, though. It's just such a critical burst point for Marine Lord. I think if this had been 2 deer stack split, Roost is better because of their farm transitions. A lot smoother with the wood gathering food buff. But because Marine Lord got the extra runway and you didn't, it means you're adding in farm sooner. It means that he's adding in, you know, if he gets a full deer stack worth, an extra 24 knights before he's switching. Wow, more like 15-ish knights, should we say. It's still a lot of power, though. A lot of casual berry gathering. I'm kind of surprised how wide Marine Lord's now spreading. I mean, he doesn't seem to feel threatened. It's weird because you'd think when you're using horse archers like this, you should be, you know, flank raiding, you should be splitting up, be Scooby doing it, right? Looking for clues. The problem here is there's just already so many lancers that if you split up, I think it makes it a lot easier for Marine Lord to win the skirmishes. Because if you got 5 horse archers going against like 2 lancers, they'll whittle you down gradually, right? And also, it's a lot more micro-intensive for Puppypool. If you have 6 different raids going on, you have to start a step 6 different groups of horse archers. Marine Lord doesn't. Marine Lord just gets to A-click. Like, hey, look at these guys. Click, and done. Because melee don't require that. Range requires that against melee. So instead, Puppypool just focuses on the bulk up. Quad stable production from Marine Lord. Melee tech also coming in now. And a raid. Look at this. He catches him out of position. Goes on the flank. Horse archers are rushing over, but this is a lot of Lancer burn. In fact, this is too fast. Those villages, they need a repair. And you can see Marine Lord's preempting it. Surrounds him. Goes to the torch fruit. That's going to be 8 worker kills. Unless he can pull off a miracle. Structure goes down, and he full pins! Full surround! -8, and not just that, I think, did he send one around the back? He didn't. Somehow, 2 workers got out of that. I don't even know how. And now, Lancers go for the charge. Horse archers are scared away. That creates the space. He gets all of them out. Only loses 2 to 3. And now dives in towards the stone. Puppypool, he needs 2 TC, and he knows it. Yeah, Marine Lord, this is pretty much just the Beastie matchup, but Puppypool's spawn is worse than Beastie's. So, we've seen how this plays out before. He's not going to get a TC transition for free. Farm count is not that high. And the Horseman switch is now in the way. Marine Lord even prepping Military Academy to get the pump out faster. Not looking good for the poor, I'm afraid. Army value paints the ugly picture, right? Marine Lord in the lead. Excuse me. And oh wait, he crept outposts. Really smart choice here. Fortifying them as well. Spoon on placements. Horse archers don't do anything against this. Warrior Monk, that is just insane reach, by the way. Like, here, he buffs here. That's scaring back, but more lancers are coming. Spoon on placements are adding up damage too. Is he creeping additional ones in? No, he gets decapped south side. He's capturing it for himself. Looks like Marine Lord is straight up just rushing Imperial. I'm not sure it's entirely necessary. Okay, there we go. He keeps up more. Like, I don't think you need to be into Imperial lane time too soon. Because you need a good Great Wall Gate house. And there's a lot of horse archers. Puppypool. On approach now with 40 horse archers. The Horseman wave has been seen. Aren't players told to pick contrasting colors? I've got a cringy feeling that... Let me check before I say it. Nope, they're not using... Okay, I know in the past they've had this weird overlay where they can choose different colors. They're not using that. So maybe the players didn't get commed with. Because I agree, pink and red's a bit weird. Like, can someone check the rulebook? They literally have a rulebook with color schemes. So that is very weird. Then again, EGC haven't even been updating their go live at the moment. They still keep saying that they're going live with Red Bull World LoL the entire tournament. Yeah, no, red and pink are meant to be on the same side. Like, player 2 can pick red or pink. Player 1 can pick blue or yellow, for example. So I don't know why they've done that. Aren't players meant to pick different colors? Night Raid on the north. I don't know what Poppy does to get out of this right now. He's switching into knights, but it's just so many lances that 5 knights isn't really going to make much of a difference. Like, that front line dies in, like, 5 seconds, right? Marine Lord, the problem he does have is he hasn't started a farm transition yet. He's starting to run out of food. Get some more worker kills, though, right? Like, now it's 17 total in this game. And the dive. Oh, he baits him again. Pulls him full north, now dives in on the south, finds the tree line, finds the farms. He's found all the workers. Oh my. 20 plus eco kills so far in this game. And the Lancer's coming again! It's an absolute catastrophe! Oh my god, practically the entire economy not working. Nowhere to run and hide either. Marine Lord is just pulling him left and right. Like a child in a messy divorce proceeding. Mommy, daddy, mommy, daddy. At this point, Puppy Boy needs mom and dad to assist him to just stand a chance of dealing with this. It's like, if you could just get a stationary fight, nah, I don't want to say it. I don't want to lie to you guys. A stationary fight definitely wouldn't favor him. This isn't too bad. Lancers don't want to engage. Okay, they turn for it now. I mean, he pretty much ran into melee range, right? They should be engaging. Still, baits him in now. Horsuch is getting a kind of okay trade. Upside Horseman are going to be cycling in again. Bigger Force is on the way back now. Remaining Lancers are just going to head over. A heavy hit there. Is it heavy? Because when you look at Marine Lord's night count, it's held steady at 30. Happened this tournament before where one picked magenta and the other picked pink. Yeah, but it's like, it's literally in their rulebook. I don't know why they've written it into the rulebook that you have to have different colors and then they don't enforce it. Like, I'm literally looking at a page from their rulebook now. I mean, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure this is just a copy and pasted page from the 2v2 because they've got 2 colors. Or maybe it should have options. But, like, it should be blue or yellow versus red or pink. I don't know. No one cares. TC now coming in north side. Puppy Paw is going to lock in the stone. Long road to recovery, though, because this is the weak point for Marine Lord. Yes, the farm transition. But look at... Oh, my God. He's played this so well. The castle drops coming in pristine timing. As Puppy Paw now goes on a counter-offensive. Look at the shred value. Yeah, Puppy Paw is definitely favored there, but, like, this is the craziness of Chinese economy. Also, you know, yes, the destroy value is a lot higher, but we killed 26 villagers in the process. Like, if you're a Marine Lord, you're pretty happy with this. Because now it's Puppy Paw's turn to dive into emplacements with... That's Horse Archer. Yeah. That's the difference, right? Like, when you take the fight over here, you can see how it can be good for Puppy Paw because it's melee versus ranged. When you take the fight here, the fact that your melee isn't as bad because you've got the emplacements to assist you. And Horse Archers are glass cannons. This is tricky now for Puppy Paw. Still, he gets some breathing room. Farm count's currently at 15, so nothing too crazy. I think it's just been out of transition, really. Marine Lord, we haven't even seen the effect of the food income yet, right? Like, you see, it's got, what, 15 villagers walking around building farms? Once they're working, this is going to boom. Yeah, up to 2,000 food income, at least. For this kind of configuration, is what you normally see. It's going to be, how many farms in total? Yeah, 40 farms. The Warrior Monks not heal? They can, but their default interaction is to focus on attacking in combat. Because it used to be you'd A-click and they start healing. Because I remember, like, I always bring up the Dimu Core game, like, where Core lost because he wasn't getting the buff off on Horse Archers. He was basically healing one of the injured Horse Archers. So I think a few patches back, they changed it so the default behavior is if you can attack a unit, you attack it over here. Poke here. Marine Lord, no active gold gathering right now. Hasn't got enough stone for another castle. Looks like he's trying to creep for that extra stone, though. And Puppey has indeed gone for 2 TC, but like I don't feel like he's got the time. Not with the farms now set up, and now the charge coming through. Bit of an ambitious exchange from Marine Lord, maybe jumping the gun slightly here. Warrior's Monk buff is about to run out, which is reset. But now that he's got the food income from the farms, he just vomits Horseman. Triple Sacred Site is locked in for Puppey Paw. He's getting more Knights in fairness to him. And that block on the gold did slow down any ramp up further in Knight production from Marine Lord. BC streams wondering why KP's view drops. I mean, people have their preference. They're welcome to watch whatever they want. A little bit surprised he didn't stream his POV. Third place, man. Anyway, Lancer charge. A lot of standstill there, actually, for a moment from Puppey Paw, but the Horseman rotating around the back. He's looking for the hammer and anvil. Shifts north, though. Puppey Paw. He avoids the trap. But now, he's about to be put in the corner. You might not put a baby in the corner, but a puppy is acceptable. There's nowhere to run. He's stuck. The hammer and anvil is about to smash, and with that, Puppey Paw will lose his majority. Yeah, he's just trying to run now. He's not even trying to A-click through. Race towards the farms. Marine Lord will need to shift away here with the workers. Use the Seek Shelter. Mops up the 2nd Battalion there. Marine Lord now with the military lead. Puppey Paw with irrelevant food income by comparison, right? Half that of Marine Lord's. And the Horseman sticking close to him, so the idea of just start a step A-clicking, not that effective. He does get himself 9 worker kills with the ride by. That doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. And now he's diving to try and retreat through the production line. Picked to the bone, guys. 8 minutes left on Sacred Site. Half the army size. I mean, this is going to be the death push. Marine Lord just plays this matchup so well. And yeah, Marine Lord now went 2 TC, but it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need it. Because the damage done in return is going to be out of this world. He talked about feeling a bit messy with his games yesterday. Apparently, he refined it here. I thought his Chinese game was pretty good against BC's Roost, but this one was absolutely clean. Horseman now just sticking to the Horse Archers. Knights wail on anything left behind. The final charge to get the first point on the board in the finals of the Elite Classic 4. And it will be the Frenchman raising that flag. Powerful way to start off. Rus versus Chinese. You might argue China a much more powerful pick, but I think Rus is pretty decent too. I don't think it's the worst exchange in the world in Marine Lord's mind. He's got to be happy with how clean this game felt. It's just a wipe. There's about to be more workers dead in this game than there are alive. Let me know what you guys think about this. China versus Rus. I mean, has Rus got a way of playing this, or does it just feel like it's China dominant? It's one thing when you put it in the hands of someone like Marine Lord, but still. Second time we've seen this, it's always Marine Lord doing it. China don't seem to fear the boogeyman of going deep into Castle or even Imperial. Alrighty then. So game number 1 for M-Lord. Kind of a rough start there. I mean, in fairness, I don't think Puppey Paw is like completely demoralized, right? He had his Sushi pick blocked, and he baited his opponent to have to use China, I guess. Next up is going to be snipes on Lancaster and Sushi, the one we rarely get to see. Chinese Lancers 2 are one we most, first and foremost, macro RTS, right? Like, it works because China's economy is so good. It's also why resource fabrication is kind of broken. The idea of taking a limited source and tapping 20% extra out of it is very, very powerful. All right, let me get predictions rolling for game number 2. Which is weird. I had a bunch of gnocchi before we even start the stream. So, man, solo casting makes you really hungry. I'm going to take these inside. Don't want to leave them out here because they're super greasy. We're back, guys. All right, we're back. Oh, not the finals tie. Why? Ugh. I have to do it when I went to get food, didn't you? You bell. I saw the time. Why? Also, in this weather, it's just a dick move, really. Like, if we have a meat cam in, remind me to bring a trash bag that you have to wear. We'll have to meet in the summer, though. So you can be forced to wear a giant-ass trash bag. When people ask, it's like, I'll be like, that's how we ID my mods. Whoa. Ta-da. You happy? I know, it looks sexy. It's that power red, man. Shave my head bald, I can take people out and never get captured. Full Hitman vibes. Alright, let's rock it. That's not loud. A rarely seen sight here as Borderland makes an appearance in the Grand Finals. Marine Lord in the pink for the Japanese up against Puppy Paw on Jeanne d'Arc. Ladies and gents, welcome back to some Age of Empires 4. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. I haven't been able to cast these, remember. Intentionally designed this way. The gold cannot spawn behind. Apparently nowadays it can only spawn side or front, and it seems to be heavily weighed towards front from what I've been seeing recently. Wait, dude, like, no. If you redeemed an option I set up in there, like, I can blame the redeemer. That's like saying, oh, yo, man, hey, whoa. You should blame the guy who sells the guns, not the person who uses them. All right? We've all watched Lord of War. We were all on Nicolas Cage's side. Skull of Cavalry now coming in. Wonder if Marine Lord just does kind of a spear horseman spam. Is there ever a world in which you do the Coca build we saw from Poppy Paw. I don't think so, not in this matchup, because Knights are very effective against ninjas. They just destroy them. So probably getting Kura, but that gives you a lot more safety on food. He's not chopping wood, so there's definitely not a focus on fast castle here, right? Because I feel like if you're going fast castle, you're prepping the wood gathering already, so you can get an outpost up early on. Even though, yes, your opponent has got, you know, spears already. 2 spears are not going to last long against Jean and a knight. Or even Jean, actually. Jean herself can clear this. Oh, maybe about to eat my words, though. 4 still on gold. Like, so he's over-gathering gold. And the Kura, as we anticipated, is coming in. Switches on trees. So he is going... So he just delays the time on outpost gathering. Interesting. I thought he'd go a little bit slower, like 1 or 2 on wood. Especially seeing as the wasted time at the start chopping them down. So probably double outpost then. And just a boring fast castle Japan game. You'd be balding with a 4 gold like that? No, you wouldn't. You'd be picking the Dark Age rushing surf. I know what to expect out of you. I've seen your map designs. I still remember that map where it had like 8 merchant spots. I know you like Dark Age. Don't pretend otherwise. And looks like it's going to be creep to the backside gold, so it doesn't waste any time. Just wants to get the gathering going right now. Marine Lord, this is a lot of wood, actually. Maybe not outposts, because you'd be building them by now. So he is going to play feudal. Very interesting. The question then is, do you approach it with spear plus horseman or something else? I think spear horseman can be pretty powerful. It utilizes the melee teching very well. Like, your horsemen actually do decent damage against knights at that point. Gives you very easy ways of sniping Jean as well. We've seen that approach, remember, with all pikes, specifically from HRE. It's not that different, really. Oh, you don't have the movement speed on spears, yes. But in terms of the extra damage you get, you do shine quite close to what HRE is. Need moving out back in big 20s? Oh, no. I think moving out is like once a year, and then that's good. I don't think you need it more than once a year, right? It's good for the memeology, but then it's fatiguing when you see it a little bit longer. Now with Archer plus Knight, so 1-1. If you remember that game we had between Beastie and Marine Lord, where he was playing Jean, Beastie went like 3 stables and it just didn't work. Right? Because you leave yourself vulnerable to a very obvious counterplay. So you want to diversify quickly here. Especially if you feel like you're blind punting out a bit against what's coming. It is indeed going to be the stables follow-up. So Marine Lord. Tricky thing about this approach, you are going to slow down your timing into the Bannerman because you're probably going to end up spending stone on the melee techs because it's good value. In fact, he's even saved the gold necessary to go for Tatara. Wolves coming up. So Puppy just making sure that he can't be bum rushed on the backside. I mean, in fairness, the guy who done this all-in feudal strat we're talking about with ninjas as well was Puppy Paw. So he'd be aware of the vulnerability to a melee charger. And I know what people think is like, well, isn't this kind of crazy from Marine Lord? Why would you mass melee against Jean? It does sound insane, I agree. But the alternative is building archers to contest Jean, and then you don't have something else you're counter-triangling. Like, technically, archers don't even counter Jean in small numbers. Not when it's melee Jean. Whereas mass melee can surround her and kill her, is the idea. And then the horsemen counter archers, the spears counter knights. So, you know, you want to basically be able to go into a fight and burst through the threats very quickly against Jean. Because if you, for example, played Archer the Archer, that's a meat grinder. Meat grinders are the worst thing to do against Jean picks because it feeds her XP. You want something that is an emphatic strike so that you can either remove her or something powerful from their arsenal straight away. Knight creeping in. Just get scared away. Horseman might be able to get the body block, but he decides to just go for the cloak. I think Puppy Paw wants to just keep committing knights non-stop, right? I'm wondering what Marine Lord's win condition is. Likely he's looking to force archers to play defensive, and then when you least expect it, going for a dive with horsemen to raid villages. My question to that would be, why would you ever do that? right? Like if you know your opponent has horseman spears, you're always going to have your archers upfield with the knights on the edge of attacking. So then the problem Marine Lord has, the only way he really wins is if he has a very big army, like heavy outnumber. Yeah, like preferably I'd say you want about a 10, 15 military lead by the time you're looking at 30, 40 military pop, which is a bit tough to achieve, not impossible. The reason that's important, by the way, is like you want enough units to surround Jean so she can't move away in the fight while still holding back everything else. Nice snipe there. Spinman goes down. Charges across the forge. The horsemen are there to block him. Even absorb the charge, so no vulnerability on follow-up. And the spears could actually move north right now, but he's not going for it. Horseman will snipe down the one knight. Backstab attempt, only going to find a spear. I think Marine Lord is dealing with Puppy Paw's aggression very well so far. You can't win every raid fight against knights, so what he's kind of doing is just sacrificing a spear here or there, and then trying to get a kill elsewhere. Marine Lord? A little bit spooky. Yeah, unfortunate to take that much damage. The problem with taking that type of hit on a villager is now an extra charging gets a kill. So then you're like, do I walk the villager back to somewhere safer, or do I gamble? Oh, he never ungarrisoned. Whoops, Puppy Paw. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey, son. Scout is going to go down. Doesn't quite get the night kill, though. But that was very smart. You want to take out the scout here because now it's a risk if Puppy Paw dives in. By the time he can see what the workers are doing, he's going to be in range of a tower. Sucks to be that knight. Yuumi, I think, so far have been hidden. I don't think Puppy Paw ever saw that detail. Horseman. Remember what we said about riding blind here? Whoops. The rest of the army is at least rallying over here. And I think, yeah, he still doesn't switch back to the other gold. He's just camping on the backside. I like this, though. Marine Lord's essentially keeping all of his army on one screen. Nice short-range charge there. Good micro by Puppy Paw. Marine Lord. Just going to try to aggro into him with the spears. Jean now on the way to pull that aggro. Yuumi are scaring away the backline of Jean. There's a cleave opportunity here. They're trying to pin Jean. Divine Restoration's already been used. Spear switch over onto the Knights. A lot of XP for Jean. Cleave is good, and it does scare him away. A questionable fight out of Marine Lord, an expensive one as well. Yeah, Knight count's still looking really good, actually. Decent chunk of them left alive. One comes around the back there just to intercept reinforcements. Horsemen have been wiped out. Jean still rolling. Looks like she's about to get sniped, though. Final Flurry comes out. Some worker kills in the process, and now the Knights can leave. Okay, I actually think you're pretty happy if you're Puppy Paw. That outcome was overwhelmingly desirable. I'm more in favor of you than I'd say in favor of Japan. Destroyed value even supports that, right? 500 more in favor of Puppy Paw. It's kept a decent chunk of the Knights alive. Yuumi scaling is a little bit problematic here because it's quite a lot of them now. But I think if you just take a little bit of a breather and get Chivalry, wait for the heal, then go for a fight again, these Yuumi aren't going to be dishing out much damage. One thing that Marine Lord may be looking for is the Daimyo level to fix that. Wonder if there's anything else you could do. You can't just blind tech here, right? I think you want to have at least the same amount of spears as there are knights so that they can't dive your main. But then that doesn't work. Like, I don't think you can sit here in tech. You need to be more spread. So it does feel like Marine Lord has to just keep scaling. Probably towards like 35, 40 Yuumi. That does then open up a castle play. Horseman, nice micro pullback there. Gets himself a kill. Might get a second. Yeah, nicely done. And by the way, that's without Tatara. He didn't have the +1 damage. So that was a much harder kill to find. Because he needs to hit them 6 times, not 5. I say that. There's 3 of them, right? He's microing back, so the damage kind of gets shrunk a bit. That raid other side. Doesn't get the touch. So 2-2 worker kills so far. And, ooh, Puppy Paw. I was about to say, the numbers don't make sense. Jean loses you a worker, yes, but he's further behind. Did he go textiles too? He didn't. He's behind by almost 3 workers. Yeah, 27 seconds idle time. Only 8 from Marine Lord at this point. Chivalry is revealed, so he confirms it. You should expect it. You're like pretty much any game against French Knights. Once your opponent has 2 injured French... Oh, I'm moving forward to probably on the deer. Or is this for gold? That was for gold. It has to be deer, right? Yeah, there you go, down here. Needs that extra food injection. Cool thing about playing Japan, Kura Storehouse just gives you a lot of runway because you get all these extra farms for free. So Yumicom, he needs trades that don't leave him vulnerable. He's really paranoid about John. That's going to come for the Knights here. Yumi Mass is on the way. Surprise, Mother Ducker. Gets one. This is kind of frustrating, actually, the number of Yumi. Knights should be able to sweep this away normally. But I think that kind of requires your opponent to come out to you. Diving's a little bit more dangerous. It's another Knight down. Tries to commit for the burn. Yumi have got the bannerman effect now. That's going to be in. Jean. All right, guys. Yumi counter Jean. What? Recharge now from the Knights. Not good. Guys, these trades suddenly just got really bad. Oh my god. How is Mass Yumi working this well? I mean, it's the way they're fighting, right? Like, if this is open battlefield, then Yumi lose. But he has Kite. He has choke points. Like, what does John do? Geez, John done. Floating gate now on the way. 41 archers to be upgraded. I think he just rolled him. So tricky. I mean, the thing is... Where did Puppy Ball go wrong here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because the fight earlier on, it felt like a big feed by Marine Lord. I think he killed just enough Knights that, like, and done enough damage to most of the Knights that Puppy Paw got put in a blender. Because instead of going for a follow-up dive, he had to wait for Chivalry and wait for heal. And Marine Lord tapped that timing to get to Mass Yumi. If he got dove again within the next minute of that timing, he's in dire tights, right? But because of how long of a wait it has been for Puppy Paw to fight again, you get to 40 Yumi. Now Veterancy coming through. In a rush. He's also going to have Onimusha to just destroy the Knights. Not just the Knights, by the way. Melee Jean. Melee Jean gets disintegrated by Onimusha, even when she gets age 3, or tier 3, rather. Now, guys, I think the dog's been cooked. We seem to be eating in a dodgy kebab shop tonight because this dog's about to get eaten. Oof. Guildhall on the way with 16. Mass Yumi on the way to the party. Can't do anything about the outpost, but they can do something about the greed. 2 worker kills easily. Does begin to pull back. Knights were coming in behind. I don't think you're scared of these. Oh, they're going to go back the other way. Now he's got the spears with him. Those are only hardened, but Veterancy on the way. Plays the berries now with double outposts. Puppy Paw does get away with the workers while he can. He's going to get the Knights upgraded. Don't think he's going to get ranged armor too, though. Nice little dive in there. Does find a kill. Now the Archer Force has been caught. He can chase him down. Yumi are faster. Is he trying for the Jean kill? It kind of looks like it. Just kill everything. Gold workers on the front side haven't pulled away from Puppy Paw. They're going to start to do so now. Still going to lose a few for it. Veterancy for archers is a long way off. Puppy Paw has also almost tapped this dry. Only 500 gold on the back vein. Knights were trying to cycle in. Didn't find anything extra, though. And it looks like he's coming from multiple angles. Spears are pulling across, though. Veterancy is in for the Knights. Yumi will look for the snipe one by one. There's no archers here to contest the spears, though. So Marine Lord should get good value there. He chases forward of it, actually. What? And Jean, no, she's gone again. She's 6 XP short. Come on. Yumi just going for the trades with the Knights. How did he get that pin? 2 more Knights down. This is ridiculous. He's still got a huge wave of Yumi behind this. They're coming now. We just watched him crap on Jean in Feudal Age with Yuumi, and in Castle Age against Vet Knight, he does it again. You can't make this up. No ranged armor too, no bueno. No knights, no bueno. And no shot. This is turning into a stomp. Game 1 was clean. Game 2 felt borderline BM. Oh my god. All right, guys. Quick day then. Quick day. Oh my god. This is looking petit bad. Yeah, you're gonna need to rally fast here, man. What's he got in mind next? Oh, I haven't got into game yet. So next up, Sengoku sniped, Shushi sniped. It's Deli versus Ayabids. Is this Lippany? I think this might be Lippany. Could be Coastal too, but Lippany seems likely. Ayabids can be pretty good here, though. Early camel healing into 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, and then you gauge the position, right? I think Deli might have a play with Tower of Victory, but it's very hard to press quick enough to stop Fast Castle. Marine Lord with a point to prove after land is really locked in. Yeah, dude, we found his weakness. You just need to, like, find his food and sprinkle something weird on it. Oh, bless him. I mean, I feel bad for him not feeling well on that land. But, I mean, at the same time, like, B earned that victory. He done a bloody good job. Alright, they're getting a lobby now. Yeah. I wonder if Tower Victory is a bait against Ayabids. Some people have been exploring these new TOV builds, but I think Dome of Faith might just be the safer way to play against camels. Marinelord can only play Jin in all tournaments? Yeah, true. He should have to at least draft it, right? Like, we need to give him a handicap. He should have to first pick draft Jin. We've solved it. He'll never win again. Wait a second, he's winning. Nani? Alright, I think they just loaded in. There we go. Lippany? I know my maps. Yeah. Do I Red Bull? Do I Red Bull? Yeah. I mean, in fact, I need to bump my Red Bull guy. I was meant to be like this. It's kind of annoying. It keeps happening. I'm meant to be on like a regular package delivery, but then they never turn up. It's big Sag. To RB or not to RB? Always Red Bull. I know it looked really good versus BC2. Just rewatched the end of the series, but the Drongo fanboyism is real. Oh, what you mean in his interview? Dude, I'm telling you. Like, you know, if we were, like, if Anno was at the first Red Bull Wall, he would have been there in the crowd. Like, you know, would have whipped his shirt off. Would have said, "Drongo, I love you," and he would have like full on hold the shirt up at Drongo. Would have slapped me in the face unintentionally, and I would what the. And he'd be like, "That's for Drongo." All right, so Marine Lord with the Dob. Only 1% predicted on Marine Lord. Whoops. All right, 5-minute prediction. There you go. I'll run a minute of ads now, so we don't get them in game. Dude, my elbow got scuffed so bad. Still looks pretty bad, actually. Okay, it doesn't look that bad on camera, but it looks bad up close. Ugh. So, basically, I slipped. Oh, my son, he's fine. He was absolutely fine. I saved him. But I got one of those... dude, how to describe it? You know when you get a graze, which makes it sound really underwhelming, but it's like one of those annoying stinging grazes where you don't actually pierce the skin. You guys know the ones I'm talking about? Where, like, it is the tiniest nanometer from ripping the skin, and it would be better if it just ripped the skin. Because now, like, that what tiny piece of skin remains is pushing up against the, like, the burn of it and just stinging the crap out of you. It's one of those pain in the ass ones. Just give me a deep cut any day. All right, maybe don't say it like that, but you know. All because my goddamn son, Soak, decided to walk into my studio. Putting KP anywhere but S tier and A before tier list is sus. I mean, like I said, yeah, it's everyone's opinions, you know. Different people like different casters and whatnot. We just need to walk away with the notion that every single caster, including me, is D tier. And then because we're all D tier, we just tell ourselves that means we can keep improving and being better. And that's it. Might have memed a bit. Yeah, I was talking about earlier. I also with Litter D. I think Anno was being honest in his opinion on that one. So I think the challenge is like in some people's minds that like Litter wasn't really. I think they said this on the stream, or like I remember being told this. Like the problem was like. People said that I don't play the game, but at least I watch all the games. And it felt like at the time when he'd done that tier list, Litter wasn't really watching the game anymore. Which was fair. He wasn't. But I don't know. Maybe he's back. Like I said, there's a Polish LAN that I think he desperately wants to get a slot on. So might be now see Liddicore back as a regular on EGC again. I mean, if he wants it, he can get it, right? Like, he makes the caster roster. Anyway, let's get ready to roll. Game number 3. Need to switch the score around. Ibids versus Delhi. The battle of the Ghazi Raider and the Camels commences. And this starts to feel like do or die. A best of 9, still some runway. But going down 3 games to start a grand finals? When do you ever see a comeback from that? It's a brutal road to recovery, so Delhi needs to get Puppy Paw back on that road fast and early. We head into Lipany for G number 3. The Canadian in the yellow and the Frenchman in his team's pink. 2 pretty solid picks from a map like this, but Ibids have been looking pretty hot of recent. Always the sieve that livers on by unnoticed and proves so potent with so obvious of a build. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. AoE4 action. I mean, this is cool. I think Delhi have a few new options with Tower Victory coming back in as a viable meta option. But when I've seen it in this matchup, I legit think it's a bait. You've got to at least believe you can be the best at doing it, even if you're not currently the best. Because if you don't believe you can become the best, then there's no point doing it. That's my mentality, right? And, like, maybe that's the wrong mentality to have because, like, you can still coast being mid-tier or whatever. But do you think Puppy Paw competes because he thinks he can be a top 4 player? Or because he thinks he can one day be number 1? Right? Do you think Anatan's put all those hours in because he thinks he can be a top 8 player or because he can be number 1? He's aware he's not there yet. But they're living proof of that journey and how you can get there. And, guys, we're going to find out if it is a bait. Tower Victory's coming through. I've been a bit skeptical of this in certain matchups, and I think Ibids is one of them because of the fast castle potential. Yeah, because if you're going Tower Victory, you're playing slower pace, really, because you're focusing more on infantry than Ghazi. If you do that, your opponent should be able to tech, but in fairness to Puppy Paw, it's not a great spawn for Marine Lord. Ford Gold gives the option to aggro. KP versus Camion. You know what? Before I saw him in action, I would have been worried. But ever since we played War Alert together... Okay, I'm gonna stop teasing. Are we, like, practicing for a week before we engage, or just blind doing it? Game was too simple for you, no challenge? If it's simple, why did you lose all your units straight away? These free TC boomers that don't know how to micro. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Will we get multi-TC when you reach Castle out of Ibids? I feel like it's been growing in popularity again. We already have a big difference, though. He went growth. This used to be a popular detail in the Delhi matchup, but it kind of shriveled away in favor of Dervish. I think this is like an ultra-fast castle build. He's already got the wood gathered up, so if he wanted, he could drop an outpost here and then play for fast castle. I mean, if he was going to, though, why has he not dropped it yet? No, he's going to aggro. Okay, he's going to build units. Very interesting. I mean, you can build a Desert Raider or two to raid with, right? I'm curious how far he takes this, because I remember Marine Lord was the guy who discovered the original counter build with Ibids against Delhi on this map 2 years ago, where you'd open up with 2 or 3 dervishes, maybe add in a few archers or spears, but then you just tech. You made it look like you were going to play all-in feudal, and you baited Delhi to play a bit more defensive and prep for it, and then you just tech beyond them. Do it right after the series, no practice time? Oh no. I'm rusty. That's not true. I was destroying impossible AI offline yesterday. Like, day before. It's like I said, right? Like, I thought about it because I was getting really bored. I actually came, like, this close to actually streaming, playing AoE4. But, like, I remember just doing it against the bots, easily beating them, but being like, man, not the cleanest. The muscle memory thing of, like, checking villager production and macro, you have to get used to. Also, I think something that people don't realize is, like, when you spend thousands of hours casting Age of Empires 4, you distinctly look up here for your resources. You don't look down here. So I had it where, like, I wasn't clocking that I was holding a lot of wood because I didn't see anything up here. Mass Kazi versus Mass Horseman. This is a bit weird from Marine Lord. Not a single Desert Raider, right? Like, I thought he'd be adding in one by now to give the debuff. Isn't this just a worse version of Delhi? Because you have 3 extra workers, great, but at the same time, you know, he's got blacksmith techs coming in sooner. He's going to have all these eco techs for free. Did he activate Golden Age 1? He has now activated that. That's a big boon. 10% extra that your opponent can't get. Some community co-op stuff on the new Crucible. Yeah, that could be fun. I actually played a lot of Crucible behind the scenes pre-launch. I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. I think it got a bit monotonous in some ways, like, you know, too tower defensive. But it had some cool potential. I think it's very, very hard to make a very good co-op experience for replayability. I noticed that when I was playing the Zero Space ones. I think StarCraft 2 still set the gold standard. I mean, it's the fact that you had all these unique factions. Like, you literally had one faction that was the equivalent if Jean had a whole team of heroes. It was was it Tychus's team, I think it was. You played as, like, you know, basically this criminal gang. And that was actually my go-to. I ended up buying that squad so I could just keep playing them. Very fun. No flash here. Desert Raider's in there. That's a bad fight for the Ghazi, even if it was equal numbers. Does back away. Raid into the base in the meantime, though. Does not get a worker kill. Heavy damage done. And remember, this is really important. Because it's a Tower Victory build, Puppy Paw doesn't actually have many scholars. So the idea of pulling back in healing is not as effective here as if you went General. It kind of actually spells a better outcome for Marine Lord in a weird way. I think he's cooking with this. I mean, it seemed negligent. You know, it seemed... Isn't negligent the word I'm looking for? Self-negligent to not get healing if you're going to play long feudal. But now it kind of makes sense. Horseman, nice dive in here. Goes straight for the archers. He's tugging the Desert Raider to try and trade it out. He's clubbing down. Won't get the Ghazi finishing touch. Debuff is now removed, and Horseman will need to leave. I I think that was a pretty good trade for Puppy Paw. Lost, what, 3, maybe 4 archers, but kills a Desert Raider, Horseman, and the Scout. Really well played by him. And now Sacred Sites being obtained is going to boost his economy. Game's starting to look a lot better for Canadian fans. I couldn't decide if to say Canada or Canadian there. Yeah, you know how we were talking about marketing efforts for AoE4 earlier and like how they could actually help the game. The upcoming Crucible is a perfect example. Like, you put me in charge of marketing for Age of Empires, I'm releasing that Crucible co-op mode, and I'm putting a bunch of bounties up. I'm putting a leaderboard up, and I'm saying the top 10 in the first month get a prize. Right? Turn it into an event that the community then stacks hours in, because then you get people who like streaming the game but don't normally. They'll come and play it because now they've got like a financial gain while having fun. I don't know, man. These details to me are like, they seem simple, but they're always neglected. It breaks my heart. Ooh, nice idea there. He tried to bait him into a small choke to surround the first wave. Does see the archers left alone and exposed. That's a really good find. Power of Victory only affects infantry, so getting rid of these is pretty big. Now Archer and Archer. Desert Raider's trying to come back in. The archers are keeping an eye on him. Marine Lord has to step back. Sacred Sites are now all locked in, though. This is getting a little bit awkward for Marine Lord. He's walling himself into the corner to be able to get to the deer on the east side. 4 deer are a little bit more risky. Doesn't seem feasible. Has got berries over here. No outpost is a bit of a gamble. I feel like MS marketing always looks for the best thing to do for the game and then just does the opposite. I mean, like, I'll say I've heard rumors. That's all I'll say. The rumor is not many people outside the marketing team like the marketing team. But it's just rumors, so like, legend. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that much. I feel like big companies... Marketing is very weird when you talk about big companies. Almost feels like instead of having simple ideas, you have to have this extravagant idea because your budget could be so big. And then the extravagant ideas are less impactful than half-sized ideas. So Sacred Site decap. Is it possible here? I'm getting worried that Marino's running out of time. Like, very fast running out of time. Mass Horseman doesn't seem to be working. And more so, Puppy Paw now has the goal to start inflating Scholars. They'll become part of the fight soon. Mass comes in here. There is a Desert Raider in the mix, and he's not being target fired down. Archer's now showing up, but good micro. Marine Lord, he keeps the lingering debuff. It's not going to be enough, though. The Ghazi overwhelm him. And the TOV Archers should be good enough to break this. Yeah, no flank raid coming. Marine Lord looks dead. He had a good punt at it, but Tower of Victory, actually not a meme. It's a dream. I mean, not a fast castle build, right? I do wonder if in hindsight, could Marine Lord have done that? Or did he always feel like this Ford Gold was cursed? I kind of see where he's coming from, that he needed to build military. But it felt like he got shoehorned into a direct engagement gradually that was just favoring Puppy Paw all the way towards him. I mean, he had that one good raid attempt. I think this is the critical detail. Sorry, no, it was here, wasn't it? Marine Lord went in for a dive with a Horseman, and his Desert Raider got counter-sniped. Once that's removed, the Ghazi are just unlocked, and they win the fight. Went Logi, this would have worked out better. I think Logi requires you to commit a lot more hardcore if you're going to do this, right? Because you need to make sure every trade is worth it. And I think his paranoia might have been if Dome of Faith would have been bad, but like, yeah, because it wasn't Dome of Faith, I could see Dervish being nice. The paranoia is still like your opponent's always going to build archers, so the idea of using Cambulances doesn't work very quickly in the field. I think the big difference in my mind is that Castle's your best friend, and you haven't been returning her calls. Right, like we're 13 minutes in. Castle Age just seems like that friend that's been your friend since you were like high school together, and it's been 20 years, and they've always loved you, and you've never recognized them. Also known as basically the foundation of pretty much every American high school movie ever released. House of Learning with 20. Pop ball with 8 scholars means he's got good tech timings too. Good map control. Scholars could also rush out towards the relics right now if he wants to. He's got enough of them. Marine Lord looks pretty dead. I mean, he can't fast tech, right? He can queue it up, but it's going to be a long wait. Several Ghazi going down is a nice start for Marine Lord. I'll give him that. Veterancy is going to take a minute 20. 3 Desert Raiders, so debuff hard to remove. What are we looking at? Logistics would be too late now, right? It's advancement. He knows it. Okay, that is actually a painful but correct call. You hate to have to do this to get no big, clear merit buff, but like you're too late otherwise. Let's try to burn the outpost. Veteran Seas is still a minute away, so that could be -5 workers. Pretty big deal, actually. The Ghazi do step up. Villagers aren't going for repair. They are stuck in the middle of the fight, and the Ghazi get the commit. Lancer's also in there now as well. A tragic fight from Marine Lord. He snipes out the workers, but that means the cavalry are most definitely now going to lose here. Yeah, has to back away. Tech up 58 seconds out. Get a few hundred res effectively. Yeah, but come on, let's compare it to other things, right? In this position, this is a, uh-oh, I need to recover, right? Like, have Desert Raiders for free, really strong returns. Even Bazaar has some potential. He knows the timing's just too important. And he queues up mass Desert Raiders, but wait, what? Okay, I kind of get it. You see Knights, you need to slow them down, but Puppy Paw is equally building Archer and Lancer. Desert Raiders doesn't save you here. Desert Raiders just puts the final nail in the coffin. Especially with Veteran Ghazi already in. Yeah, he's just going to get sniped down now. Ghazi, it's not even close. They just disintegrated that front line. Delhi still pretty damn good, and Canadians still a vicious beast on them. Let's go. No stomp. Whoop, whoop. More games, anyone? More games? More games? All right, GG's coming. Have fun. I mean, that's good. I wanted to see at least a little bit of back and forth, right? Oh, wow. Preferably, we want to see a lot. Game 1 and Game 2 suggested we weren't going to see any. Looks like we're probably going... Is this 4 Lakes? 4 Lakes or Kawasan. We've got Puppy Paw with an Abasa pick. Tuklak got sniped. A Marine Lord with Mongols. Knights Templar get sniped. I reckon Kawa. Yep, Kawasan. It's the Abba pick. I don't feel like Abba's as good on 4 Lakes as it is on Kawasan. It's very good on Kawa. Because you get the super cheap docks. You also can play Military Wing into Ram play. Against Mongols, maybe not as effective. Maybe with the spear upgrade, the increased spear range could be pretty effective here with Boot Camp. Because my thought is this is just going to turn to mass Keshiks as quickly as possible. Let's get prediction sorted. Game 3 to Puppy Paw. Start predictions for game numero 4. Trying to think what you do here is Abba. Do you even try to gamble on the dock? Because technically, what you could do, because usually a Mongol player is going to try to dock straight away, right? He's going to Uvu and then dock. If you get a tree line tight towards a dock location, you can dock and then wall yourself in, and you're fine. If you wall wide enough, you'll even cover a shoreline fish, so the villager can stay. And then you just bulk up, right? And the dock investment's so cheap that you can afford that. That's the crazy thing, right? Because you only spend 75 wood. You can afford to then straight away go into walls in a way that a lot of civs can't. They'd be a little bit stretched thin. Because the alternative is you go for a fast feudal or melee. That can also be really impactful, guys. Because if you bait a Mongol player into doing double dock, and then you play fast feudal, you get access to 2 archers, 2 spears. They can build a ram, and then you delete the enemy's docks. In fact, this was one of the most popular builds for Abbasid Ayyubids. It was getting them like 6-minute GGs out of people, because, you know, with Ayyubids in particular, had the advancement wing play, which allowed them to just basically double dock and then vomit out boats straight away to block you. Or like, I think back then it was Desert Raider, and the Desert Raider would run over and build the ram. Yeah. Is it the right way around? No, it's not. God damn it. All right, Puppy Paw, win this game so I can put it to 2-2 and then not have to care. Ooh. ABBA may seem like a meme, but they might be a dream here. One and all, welcome back to your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Puppy Paw up against Marine Lord in grand finals here. Map is going to be Kawasan, aka the 2 small ponds. And Puppy Paw has picked Abbasids on a map where they should be feared. But Marine Lord has gone for the S tier. In fact, he had 2 S tier picks here. He had Mongols and Knights Templar to choose from. Mongols, a pretty big threat. Usually a greedy threat, though. It is going to be a dock drop by him as well. And it is a discovery by Marine Lord. Now, does that change anything here? I think he still goes docks. Yeah, because the problem is if you go Rax Rush now, technically Puppy Paw could set up 2 docks on both sides, right? And then just kind of waste your time while teching. So I'm assuming we're just going to get both players playing greedy. No Dark Age shenanigans. This is what I think is really cool about ABBA pick here. On a shared pond, you just get Dark Age Rush. It's too dangerous, too risky. But on split ponds like this, especially if you're going to separate ponds, it's not really worth Marine Lord going for Rax over just building his own economy. And it does get scattered out. So he'll feel relatively safe. Because there's a very, 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 very tiny likelihood that Marine Lord would go Rax while building fishing as well. It's pretty slow. And the Abbasids, if they see that happening, they can just slow down fishing production and then just mass food on land to tech faster. So yeah, it's just... I don't think it's that worth for Marine Lord to contest. First fishing's already queued. Nice little detail there, by the way. Puppy Paw walked home with his villager. Not the biggest fan of that. He's a little bit paranoid maybe there's Dark Age Rush coming, but now you have the situation where Marine Lord just has a worker out here gathering food the whole while, buffing his economy. While Puppy Paw had a long walk back into a worse food gathering option. So, what are we expecting in this game? Typically with Abbasids, you look for Military Wing to go H2. Because by going Military Wing, it gives you an ability to ram down the enemy docks, as Abbasids already have access to the siege engineering tech by default. They don't need a blacksmith, they don't need to buy the tech. So as long as you got the wood, you can build a ram. And that puts Mongols at quite the impasse. Unless they were playing Dark Age, they don't really have anything to contest that. It's interesting as well, because like there is a world in which Mongols are better served playing the Dark Age. Because of the fact they can build horsemen. Because they can build horsemen, Military Wing isn't as big of a threat, because in the Dark Age, you can have spear and horse, which together counters out Military Wing. Speak of the devil, and she shall be received. Millie Wing queued in. All right, here we go, boys. It's Silver Tree time. I feel like it's going to be a cold day in hell before I see Silver Tree on this map again. Yeah, considering that you get trade posts spawning right next to your base, it's just not a very good option. And Deerstone's really nice because of the tug and pull of the center. It just creates this back and forth dynamic where because you're in a thin choke point, or finish, the aura battle is a advantageous detail. Because it can't really be avoided. If you want to avoid my auras as a Mongol player, you have to walk all the way around the sides. Which is like double the walk distance. Villager coming out from Puppy Paw. Second dock, maybe? It's an interesting thought, actually. Double dock here. Well, I would have thought he'd be docking the enemy side because he has melee wing. But no, he's just going to safely secure his own food. Interesting choice. Does get scouted immediately by Marine Lord. Because, like, the thing is, Marine Lord should not be able to stop him going across here at all, right? Like, your scout is here to harass the Khan. And on top of that, you've got military units coming out soon. He just takes the safety over the gamble, and as a result, Marine Lord says, screw you. Yeah, okay, I'm not liking this so much now for Puppy Paw. Was this an intentional bait to now force an investment that he can destroy here, i.e. build a ram and get rid of this? Because to me, this looks like a vulnerability now. But double fishing bulking up. He has just scouted what's on the other side. Needs to save up for a boat. The problem here... Yeah, okay, good. He switches archer ship. I was about to say, he's about to have more fishing than he can actually hold safely. Maybe that's the thought, is like Puppy Paw knew that this second pond play was coming, so he wanted a second dock, so he has 3 more safe spots for fishing boats. Marine Lord, it's just gonna be... Oh, this is so crafty. He's not over-investing, guys. It's naval arroslets. So this is now a annoying, long-to-kill detail for Puppy Paw. Unless he goes to the ram, which is on the way. I wonder, does Marine Lord now build military? He does! He's got Keshiks! Oh, this is such a big brain read. I love this. 2 Keshiks will be able to beat 2 Dark Age Spears. He doesn't have Feudal Tech coming in. If you lose the Spears, you lose the Archers. If you lose both of those, you're definitely losing the Ram. And an Archer ship's going to struggle to dive underneath an Arrowslit's dock. This is such a sick series of events by Marine Lord. And this, by the way, is a firm reminder as to why when you play Mongols, you always build Uvu first. Because of this. The flexibility. Naval Arrowslits if you got Seaside. Keshik's opening. It's all great. He does see now where the Ram's at. Keshik steering over. Archer ship's also out. This is rough. You can't get the kill now, right? Scout also about to get denied. Puppy Paw playing a bit blind. And the Keshik, the moment you come out with spears here, it's just a waste of Ram. So minus wood. Keshiks are also healing more than they're taking damage, it feels like here. And the spears do come out. They get stabbed there, but that's going to be rammed down. Khan also sidesteps. He baits him perfectly. Gets the club down. Keshiks with the mop up. And grim tidings now for Puppy Paw. Wow. Not just that, Puppy Paw just started investing in more spears. So it's not like this was a sunk, gone cost, move on, right? Like, he wants to keep committing spears. Marine Lord also saw that. He'll know how to do basic arithmetic at this point. So archery range should be coming in. Boat side. Looks like they are mirrored. Oh, and the sails. Nice connect there. Damage done. None in response. Backline now. Ultra low. It's going to be a dive to try and deal with the archer ship. That's going to trade out against the fishing boats. The Spear shots are shooting there. So it's going to be 1 fishing boat down. And backstab coming in now from Spear Archers. Spear is outnumbered, but Demo Ship is going to come in big here. He goes for the split. Ends up losing 1. Archer ship now cubed behind this. He's trying to use the Spear shots onto the land units. He knows he's going to lose the boat here. Should be able to bring that spear within 4 HP of death. So Keshiks, there's only 1 left alive. Yeah, he just lost 1 over here. This is a lot of spear spam actually from Puppy Paw. And a lot of idle in the fishing, right? Like 1/3 of his fishing economy is repairing. Has got a bit of burn power here. More spears on the way. And new new spring ship coming out. Archer production has just begun. It's a triple-double production. This is going to be a powerful punt. Khan also reducing this burn damage a bit. New Springwood out. Starts to snipe onto the spears. Turns quickly onto the archer ship. Demo just got cubed by Puppy Paw, but it's not here right now, guys. Yeah, and that's going to be... Oh, no, it switches fishing boat. Can he get the follow-up shot? He can't, he can't. Good micro. Puppy Paw, he's min-maxing the edge here. Gets the repair. Warjunk has to retreat. Archer ship's following this up now, and Archer backstab is there, so that's going to be spears going down. And now the demo gets the connect. Still can't kill this Doc, though. It's just so expensive to get rid of. Archer's Keshiks will get the mop up on the infantry. A little bit ambitious, actually, with the Keshik hanging around like that. Doesn't quite get sniped. Archers do get mopped by the archer ship. Demo now coming out. Bagler. No, he turns on the fishing. Arislis can get a double kill. Maybe a triple. They're circle jerking. Wait, no, he just killed all of them. Maybe? It switches. He keeps one fishing alive. This is such a scrappy game. Just feels like Puppy Paw has been chain feeding spears into this, but shows you the power of Abbasid economy, right? The 15% buff to all gathering has been carrying him through this vomit of units. His destroyed value definitely in favor of Marine Lord. Doc now getting repaired. Tries to dive in, regrets it, has to back away. Archers intercept. It's more feeding. Okay, Puppy Paw just feels like he's in a bit of a limbo now, guys. Like, at this point, we are ultra feeding spears. He did at least win the boat warfare here. That's the dicey part, right? But I think now Marine Lord just turns this into a land aggro. I mean, look at the boat investment, right? Like, Marine Lord has clear land advantage. Wall's going to be coming up. Keshik is going to creep in before that, though. And, oh, the archers are going to shoot over. Spears chase away. Archers now take the place of that as they aggro in. That's going to be -1 worker. Has got the Falcon punt. Tries for a second. Does get it. So 2 land kills. The Falcon also still reveals, guys. He can keep doing this. This is why Mongols are toxic with tree lines. The Falcon punt is so powerful. Okay, fishing's now settled down as the dock's gone, but look at the lead. Marine Lord's up by 5 fishing boats. He's got eco advantage. Switch into more gold now from Puppy Paw. Potentially a fast castle play here. I'm a pretty big fan of that. Your opponent's going to have Keshik, so you want to get access to either like crossbowmen or heavily armored units of your own, right? For Marine Lord, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more archer spam here, as it is the bread and butter of every good Mongol game. If you build archers, it sets up Kurotai. Kurotai sets up Wincon. Of course, the beautiful thing about playing water, a crap ton of Keshiks to boot. Yeah, I think definitely the right idea here of just adding more archers, though. Like, if this was a different Civ, you could probably get away with just spamming Keshiks. But Bassids have better spearmen. The spearmen have more health from boot camp if he goes for it. And then also, if they get to Castle Age, they have camels. And they can even build a camel archer at this point for the debuff. Nice micro there. Wow. Got the funnel strike and got away. And he got another worker kill. The Falcon is winning this game, man. I mean, Pigeon's still the best bird, but Falcons are coming in pretty clutch. Keshiks have to block on the retreat. Archer ship is nearby, so that's going to scare him off. Does get the horseman. Puppy Paw almost ready to start attack. Dicey position, though. Always remember, when you look at Puppy Paw's military count, 9 of this is on sea. Only 3 of Mongols is. And he goes Culture Wing. Okay, so no Admin Wing. No, he doesn't go for the buff gathering rate, interestingly enough. Guess he wants Preservation of Knowledge. Horseman rotating around. And now switch up. Marine Lord, a lot of people on gold. 15. He's got 3 Keshiks queued up. But he could easily pivot into castle now. And this is a best of 7. Sorry, best 9. My brain. Best of 9, so first to 5. Yeah, we start the day with a best of 5. For 3rd place, best of 9 grand finals. Marine Lord, he's getting ready for it. This is going to be a powerful Kurotai. 20 archers. More than that by the time he techs, right? Plus the Keshiks to boot. And remember, this number is going to flourish fast because it is fishing behind it. Lord marches in again. Guess what we're going to do, guys? Press 1 button, win game. Press one button, win game. There we go. 2 more worker kills. Oh, the difference it makes. Actually, did he punt Falcon? No, he didn't. I think there was a gap here that he was seeing through, which is even more disastrous. But now he can punt Falcon again. Oh, this is so toxic. Shiv's out from the workers because horsemen are not as threatening. So Puppy Paw techs first. Rainlord not too far behind, though. Archery range is being prepped. Puppy Paw, is he thinking about composable archers, maybe? Speaking of which, archers dive in again. We'll just have to deal with the horseman for now. A little bit of idle being forced here, but Kurotai soon to complete, and the dive is heading on through. First Lancers are about to be spawned. Rainlord will now need an extra 30 seconds to get his Keshiks upgraded. Archers will take a whole minute. Kurotai will pack up and start to move across. This is looking bullish. Yeah, fishing burst as well. Notice at 21 to 14. It's going to be an overgather from Rainlord, but that's fine. He's playing for a timing here. 18, 19 minutes is his breakpoint. That's where he's looking to overwhelm Puppy Paw in a direct fight. With Kurotai, with probably about 20, 25 Keshiks, 30 archers, it's feasible at this pacing. And it's actually really scary. Then you add in the armor arrow. Armor arrow is just incredible for these type of bouts. Like, because you have burst now. With Kurotai, you have the DPS to kill, and with the armor arrow, you have the ability not to die. That's an insane combo. Horseman dive, not going to be that impactful. We'll at least get the 1 worker kill. The army now posturing. Calm will snitch by shooting early. Archers get some more shots in, though. The Falcon punt reveals. A nice peel there. Just 1 Keshik to chase over. Unguarded workers here, guys. He's going to have to shift away and starts the burn into the base. Keshik. Going to get another one. This is a lot of hemorrhaging right now from Puppy Paw. And he can illy afford it. Not just that, more workers being found with the spears. No! The movement speed arrow gets him across. So spears will be cleared. Then Keshik's can mop up 3 more. Guys, it's just all unraveling. This is why Mongols are so good in pro play. People understand where they work well. Like, Mongols is an underwhelming civ on land maps quite often. For certain matchups. But you stick them in anything involving fishing, and they do this every time. They're about a 90% win rate in this tournament with 10 plus picks. They are no joke. Despite what Pub Stomp players will tell you, they are not underwhelming. They are just situational, and when you get that situation, they do not look fair. Lancers are getting a good trade against the archers here. Keshik should start to mop this up in the second part of the fight. Crossbow switch now come from Puppy Paw. Good block, actually. The Lancer stops the Kurotai from being able to participate, but it just doesn't matter. GG gets called. Mongols remain #1 civ by far in this tournament. Damn. Guys, when I say by far, I mean by far. So, like, in terms of win percentages, they finish at, I think, about 86% win rate. The next closest was Marlians at 70%. And Shushi at 67. Oh, 69.2 and 67.7 to be specific. And people told you Mongols was dead. Fools. Nah, they're a good civ. I think Mongols, like, if they ever got a land eco buff, they'd probably start dominating everywhere again. I think what's also made them super effective in most scenarios is, like, walling has become less and less popular as time has gone on, right? Used to be the walling was something you done very early on because people didn't know how to optimize early game because new game, need to learn it all, right? But with the nerfs to walling in conjunction with people getting better at using small groups of units, I think Mongols took advantage of the fact that walling is seen as a lost point much easier in games than it used to be. I.e., like, if you do it, you've conceded something big. So next game, Ottomans versus Golden Horde, King of the Hill. Ooh, this is kind of a cool matchup. Yeah, both of them are big brawlers. I do favor Ottomans a bit more than Golden Horde usually in this. Snipes was Marine Lord's House of Lancaster and Puppy Paws Shushi. But like the idea is Ottomans can brawl for a very long time because they've got healing, they've got the meta, their Sipahi have good stats. I think they still look for an out into castle sooner than Golden Horde though. But the cool thing is like if Golden Horde goes to Castle Age, they usually go for the ranged armor on heavily armored units. What's interesting about that is like Ottomans in this matchup can mostly focus on building Sipahi, which means the ranged armor buff doesn't do much. I also think that Ottomans have some good answers against that dive point of Golden Horde, even in the Feudal Age. If you're worried you're going to get dove, just save for extensive fortifications, which is a tier 2 vizier point. And that tier 2 vizier point destroys Tortugud. Yeah, because what you're doing is in a dive, you know, whatever your normal number of damage done would be, I think it's something like, I think it's reduced down to 1 actually. So like TC would normally do like 1 damage, but if you get the extensive fortification, the TC, each arrow shot outside the main one, the garrison spots, will do 4 damage instead of 1. So 4 times the damage. I don't think you can actually dive Ottomans if they prep that. Yeah, because it's going to be 4 times 15. So you take 60 damage every like 2 seconds. And Tortugud have about 250-ish HP. They're going to die in like 10 seconds, basically. Which, with Tortugud production rate, you can produce how many a minute? I think it's like you can produce 2 a minute. So you lose 6 a minute and you can produce 2 a minute. The maths doesn't make this sound very good for a Tortugud dive. But obviously, like, we have to get to that. It has to happen. We'll have to see. Oh, did we do predictions? I don't think we did. I was like sitting there, I was like, what have I forgot to do? All right, predictions now, guys, for game numero 5. God, this is kind of just making me want to go play retro games. Need to get our vibes, though. Those are my vibes. Oh, how's that Project Zeta game been doing? I don't know. The devs tried to hype it up to me, and I feel like nobody's been talking or playing it. So presumably not very good. It's basically a third-person MOBA, from what I can tell. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone talk about it at all, really. Oh, gonna run a minute of ads, by the way. Getting them out of the way now, while we can. Trying to think how King of the Hill changes this matchup. That's interesting, actually. All right, we're gonna dive into this. The things I was saying about Ottomans being good might not be relevant. I'll dive into why. One and all, welcome back to the channel for some more Age of Empires 4 action. I was so confident, so excited for the Ottoman pick into Marine Lord's Golden Horde. And here's why. Ottomans is a great brawling civ. It's a great defensive civ when you get dove by Tortugud. But I think some of the defensive options may have been removed by the map. We are on King of the Hill. A map where defending in the corner isn't as impactful because of that Sigrid on the high ground. Makes me wonder if it flips the script in favor of a mid-map aggressive Civ like Golden Horde. Let's find out as we hop into game number 5. Reminder, this is the best of 9 grand finals. First 2-5 wins. Marineland just 2 games away from thrusting another S-tier trophy. You'd think he has enough of them. You'd think he doesn't need more of them. Meanwhile, Puppypaw just always chasing the dragon, right? Feels like more and more these days, Canadians being the bridesmaid and never the bride. I mean, he's got some S-tier tournaments, right? He won the EGC Masters Finals 2025. That was his first ever 1v1 S-tier tournament. So he's not a stranger to this anymore. But too often is it for everyone being pipped at the post by Marine Lord. Golden Horde, definitely one of the more aggressive civs that we've seen. The most aggressive civ, you'd argue. But when we saw them here earlier today, they did play for an ultra-greedy Relic Uvu's build. Will Marine Lord follow suit? Or is he going to be playing full aggression? Ford Uvu's already, and that's a good sign for the military school opening, as it does give Puppypaw an option, a clear target of something to deny away from Marine Lord. Chasing the Dragon? Yeah, I mean, you can think about it that way if you want to. I think Chasing the Dragon comes out in that weird slang term if you refer to it more as, like, the Dirty Dragon. That's where it's got the full name, right? I mean, I know it has the origins there, but I feel like it's expanded into something else now. No? I feel like I've heard it used a lot outside of, you know, the Druid reference. Would it be other than chasing? There's another one, chasing something else, isn't it? I got to think on that one. Anyway, Khan and Tortugu coming in, and we have got the Twin Minaret Madrasa, so everything's standard so far. Sheep Hall is going to be pretty even. Marine Lord gets a slight edge with 2 extra. Now, interesting thing about Ottomans, if they do get Dove, if this gets into like a mid-game, they've got some really useful council options that don't come out that often from the Vizier points. Things like extensive fortifications is very good against Golden Horde. We'll have to see if we get to that type of stage. I feel like Ottomans are going to try to be a lot more aggressive here, though. They have the tools, right? They've got Feudal Age healing, because they can get the Vizier point. They've got very good light cavalry that can just brawl even up against heavy cav from Golden Horde, but then also destroy the archer backline that Golden Horde goes for. I think it actually puts Marine Lord in a weird position where he needs more of a diverse comp, like a lot more spearmen. Man, you know, I am in favor of a 1.2x speed increase on AoE. Here's why. We just had that epic introduction, Battlefield music and all, to watch this one guy go like this. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I think this has been the inviting thing about AoE4. That can maybe, I've been thinking about this recently, make it a little bit more awkward to try and get into as an esport in the opening minutes. It's slower pace, which makes it more friendly towards casuals. But because the opening is slower paced, i.e. units move slower or whatever, it does make it tricky to get the TikTok brain motor revving and starting. Yeah, I think that's like an edge games like StarCraft historically had for that type of viewership, right? Because like StarCraft, everything moves so fast. And then right out of the gate, like the impact of the positioning and movements across the map, like very different style. But that's always been the goal, right? Like we talked about this a little bit earlier today, is that, you know, AoE4 is more of a macro positioning resource type game. I always say AoE4 is like probably of all of the Age of Empires, the most non-micro intensive. Micro can matter, don't get me wrong. But like compared to 2, definitely. Compared to 1, yeah. 3, maybe? Definitely compared to Myth. You want ranked Empire Wars? I occasionally see some people playing that. I don't think Empire Wars was the way to go for the game. I wish the devs were more explorative with different formats. Because the one that I keep bringing up, and I have for a long period of time, is like, just have a 2.5 speed mod. Because the modding community has tried to do it before, but they can't increase the speed of everything in game. And a lot of it is like mimicry, where it doesn't accurately level up. A perfect example of this is that, like, from what I remember when I talked to models about this, they can't increase projectile speed. It's kind of a very important detail in, like, an increased speed of everything else. But, you know, it's what we call mutators, right? Like, I'd like to see more mutators or, what was it? LTGMs, limited time game modes. Okay, so it looks like Puppy Paw's pulling back, and we have got the transition. It's going to be archery, racks, and stables. Every single element to be added in. That's showing a lot of respect to Golden Horde. I thought he'd just play archers plus Sipahi to brawl against Tortugud, because that should be good enough. Narch is now getting littered in by Marine Lord. He did get the play to the south side with the outpost drop onto the deer. And, oh, Batu Khan, that's going to be a kill? Yep, especially when you club a sheep. And he gets away. That's outrageous. 7 in the TC, still not good enough. Batu Khan on 6 HP will survive. And guys, you want to get outraged? He'll slowly heal. Once he gets close to the Tortugud tend to make those boo-boos less rough. Yeah, they'll slow heal. It's not a very fast heal. I think it's like 1 health every 2 seconds or 2 health every 3 seconds. But it will heal him over time. Good thing he didn't die to the wolf. Could you imagine all that effort to keep him alive and then just underwhelming death to wolf? Spy wave now from Ottomans. Tortugud to match. Nice start there, actually being able to hit into them. Wait, actually, no, that is going to be relevant damage. Check that. Puppy Paw went drummer boy. He went for meta drums over fieldworks. So no healing. He wanted the extra movement speed to stay away from the cavalry and to chase them down. Very interesting. Been seeing a little bit more of meta drums. I actually don't mind it. I think the idea of meta drums makes sense here because you don't really have much to heal yet. Especially considering that villager died. Had to rub it in. But no, because there's nothing low on HP, you're not sticking things at home and they're doing nothing. Right? If he had 3 Sipahi already injured, then it would feel bad that you don't have fieldworks to heal them up and send them out again. Because he's going for a mass bolt force in Feudal Age, he'll get access to the Vizier point quickly enough. I think more likely is going to be a play into the sheep, as he is getting quite low. Only 7 sheep left. So likely we'll see Anatolian Hills. We might not get fieldworks at all. I think you need the right type of fight, and the problem here is if you can't go for it by Vizier point 2, most civs in Feudal Age will have archers to contest the amount. So then it becomes quite weak. That's Speedy Boy. Oh, the spear block's good. Spread damage on the meta, not so much. The TC fire does come in. The surround! He catches the meta and the Sipahi. Sick micro by Marine Lord to shut down that nuisance. Great start for the Frenchman. Tortugud count is looking solid. Karasha already in there. Archer, spear count, all of it good. Puppy Paw, he's starting to hob reserves like he's thinking about Castle Age. Question mark is, will we be at a point where Marine Lord has the scuba gear on? Definitely feasible to get there fast with Golden Horde, right? If you want to try and sneak a tech up on them, you need to be absolutely confident that they're not positioned on the edge of your base. Because remember, it's the heavy cav that makes them so good at diving. And there's that health bar just improving over time. I think it's 2 health every... Wait, no, it's more. What the hell? 5 health every how many seconds? It's 5 and then 2. Wait, what? I never noticed this before. The Batu Khan's healing... It's 2. Then it's 3. It was 5 before. What? Is it bugged? There doesn't seem to be a consistency around the healing. I'm so confused. It's not based on the number of Tortugud nearby, because he's got more Tortugud here and he's not healing faster. It just doesn't make sense. I can't make sense of it. Maybe... Oh, I know what happened. I think there's a bug. Yeah, I think it's about 2.5, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. There was a moment where it done 5. I think it has a frame skip issue, where sometimes it misses its healing point, and then if it missed it, it's still stacking the number somewhere before applying it. That's really weird. Because you guys saw that. I'm not imagining it, right? It done 5 healing and then done 2.5. How unusual. That is really, really weird. This less so. The meta has changed, guys. Istanbul Imperial Palace is the new way forward. Marine Lord, I think he's maybe aware of where this is heading. I mean, you'd think if he was, he'd be further upfield by now. Army's marching. Could get a surround with line formation. Goes into the charge from the side. Yep, comes back around on them. Moves with them. Traps one in. That's going to be a Sipahi almost dead, but not quite finished. Okay, but Puppy has age up. He's about to get an extra Vizier point. Extensive fortifications might be necessary, but I feel like even more necessary is the food. Puppy Paw only has 3 sheep left. If he doesn't go for the food injection, he's going to have to go out on the map and take risks. Has to be, right? I think going imams would be pretty greedy here. You don't really need gold, you need food. We'll keep an eye on that. He hasn't made a choice yet. Good idea there. Marine Lord just kind of circulating the map, making sure there's no sneak out. Wow, he goes military campus. So Puppy Paw's going to run out of food quite fast here, guys. He's gambling on his ability to get out onto deer quite quick. Which is a ballsy gamble, considering how big Marine Lord's army is. Infantry is at least holding back. It's only the heavy cav rotating. He'll be forced to walk away. If he peels the meta with the Sipahi, he can actually run down these. He is already camping relics. He's a little bit suspicious too. The funny thing is Puppy Paw can wipe that quite easily. Oh wait, actually no, he can't. The boar can grief. That's a weird hostage situation that neither of them realizes is there right now. But like, if you charge in, you can aggro the boar with the archers. And if your opponent doesn't move past you immediately, he'll end up losing Sipahi. It's gambly for Marine Lord, but there is value. Muska Yasak now 1 minute 25 out. Oh, boy, he's at least getting the knights up, crossbow count up. And he's queued up the imams now. So he built the mosque. I prefer this approach of building mosque versus the greedy spawn, because you just don't have map control to rush imams out early. So if you have to wait for castle anyway and wait a minute in, you might as well just be building your monks instead of rush spawning them. Because Vizier points, although you get 4 more of them with the Imperial Palace, it's still a limited resource. So you want to make sure that every usage is necessary. Whoa, nice knight. Wait, he catches the Lancer? Doesn't quite finish him, but a lot of damage done there. Remember, these are plastic Tortugud. They're not upgraded yet. It will be soon, though. 35 seconds out now. Sipahi are going to be chasing, but difficult without the meta to get the gap close. Grazing coming through. Like, this, I think, is part of the idea for Marine Lord's Golden Horde. This pick doesn't need to leave the base. It's actually really obnoxious. It reminds me of English with their farm spam. Because the stockyards are so efficient, even though they recently got nerfed again, you just switch into them quite organically. And it keeps your entire economy here underneath the big town center. It makes you impossible to split raid. Meanwhile, we're now seeing Puppy Paw taking those risks. Could at least get the wall up over here. It's going to stop the dive in. Veterancy for Tortugud hits immediately. Veterancy for Sipahi now on the way for Puppy Paw. Full infantry comp to be upgraded by Marine Lord. No interest in a crossbow switch, it seems. I mean, okay, there you go. As soon as you say it. I mean, in fairness, he doesn't really have much need for crossbows right now. Puppy Paw has 3 lances total. That's not great. Spears will deal with that anyway. There is an argument that just building spear archers is better to bulk up the numbers. Did we check predictions, by the way? 85% on Puppy Paw to win. Okay. You guys have staked your claim. I'm not entirely against the fort there. Current game state, I wouldn't put him anywhere near 85, though. And he just pulled the Janissary. Okay. The numbers may have tilted slightly, but it's 18 archers. He needs a way of removing them from the fight very quick. And you'd normally say Supahi, but there's 18 spears as well. It's not an easy force to penetrate. And the Janissary investment is a big one, folks. The fact he used it now instead of getting something more beneficial in the meantime is kind of rough. Like, advanced academies would have been really nice for the increased production rate. Maybe he's going to make a move for a Sacred Site soon. But he doesn't have stone, so it's not going to be a castle drop. Instead, Marine Lord will make the move first. Golden Horde to the high ground. Puppy is scaling into more Jannies now. Yeah, so military schools for the Sipahi, and then actively producing Janissaries, which is quite pricey, 100 gold each. He's almost out of gold. So he needs to move upfield soon. Actually, no, he's got a nice spawn there. That's not too bad. Relic game is favoring Puppy Pool. 2-1 so far. Flash south side. Looks like he's just trying to burn out the Uvu. Mong does get discovered. Will have to walk away, but has got army following up. Tries to snipe the Mong. Not going to work. Actually, a bit weird on the bait there. I don't know what's happening with the spears and the rotation. A little bit unusual. Ooh, did deny the center, though. Yeah, Villager got sniped out. Does not get it up. Second wave should be able to hold this back. There's a few crossbows in here. Plus 12 spears. Second group there. Definitely not going to be able to hang around. Wallow will delay the kill, but no doubt about it. That relic is still going to be hotly contested. Monk can't get away quick enough, surely. Nah, he's dead. So who's winning in the current game state? I would say the Sipahi is quite scary here, but the spear numbers from Marine Lord's kind of nuts. The Janissary count is looking decent. I think meta-arms with Karash makes that really annoying, though, guys. Like, I actually don't think the Janissaries win this fight at this pacing. If he gets up to 10 plus meta-arms, you have to remember that they benefit from Yasak. They will have 8 ranged armor. It's pretty nuts, considering he hasn't even got tier 2 armor yet. And reminder, Janissaries hate that because Janissaries are low base. They're 16 damage on a gun unit. Get bonus against Cav, sure, but don't really see much Cav here, do you? I mean, if he targets good micro, he can at least eliminate the Tortugud and get rid of the Khan. So I think the damage buff is quite threatening here. But right now, it just feels like what we're seeing is the classic Golden Horde experience. Blob up to maximum population, and then Ooga Booga 8. Ooh. Springel's coming in. Not so often seen now that you don't build Mohamed anymore, but a really smart call by Puppy Pool. And one that he can embolden further if he goes for Siege Crews. He has, by the way, gone for Pax Ottomana, so faster producing TC for another 3 minutes. A reminder, Pax Ottomana pumps villages out every 11 seconds. It's pretty wild, actually. Only a temporary gain, but a damn strong one. Uvu's still standing, by the way. I'm kind of shocked he keeps getting away with this, like, not being burnt down at all, right? Like, triple Uvu. You see the stone accruing. I think he's maybe contemplating batch production, because he's even going for Uvu offering now. Batch production is quite nice. The other option is he starts setting up outposts now, and he just goes for, like, the triple, quadruple drop. He's so big. I just stopped myself from doing the Scary Movie 2 strong hand guy. He's so strong. Movie finally going down. And Marilos. He's already gone north to set it up again. Perfect timing. 2-2 relic split, by the way. 1 left. Nice. Backup wall behind this. That's a smart choice because Sipahi have extra reach. So if you try to repair, they're very good at stabbing you through the wall. Great read there by Marine Lord. And do my eyes deceive me, or have we got Imperial Age? We have. Oh, that's a sick timing. So the stone, I don't think he's accruing it for batch production. No, he's going Yam Network. Okay, really cool. Yam Network allows him to generate 60 gold per outpost he has. Also gets another 80 gold over here. Yoink. Army pushes him away. This is an insane timing, actually. So Marino's going to have Yam Network. So he'll be able to get 360 passive gold as long as he has 6 outposts in existence. Currently, he only has 3. But the idea, I imagine, is to start setting up more here. This is crazy. I mean, the number advantage as well. The military. Green Lord. We posture aggressively. Needs to be a little bit careful. There is a backstab move coming in, but the crossbows scout it out early. Still a bit tricky. Doesn't want to try and engage this. He's going to peel some spearmen off to the east side. Leave some on the left to deal with the Sipahi. He's trying to stay out of range of the Springles, but they're gradually creeping up on him. Army size neck and neck now. Has this tech up maybe killed Marine Lord? Seems unlikely. Definitely going to take some damage for it, though. The Janissary burst is strong. Even having to sacrifice his Tortugud now. The Batu Khan on his own. Tortugud now coming back. He does create the space. Sipahi tried to bypass. But he starts stepping with them. Trying to make sure he doesn't get surrounded. Spearman Wave comes in clutch there to scare away Sipahi, but the Khan does go down. Mango's now in queue for Marine Lord. Will be able to reach the walls, but dicey position, and I think now pretty obvious to Puppypaw what's happening. Great Bombard's just been spawned by him. It's on the way. Springalds are looking pretty dangerous here. Yeah, Marine Lord's still quite reliant on spears to protect him. The Mangoes is a game changer. Mangoes can snipe out Springs and also deals perfectly with Mass Janissary. But you're going to want probably another 2 Mangoes to feel good. And you've got batch production, guys. Archer range batch production. Interesting. So he's going Archer Spears then? I mean, it gets him very quickly up to max pop. And also, you can rush Incinerator arrows to get a huge edge in these battles. It's also a way of dealing with Springald. So you can even think about bow strings. Mangoes, though. Uh-oh. Out of position. Sipahi get a freebie. 1 Mango down. The Jannies need to stop attacking a building. Now, hold on. Wait, he goes Elite Spearman first. And switches Hand Cannon. Surely there's not time for this. Well, actually, yeah, in fact, it's batch production, right? I almost forgot about this. It takes a long, long time, though. Bombard's going to make him feel a lot better. He needs that answer. Uncomfortable position here as he tries to push in. We have not got the extra health edict. Great Bombard getting a nice wall up in there. Been trying to set up more archery ranges to get additional production of hand cannons coming out with the batches. First group is about to spawn in 10 seconds. Make it 15. Up 4 still with an edge. Mainly in siege. Hard to push in with just Janissaries here. Villagers on the flank have been found. Marine Lord hemorrhaging workers on the north side, not noticing. South side, hand cannons come out. So first grouping is on the way. Bombarding the choke point to try and scare him away here. Marine Lord looking pretty dead. This is hard to hold. He's still losing workers up here. Just one Sipahi unraveling his gold gathering. Even if Marine Lord pushes this back, he's at a heavy disadvantage on economy, and it's only getting worse. Still doesn't realize that this is ridiculous. Oh my god. Jannies now. They're getting wiped. Okay, so the army is going to get bludgeoned down here. Mass Spear's just going for the dive. Springald's not really clearing them fast enough. And Archers are target firing down, so he gets rid of it all. But at what cost? Look at the difference here. Army may be wiped, yes, but now a 20 worker lead for Puppypaw. Marine Lord's got his work cut out here, guys. He has got hand cannoneers coming. Hand cannoneer spears can be quite effective, but hand cannoneers are not cheap. Even with the batch production, this is pricey. He's going to find a few more Janissaries trapped. Looks to finish them off too. Puppypaw has locked in the Sacred Site. He's got a castle drop. There's triple Bombard, though. The question now is, does Puppypaw have enough food to get a new Sipahi wave? Because if he does, it's pretty clutch. If not, Marine Lord can break this castle and claim the game. Leave your replenishment coming. Textiles as well is like, oh, well, maybe that would have been good before we lost 20 workers. This game, Marine Lord is ahead, but he needs to do some damage now, right? Because, like, economically, it's a little bit concerning. As he did lose a lot of workers to try and secure gold, but I think he's got it. 12 hand cannoneers, 3 bombards. Like, how do you get enough light cav as Puppypaw to break that? I can't believe he held that, actually. It cost him a lot with the Goldberg north side, but triple bombard is kind of nuts here, guys. It deals with Springald, so your spears survive. And now you have enough damage on a bombard to insta-kill a Janissary every single shot. Any infantry unit of Puppy Paws dies straight away. Castle dies way too quick. Dude, he deserves so much praise for the way he played this game. That looked dicey. Great bombard, 10 Springalds, mass Janissary, and Puppy Paw could not end because Marine Lord's defense was so on point. The timing as well. Batch production into a wave of hand cannoneers to secure and stabilize. The rush of bombards. The fact that he had to lose so many workers, but worth it to have that gold. And now, the win condition for Puppy Paw about to be removed. Bombards are just going to stand their ground. Janissaries try to charge in. Spears are there to react, though. Hand cannoneer count, 20. This is a wipe. This is a wash. He's got nothing. Golden Horde mass hand cannoneer. I don't feel like you see that rushed very often. But Marine Lord is indeed king of the hill. And he's one game away now from being king of the Elite Classic. He's even set up 2 TC to recover. This is over. Puppy Paw can't pump units quick enough anymore, guys. Marine Lord has more hand cannoneers than Puppy Paw has entire army. Patch production. Hand cannoneers. Rushed. Holy crap. GG. Golden Horde, what a freaking beast. Marine Lord, what an absolute beast. Might be a quick end. 4-1 already, yikes. I don't know what we call that one. That one's kind of uploadable. I mean, like it matters. I need to get a new editor. Is there another game? There is. It's best of 9. So there's at least one more game to be played. I don't think why I call that. Just roundly called that one squeaky bum time for the Golden Horde Imperial. Like, okay. Sure. So let's see. What are we getting drafted in the next game? HRE Tuklak from Puppy Paw. English Knights Templar from Marine Lord. We're going to Four Lakes, right? English HRE. This is pretty good for HRE, I think. Yeah, they can play Minework into Fast Castle and then get the Armored Knights. Kind of spooky. Good sign for Puppy Paw then. And yes, this is indeed finals. Might be the final game. Puppy Paw can afford no more mistakes. Let me pay out the bets in the meantime as well. Someone bet big and won big. Blimey. Too many Puppy Paw believers there. Woof. So they're getting in lobby now. I'm going to run ads now. We'll jam up 2 minutes ads so you guys don't get them in game. Just go grab yourself a drink. When you come back, we should be loading in. 5 minutes from in game anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I felt like the Ottomans, the timing looked sick there. It looked like it was meant to be a Giga GG. But Marine Lord's a beast, dude. I'm trying to think how this plays out. So my thought is you go Minework, Open Horseman. That relegates English options a lot. forces them into spears. HRE can then follow up archers quite well. No, I think in that situation, you start prepping men-at-arms and play for castle, right? Because your opponent can get armor-clads, but you can get heavy maces. And also, if you play Minework, it gives you the option to go heavily armored knights too, which is really nice. It's like, what does that do to Marine Lord? I think Marine Lord's got to be aware of what happens if he plays long feudal aggro. So likely we'll see him play for fishing into fast castle. White tower stabilizes, and then you get crossbows, right? So then your optimal strat is crossbow spear or crossbow men-at-arms to hold. This is a best of 9? It is indeed. So next game, now coming up. Yeah, I don't think Marine Lord will try and play much feudal. And there's a nice map for it. Like the fishing booms you up so fast on 4 lakes and it's so hard to shut down. He might try for like a cheesy feudal dock drop, but I'd be surprised outside that if he like commits to the feudal age tool. Could Ottomans be overhyped on the pro meta? I don't think so. I just think King of the Hill can be a bit of a dicey map. I like Ottomans more on these open, widespread maps, you know? Things like Dry Arabia. Feels like a wash. Kind of sad, in my opinion, that finals are 90% this in AoE4, and I don't blame Marine Lord or anyone for it, but it is just what it is. Yeah, but AoE2 has that as well, right? For a long time with Hera. I think, hasn't StarCraft had that a lot as well? I think it's just a problem of 1v1 RTSs, really. I think it can be a problem with 1v1 games in general. Yeah. This is what I mean about, like, team tournaments are better. I mean, don't get me wrong, you get stomps at first as people kind of figure it out and whatever, but I think it can be better. So what's my creator want now? It's asking if something's working. It should be. Why does he randomly message me that? At least some content for you to cast. Yeah. One sec. Alright, there we go. S-tier tournaments, every player fighting for 52nd. I mean, you say that as if B didn't win the last S-tier tournament. I feel like we sometimes have short memories. AV4 is not a game with enough volatility. Yeah. Which POs took off better. I think the community's reaction to like POIs didn't help. I don't think the draft 1 point of interest was clean enough. But like, it can get there. I think in general, like, think back to Empire Wars as well. Like, there is kind of a pattern of, like, something releasing, and instead of it being given time to flourish into maybe something good, it just gets shut down as not needed and not necessary. And I'm not, like, targeting that specifically at AoE4. I think that's, in general, in my experience, an RTS community issue, is you like what is the default, and it's hard to get you off of that. That makes sense? I wish we were a bit more open. But, like, it comes down to people being happy with having a build order they figured out that works and wanting to do that build order. When you introduce new game modes, it's not that way. Like, most people are sheep. They want to be led. You know, like, Dota 2 and games like that get away with it better because there's in-game guides. So I can just be an idiot, not know what I'm doing, and just follow a guide. But to follow a guide in an RTS, you need a second screen, and you need to basically be paying a lot of attention. You haven't got this nice little UI telling you when to do things, where to do them, whatever in-game, right? So like anything that heavily mutes what worked or changes it, I think inherently people were just against. Especially more so compared to other genres I've seen. All right, here we go, guys. Game number 6. Let me flip that around because actually it is Puppy Paw about to face Doom and Gloom. Marine Lord, who is probably the most consistent picker of English in tournament play in the last few years, has it and could win here in this best of 9 grand finals. He'll be in the pink. And to the south side, Puppy Paw with the holiest of Roman empires. We head into Four Lakes, a good map to boom and spam. And in fairness, guys, HRE should be a pretty good pick here. Yeah, I think HRE plays very well into English Feudal Age, but my only concern would be Castle Age. I think English don't really have to worry about Feudal Age because of how much fish you get and how quickly you get it. Quite often, people bum rush Castle. You get a shirt check? Shirt. Whoop, whoop. With a nice little pattern. Very good for the summer. We even, like, dude, you can tell it's grand finals. We even wore a tie. Who else wore a tie to the grand finals, huh? Huh? It's important. You gotta honor the players. I wear a tie because this is about to be someone's funeral. Doc's coming in. So double dot players mirrored on timing here. Nice thing, actually, in this matchup is, like, you'd think HRE's economy is dominant. It's good. It's 35% buff, right? But we're already capped on how many villages we can buff with only one prelate. Meanwhile, English is just going to keep getting a 10% discount as they keep lobbing more and more and more fish. It's a cute little detail that English gets 10% off all boat types. I wrote because Camion made me? Yeah, but I knew Camion would come in and redeem me wearing it. I'm sorry, what other stream offers a redemption to make me put a tie on? I'd kind of be worried if other streams offered that redemption to make me put a tie on. Also, wait, isn't this slower from Puppy Paw? Feels like it a little bit. Yeah, ever so slightly behind on fishing timing, I think. I like that Marine Lord spread it a bit sooner because the reality is that these fish are now going to get maybe overwhelmed a bit faster for Puppy Paw. I have to move to worse fish sooner. What? No sign of a tech up. Marine Lord, he's going for a Dark Age rush. Wait, what? Men at Arms. Like, he has Men at Arms. Guys, what am I witnessing? I thought he'd just chill, play for Castle Age, and then rush out Men at Arms and crossbows or spearmen and crossbows. I wasn't expecting this. He's putting that food to good use. And Puppy Paw, he scouted out. Good reaction. He switches 6 on gold. He's rushing feudal. And I wonder, does Marine Lord take this heavy-handed? He's adding an extra Men at Arms here. Wait, but he hasn't even scouted the gold. What? I mean, there's no way you get a burn through quick enough here, right? It's 6 on an Arhen. Yeah, someone tells me Marine Lord's going to be walking all the way back home. He scouts out the gold. He sees the Iron Chapel now. Really good spawn for Puppy Paw, by the way. Gold, tree lines, all of it in range of the chapel. So a lot of buff to go around. And a back gold, too. Damn, he actually got a really good spawn. Gold in the corner, wallable very easily. Compare that to Marine Lord. Marine Lord got triple Ford golds. Tree lines both lean same side. That's not too bad. But, like, yeah, it's a lot more, I'd say, exposed gold options for him. Here even pushable? Yep. Not too far away. Not usually a priority, though. Men at Arms getting a bit cheeky there. Or shall we say ambitious. Okay, diving not really going to achieve anything. Abbey of Kings on the way, though, so you'll be able to heal off the damage he took. I'm trying to think if it was worth it for Marine Lord. It doesn't hurt your economy too much to add in 2 Men at Arms there, because you're just always going to be spamming into more fishing, right? But it does feel like it's given an opening for Puppy Paw. He's going Men at Arms too. I thought he might just play for Fast Castle Burgrave, which is pretty insane on Four Lakes, because you have so much food constantly. But no, he's going to start spamming men-at-arms now. Now, reminder, if they both get into a men-at-arms spam and this cracks Castle Age, Atri are pretty happy because they get heavy maces. However, if this plays long feudal, English are quite crafty. Their men-at-arms are slower, but if they ever forward outposts, or you have to fight them in their base, the attack speed buff is a big deal. Shiv's out moment. And Villager going a long way around. Wait, the pathing? The pathing? No, not like this. The scout? The scout can get the kill. He's actually going to get him? -1, and he gets away! No way. Charge is going to come through. That goofy laugh says everything it needs to. Wouldn't mind Marine Lord bringing, the fresh health one over to take aggro and block. There you go. Puppy Paw wasn't paying attention, and that's too late now. They get away. Really nicely played by him. Might end up losing this one. I mean, he's got the king coming, right? It's still some way away. Cover and move, dude. People don't get enough credit for small details like that. Marine Lord was paying attention, and Puppy Paw got punished for not. Early men-at-arms upgrades in now, so this final one's much harder to kill. Formation shuffling to get him away. And now the rejuvenation. King's about to spawn as well, so that's going to be a turnaround if Puppy Paw keeps chasing. But be careful that attack speed, remember. They're both just spamming men-at-arms still. I thought one player would kind of stop, right? But in fairness, with this level of economy you're scaling on fish, if you have 20 men-at-arms and go castle, yeah, the heavy mace is annoying, but you just follow up crossbows. So it's like not the end of the world for Marine Lord. Interesting. Puppy Paw is prepping Undermesh. He wants to dive into the English base. Another tricky part here. I think the reason why Marine Lord is leaning hard into men-at-arms is he will heal out of combat. Atri won't. Not unless the Prelate gets paid overtime. Yeah, he'd have a lot of healing to do as this scales. Whereas anytime you don't fight, if you've got 20 injured men-at-arms, they're all going to be healed by the King or the Abbey. Just come in. King definitely getting advantage here every time you retreat like this. Because remember, he's always going to be faster. Marine Lord, I think he's done building units. Look at it. He's getting ready for Castle Age. Puppy Paw is now mirroring, but he did definitely take the bait for a bit there. And probably going to be seeing a lot of wood gathering. Yeah, 16 on wood still. The fishing is almost bulk to where you want to be. Like usually 30 fishing is what I think we see. 30 to 36 on 4 lakes. But after that, he can start just dropping archery ranges. Really cool play, though. I think Marine Lord done this specifically because of his spawn. Because he got multi-forward gold, he kind of needed something to hold it back. Right? He couldn't just be greedy. Now the rejuvenation. Man, what an effect. Burgrave's coming, though. The charge power is actually pretty good. King's going to dive in on his lonesome. Ambitious lad there. The men-at-arms did not even try. Yeah, interesting he didn't go in for a cheeky dive. But Marine Lord can now look to retreat early. I think his worry there is that he dives in, tech's already happening, and when he retreats, the men-at-arms are quicker than him, right? So he'll get punished for it. A white tower now on the way. And it is going to be to try and secure the extra gold. Good positioning too. The men-at-arms won't be able to get there fast enough. Then goes for another charge in. And, okay, Atri is just running over. Wait a second. No, there's no way. Marine Lord is showing respect, though. 27 now. He pulls the extra workers to guarantee it. So tower's going to go up. Puppy Paw absolutely should not be diving this. Gold now locked in. Scout goes down, so Puppy Paw riding blind. And an immediate follow-up into monasteries here. Crossbows already queued. Remember, you can build them out of the white tower. Smart read there by Marine Lord, as he doesn't have archery ranges built yet. Why Burgrave? Because he's going for a rush timing. The problem with going Regnates here is the enemy is going to get into crossbows regardless. You can have them in arms. At least here you have a timing, a tempo to outmass him and then also benefit from the huge charge damage. We have got Veteran Sleeper Horseman already queued. Heavy maces too. Extra production? Yeah, just one archery back here. Crossbow count's looking decent already for Marine Lord. Would benefit from getting some walls up, though. And Monk's queued by Puppy Paw, so he is mirroring the play. And Arms going for the docks. Wait, Marine Lord, what happened there? Oops. I don't think you can burn that down, though. No, he's going to circle in instead. These trickle trades are bad for Puppy Paw, though. You can really see on the health bars. Crossbows will scare him away. But, like, you just can't go in unless you're sure. Otherwise, you're just losing units every time. The reason why Puppy Paw gets away from with this is because his economy is better than English. That being said, it doesn't really look like it when we look at these numbers. Yeah, what's been happening? It's 35 to 29 fishing, 1 worker kill. Okay, yeah, no, the numbers weren't updating quick enough. Yeah, fishing advantage for Marine Lord. Arhan Chapel's also getting less relevant now. The gold is about to exhaust, which means you're going to be independent prelate buffing. Speaking of prelates, 2 relics already on the way home for Puppy Paw, 1 banked. I think Marine Lord gets 2 relics this game. Yeah, he'll play for the wide. He's got his safe one. Unlikely we see him getting his hands on this, though. Does Puppy Paw play for Imperial? Probably not. Landsknechts is pretty interesting. Is Landsknechts that good against English men-at-arms? That sounds like a dumb question, but you've got to remember that the English men-at-arms have extra armor, so they don't die quite as quick as standard MAA here. It's also very pricey for Puppy Paw to be doing this. I can see it working, though. Like, he's still got 23 men-at-arms. They're good at bursting the enemy English ones. The Lanch will give that extra burst through, and the horsemen just break for the crossbows. So, yeah, the idea is pretty solid. One thing I'm not sure if he's calculated for is the defensive aura. The attack speed aura does juice up the output of English quite a bit. Yeah, that's not. Oh, so you saw them coming early. That's crafty. The sheep was scouting. Now Sacred Site capture coming in. So Puppy Paw, does he look to mass stone here? Get a few outposts down, maybe. Worst idea, actually. Horseman going for an interesting choice there. Prelate count's looking pretty good. I wonder, does he play for the Inspired Warriors buff? Inspired Warriors buff is pretty strong here. Especially with the Horsemen to just absorb everything. Green Lord, they have a wonky positioning here. Ah, that's sick. He sent in just a few men-at-arms, so the Landsnake's damage is wasted. King baits the backside as well with the A-Click, and that was a good trade for Marine Lord. Lost about, what, 3 units, but killed 7, 8. Spear switch now coming through. Not great into Lanch, but definitely feeling the pressure of these horsemen. What happened to Puppy Paw's food gathering? I feel like it plummeted. He's over-gathering, right? Yeah, he's going 1-to-1-to-1. Marine Lord's in a similar position, though. He's on the outskirt ones, too. Yeah, we're reaching that threshold, right, where resources start to exhaust. Both have advantages when that happens. Like, Arhan gives a huge buff to all farms. But English farms are super cheap to switch into on land if you need them. And it preps for Imperial much better, because you get your hands on the enclosures for gold. It does feel like Marine Lord is gradually scaling towards Imperial too. See by the gold and the food gathering. By going spears, he'll have surplus gold to work with, so Imperial becomes quite natural. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, basically remortgaging the house when you build 20 Lanch. Yes, that's 2,000 gold on those alone. More prelates coming. Did he go Inspired? No, he still hasn't built Inspired Warriors, which is what's making this a little bit unusual. You've got almost 10 prelates. You definitely benefit from Inspired. Hold on a sec. Backstab rotation here. Spears will keep him honest. Crossbows. Staying just a little bit. Now the overwhelm. Puppy Paw. Looking for the cleave through. It's going to be a forced retreat. Marine Lord goes into the choke point to minimize the exposure. Great read by Poppypool. Remember, he's mass melee. The worst thing he can do is play into a thin point. He wants an open surround. It was a crafty maneuver as well by Poppypool. Almost got him the jackpot. Just so easy to do with the movement speed of H3 as well. Marine Lord down to 36. Mass Lanch, though, on arguably the worst Civ in the game at building Lanch, by the way. Like, I rate Byzantines better for building Lanch than HRE normally. So this is unusual. Would Black Riders be good for Poppy to mix in during him? They're pretty decent when you have Mind Work. Less so without it, but okay. You know, it's nice if you can remember them, because, like, stat-wise, they're decent value for population. I don't think it's a game winner, but it's nice to have. And there's the Inspired Warriors buff. Really good against spears. These spears are barely going to do any damage to anything but a horseman. I mean, you're already talking about, what, men-at-arms that have 4 melee armor, going to be up to 5. Then the Lanch also benefit immensely from that Inspired Warriors buff. 10% more damage. Basically like getting 2 Blacksmith tiers for free. Lanch. Staggered retreat here, just to kind of keep them busy. There it is again. Backstab attempt, but the spears mirror the move. Oh my god, Marine Lord. He's navigating through a minefield here. Trying to get those crossbows away. The Lanch keep flooding, though. Back towards the White Tower he goes. Now he has to spread the line. Disaster! Marine Lord, the fight he was trying to avoid. The Lanch just keep on coming. Oh my god. This is too much, surely. White Tower defense strat now. He staggers the spears. Just trying to bog down the Lanch. Poppypaw decides it's too much of a dive. He backs away. Oh my god. Guys, what Marine Lord is doing is not easy. English is obnoxious, sure, but even for them, that is not easy to pull off. Every time leaving 1 or 2 men-at-arms behind to absorb 10 hits from these guys. Like, 10 units hitting. They're gonna die, but it creates the breathing room so the Lanch never get the coup de grace. Poppypaw, bloody, you just afford so many Lanch. Look at this. 2.4k gold still. And a Lombo switch. Yeah, Marine was like, okay, that was scary. That almost killed me. He's switching into switching to Longbows rather than Lanch. Because crossbows just aren't cutting it. I am worried that this gives Poppypaw a very easy switch back into Men-at-Arms. Another thing we didn't mention, by the way, Forlorn Hope. Forlorn Hope gives 50% more charge damage on an AoE swing. And these guys hit for 18 damage already. So you're hitting 27 damage onto probably 4 or 5 units at a time before reduction. That's why the Spearmen melt. They die in 4 hits. Villagers, even less. He's trying to creep around, but Marine Lord already shifted economy away from here, so no grab, no bueno. Sends out spear, crossbows to deal with the left flank. Doesn't overextend, though, because it looks like Poppypaw was trying to bait him. Some men-at-arms direct on this side. There is a burn on the dock, but don't let that happen. Need to be fast, actually. The other time here is kind of frustrating. And yeah, okay, Marine Lord's already aware. He's shifting for a second dock just to be safe. Yeah, he's getting engaged elsewhere, right? Like, he can't immediately react. Bad fight against the HRE here. Those Lanch doing a great job. Okay, this still feels like a bad fight for English. Like, come on. Let's charge more melee into Lanch. Oh, no. Dock gets dropped. Second one coming up. I've been impressed. How many Lanch snakes has he built this? This has to be the most Lanch we've seen out of HRE in a long, long time. He's built more Lanch in this game than everyone else in the entire tournament. I don't think I've ever seen this many Lansk in a pro game in the last 2 years. It's ridiculous. And now that he sees Lombo, surely it's a bad idea. Still, he's prepping him. He's going to be ahead of Marine Lord on that timing. And it's an L's back towards the Sacred Sites. He's looking to lock the win condition in here. Villager. Oh my god! That could have been bad. If he saw it in charge, they're just gone. These boys swipe so hard, it's like they're on Tinder 24/7. Seriously, guys. 19 damage. Remember, it's almost 30 with that charge in. And the Bartshire response, they're playing towards the same sacred site here. Ambitious choice. No Wingard, though. A little bit weird. I mean, in fairness, you do need gold access for the Wingard. Maybe that's the troublesome detail. He doesn't have farms, right? Like, this is the weird thing about English on this map sometimes. All this food in the world, but gold, not a given. A wave of Lanch riding in. Now hitting for 23 damage. So about 32 damage before reductions on that initial charge in. Goes to burn off some of the fishing. Puppyboy does discover the defensive landmark. And arm spears haven't been upgraded. Oh god. Oh. Guys, please. We've got to talk about this. This is not the fight. Oh yeah, nice of you to spread out in a line so we can just corral all of you. There we go. White Tower's now there. Lombo's showing up, so these guys will get mopped up. Marine Lord has got the elite text coming in. He's also got Arrow Volley on the way. Very smart call into Mass Lanch. And now he's going to have to experience those Mass Lanch. They're coming through. Dive underneath the White Tower. Lombo's just trying to move away from the threat. He's going for the burn. No, surely not. Are you insane, man? Look at the bodies. Guys, it's so dangerous to do this. Those are land snakes. They don't have any armor. Bareback naked. True definition of a glass cannon. Has this game got better or worse by going Imperial? I feel like it's gotten worse for Puppypaw now. Horseman could save him, though. But he needs to be fast. Like, 27 longbows. It's insanely scary. Pause the Sacred Site timer. Charge forward now coming in from Puppypaw. Horsemen lead the charge. Space to try and hold them back. Not many horsemen yet. They still don't have the elite upgrades. Lombo's actually performed quite well. They've now got the attack speed booster again. No volley activation just yet. It's still in cooldown. Got 5 seconds remaining. Full aura available once more. The horseman count got to be feeling a little bit low here. Only 5. And then you're pretty much just A-clicking the counter unit. This is how you can wipe Lanch. Because it's pretty much all that's left. Lombos. Holding steady. Lanch becoming insanely expensive as this game crawls deeper. Castle drop intent here from Puppypaw. A little bit bold, actually, and he's going to have to cancel it. Puppypaw needs to chill. The problem is if he chills, the Lombos are going to scale a bit too fast. I get where you're coming from, though, right? I think he's just paranoid. He's looking for a win con on the timer. I just don't see this working now. Steps up. Marine Lord sees the castle. Volley gets activated. Gotta be careful. The star step actually means you're losing DPS, but now the Lanch Snake backstab. Good reaction. He sends over just a few men-at-arms to buy time. Health bars are getting low, though, and the Lombos are slow to retreat, guys. Lanch count down to 25. Men-at-arms are trying to carry this now, but there's barely any cleave power left. Oh my god, he's countered him. Incendiary's not too far off now. We've got Network of Citadels to come through for that increased DPS. Timer is still ticking. But Puppypaw is fast running out of gold. Guys, the 8k, the castle drop didn't go where he needed it. He was going for a ford to secure what he needed to spam out 80 more Lanch. But downloadmorelanch.com is coming to an end. Switching into Men-at-Arms. Now, Men-at-Arms do have that heavy mace. It's good. It's third more damage coming out, right? But now you're talking about almost a third more attack speed for these English Men-at-Arms and extra armor. They surprisingly trade out well into HRE Men-at-Arms. Not favorably, but fairly balanced. Which is just odd to say, considering you would assume HRE Men-at-Arms are the best in the game. But yeah, I mean, it's like they've still got the advantage with the two-handed mace for sure. Like, you get all techs in both sides, and you fight near the aura. English don't just get swiped through as easily as you think. That being said, we don't actually have Elite Army Tactics queued up for Marine Lord. Puppypaw does have it. Bombard. Just trying to siege through here. This is now a lot of Men-at-Arms. Lombos do have the incendiary shot. Castle break coming. Runes, please. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea here, especially with attack speed. Marine Lord now getting on the gold. It's just going to be more men-at-arms for him, though, so it's going to turn into a bit of a slog. Extra archer ranges. Maybe hand cannoneers? Hand cannoneers is an interesting idea here. Horseman feels a bit rough if you don't get that open battlefield. I think what Marine Lord's done very well throughout this game is fighting between these small tree lines to stop a full surround. Horseman? Oh, God. Wait, what? The Berkshire just mopped them up. Good God. And now the big flash. There's still a lot of Lanch left here, guys. Pushes him back, pushes him off the gold. Timer down to 4 minutes. It's getting a bit snug here. Who came up with the map idea? AoE 2. Four Lakes existed in AoE 2 for a lot longer. It used to be called Cross in Age of Empires 2. Lombos. Ooh, nice fight on the side. With attack speed aura. I have to retreat again. Second wave of men-at-arms coming through. Just gotta keep staggering melee to keep him disengaged from you. Puppy Paw. Lanch count still at 20. Is a weird threat. And the Horseman wave. The Horseman wave is kind of a problem now. Hold on. A Hodor moment here. You can't get away, though. Lanch gap closing. Horsemen are in as well. He's back towards the White Tower. Ineffective against elite units. Puppy Paw's done it. Golf clappers all around. It took more Lanch than I've ever seen out of an HRE player post-2022. But Marine Lord's English will not deliver him victory. He'll have to come back again. The Canadian keeps the dream alive. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and the flood through is real. Marine Lord, for a moment, the Lombos looked like they could carry, but this regurgitation into mass men-at-arms caught Marine Lord off guard, unable to mirror the tempo or the pace. Leads to a damn impressive HRE win. How often do you see any pro HRE player build that many Lanchniks? Damn. I'm gonna call that one the most cleavers I've ever seen. That's new. That's very different. That's very spicy, man. Wouldn't have expected without Regnitz. No, it's better because you didn't go Regnitz. I don't think it's as good with without Regnitz because the Burgrave gives the extra burst. Alright, 1 sec. That was different though. Holy crap, man. I'm kind of reinvigorated by Puppy Paw a bit. But we're now in the territory I talked about, where I think we said it would either be 5-3, I think is what we predicted. I could see Puppy Paw taking a few, but I didn't feel like he'd have the edge overall. Hillendale, Macedonians, French is a pretty fun matchup though. French can be really big bullies here. But there is a cool strategy for Macedonians where you just mass spears non-stop. Not sure Hillendale is a good map for it resource-wise. Alright, let's get predictions for Game 7 up. Can you get Gambit? No! Okay, maybe. I didn't even realize we didn't have it last time. Oops. What was the snipes as well, actually? Let me check that. So, Marine Lord tried to pick House of Lancaster, no surprise on Hillendale. And Poppy Paw had ordered the dragon, and that one got sniped. I don't think you fast imp here as Macedonians, right? That's like way, way too greedy. French are definitely going to force you to be quite present. Quite regularly. Damn, it's a good song. Makes me want to do a Nintendo stream. Actually, I don't have a Switch 2, so rep. Need to get on one of those PR lists and get sent easy goodies. Waiting to get it until new Zelda comes out? That's fair. New Zelda, maybe new Smash would be nice. Because their big hype up was the new Mario Kart being open world. And I'm like, dude, it just feels like it's going to be a kid's GTA. Why do you need Mario Kart to be open world? Not everything needs to be open world. I feel like we saw that with Sonic, right? Where I didn't play it. I just saw it played and heard the opinions of people where they're like, it's kind of okay, but also at the same time, why? And I get the vibe because I felt like you would run ages to get to the good stuff. And like, if all that good stuff just got put into levels. Pokopia. Oh, I forgot. Well, that was the new Pokemon game, right? I totally forgot about that. So many Pokemon games on the side I feel like I needed to play. Like, I never got around to playing the dungeon ones. And I've heard they were pretty damn good. Well, there was one they released on Switch, right? People didn't like that, but the GBA ones were apparently super good. Yeah, I never got into Animal Crossing or Dragon Quest Builder. Need a new Donkey Kong game. Did they make any Donkey Kong 3Ds after 64? I don't think they did, right? It's time for the Battle of the Heavy Calves. Only one's probably not going to get to that point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That's right. Ladies and gents, welcome back to Grand Final Showdown. It is game number 7 in this best of 9. Marine Lord, still a match point, looks to take that dunk shot with the Macedonians on Hillendale. Poppy Paw, however, has got a sieve that I still think people are underestimating on their tier lists. French coming out in the yellow to try and slay the Frenchman and keep the dream alive for the Canadian to thrust the second S-tier tournament trophy of his career. Gonna be an interesting one, actually. French Macedonians on Hillendale. You'd think Macedonians are quite the bully, but French should have advantage in feudal with knights. That's where things already get interesting, because in theory, Macedonians can go for this very weird mass spear strat. I haven't seen it in a long time, but to be fair, it's because we actually haven't seen much French versus Macedonians. Typically, they get picked on slightly different maps, and more likely is Macedonians getting banned out when French get let through. There's a Donkey Kong game on Switch too. Wait, is it a 3D? I didn't know about this. Really? Donkey Kong Bonanza. Okay. Must have missed this one. I didn't even hear anything about this. What the hell? Nah, dude, I kind of want to just go back and play Donkey Kong 64. That game was good at the time for the soundtrack alone. It's the 4th member of the DK crew. Who is it they got that rapped that, actually? Because I feel like I knew the voice from somewhere. Let's have a look. Rap song rapper. Oh, no, it was actually just the game designer and programmer that done the rap. I love that. That's brilliant. You guys know the one I'm talking about? It's this one. How's that? Play a little bit in the background, not get DMC'd, hopefully.
Okay.
Put your hands together if you wanna clap. As we take you through this monkey rap.
right, enough of that. There's like 4 minutes of it. We're not going to do that whole song. But it's a nice way to start the game off before we get into the action. We got Imperial Hippodrome with 1. This is fast castle macro. Right? Could be he just doesn't care either, right? Like, do you want horsemen to open here? No, you want spears. So rushing wood, he could just set up a Varangian stronghold and start pumping out spears early before he ages up, and then feudal them with hardened. Making me feel old? That's because you are old, dude. Donkey Kong 64 was like, what, 2001? 1999, sorry. I was going to say 1999. I was like, nah, dude, surely I was older than 6 when that came out. So the thing is, all these youngsters, they just don't know gaming. They didn't experience Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64, Super Smash Bros. 64. Actually, no, Smash Bros. 64, wasn't it? Which I still think is the best Smash Bros. Game. Maybe not from competitive, but damn. The vibes. The Rugrats 64 game. Star Wars. Do you guys remember the Star Wars game on Nintendo 64? Like, god damn it. Nintendo 64 had so many good games. And then we get into PlayStation 1. All of it. Come on. Like, you guys know what the most sold console ever in the history of all consoles is still to this day, right? It's still PS2. Nothing beat PS2. Just let that sink in. The amount more gamers there are nowadays, and still nothing has surpassed, I think, 160 million sales of PlayStation 2. Switch came close. They were at like a 156 mil. Nintendo DS hit 154 mil. Also, in fairness, DS had so many different versions, and so did Switch. PS2 had PS2, PS2 Slim, and I think that might be it. So, Imperial Hippodrome now with 3. He has sped up. He did go for the Varangian Stronghold, so Spear's coming out. Other side, Puppet Paw just going Archer plus Knights. He already predicted it. Great read by Puppet Paw. Nice wall as well by Marine Lord to stop an infringement upon his gold. And 5 on gold suggests still thinking about that castle. Came with a free DVD player. Wasn't that the same sale point eventually for PS3 that people slept on? It's like, dude, it's a Blu-ray player. Remember when people thought that, like, what was the Xbox technology? Was it HD disc or some crap? God, that flopped hard. That flopped harder than a floppy. I think it was the HD disc player. But you had to, like, pay for it to get it extra. And then its storage was terrible compared to Blu-ray. And I think the best way to ever summarize that I've seen anywhere was still by Kojima in Metal Gear Solid 4. Where there's a moment where he just goes, "Hey, Snake, we need to switch to disc number 2. He goes, "Disc number 2? Oh, yeah, that's right. We don't need a disc number 2 because Blu-rays have more storage capacity." And you just go back to playing the game. Oh, God. These are the details that make devs like that the best of the best. So Puppet Paw now just scaling more knights. We have got the first of the Hippodrome units coming out. But you can see Marine Lord's intent is just to get to Castle Age as cleanly and with as little damage taken as possible. Which makes sense. You can't really contest into Mass Knights here, right? Like, the problem you have if you try to with Macedonians, your economy sucks. There's nothing good about it. Your units are more expensive. And French economy just gets better and better because they produce workers quicker. And they get eco-techs cheap, right? So he definitely has the right idea. Just tech up, get into Radari. Radari that can answer French knights and have historically beaten the crap out of them. And will definitely not care about archers. Good move by Puppet Paw, by the way. I like that he's just playing for outskirt resources. It's the only way you're going to compete on the timings, right? Because you've scaled into 4 knights, 5 archers, you've had to add in extra production, etc. You've added a lot of unit mass compared to Marine Lord. So the idea of just naked castling now, you'll be behind on timing if you don't have extra food while you can. Yeah, fun fact for you, actually, when we talk about disc types and whatever, the idea of, like, the CD player for the PlayStation 1, I mean, Nintendo basically created their biggest competitor because they refused to pay them for the technology. Don't know if you guys have ever heard this story, but basically originally early on, the Nintendo 64 was going to use disc type, and they commissioned Sony to make it. And then Nintendo said, actually, we're just going to do cartridges because it's cheaper. Sony at that point was so in the hole, they were like, what do we do with this? They went, we keep going, and made their own console. That console then became by far the biggest competitor in the industry at the time, PlayStation 1. And then led to the glory days of PS2. Console history. It's fun. Subscribe for more interesting facts about consoles. I always find the anti-cheat element of the PlayStation 1s quite intriguing. Do you guys know about that? Where like the wobble was by design? So the discs are not symmetrical, and that's intentional so that people couldn't easily duplicate and basically, you know, pirate the games. Like if you've ever opened a PS1 and watched the disc, they wobble a little. That's why. It wasn't like, it's not janky, it's actually intentional. Smart cookie that came up with that. I think that was Mark Cerny's work, actually. So Guildhall now coming through. We've got the first Iridari already queued up. Is he rushing Relics too? He is indeed. Marine Lord knows. Needs to get that extra injection of resources to compete against French economy. And nicely played. Sends the spear out on the flank. That's now securing the first relic for free. Cavalry are going to keep rotating in the meantime. And, oh, Poppy Pop. Bro.
It's just, it's like, it would have been like 15 more word max.
All right, does not secure the relics, but does at least secure the berries. I'm glad he at least got one of these two things. Walling here would have been disastrous when there's extra food right here. How did you guys predict, by the way? Ooh, I think this is your closest one. 56% for Poppy Paw, 44% for Marine Lord. It shows you how dominant both these civs are, right? We have got the Armor 2 coming in now, so Cavalry about to get pretty bulky. Arbitrary switched nice and early. I like that from Poppy Paw. Hillendale's a defensive map. Cavalry does have its advantages, but I would say the advantages are blunted a little here because you can hold choke points, you can basically get in position with range units, which is slower. Yeah, just overall a smart read. Nice, will be poked back. Of course, still waiting on the veterancy. Even when he has it, not a good fight now that Aki Mafo are here. First relic's already on the way home from Marine Lord. No play into Monks yet. No, he's adding in more archer ranges. So no intent actually to try and yoink the relics away. He's just trying to win the fight. Dari raiding. Goes straight off the outpost, assuming he's going to garrison. A little bit dicey now. The Knights don't want to engage. Archers are looking to follow this up. The burn power is quite fast. We'll have to go for the commit just to distract. Radari peel off to go after the archers. Knights are now going to circle around, but the spear's coming up behind them. We'll just chase them past it. Stand ground moment. Radari just tried to break out. Bad fight for Marine Lord to hang around. He realizes it and does peel off. Good defense by Poppy Paw. The problem here, the reason why Marine Lord didn't compete, is he knows after this fight, at the end, both of me low HP. One will heal, one won't. The biggest weakness of Macedonians is in trickle trades. The whole idea and what makes these knights really busted is their ability to bust the fight wide open. You don't look for low HP on each side, you look for kills. And he's finding them. Poppy Paw. What? No. Is he distracted? I think he is. He loses the knights. Archers to follow up now, but That was a sick fight from Marine Lord. I can't believe he got that. You'd think you'd just pull away there, right? Because, you know, Radari are faster, but not much faster than Knights. And the other detail that matters there is you've distracted Poppy Paw in his own base. That's a relic win. 2 relics already home, and more to come. Radari are going to see the Arbitrary. They know they're dead, so they'll just go in anyway, right? Because they're getting backstabbed. It's a good mop up there in the end by Poppy Paw. Price looks high elsewhere, though. 2 more relics about to get joined. Yeah, and you lost all your knights, bar 3, right? He's switching arbors, which is the counter, but slow. Looks like that's just going to be enough breathing room to pull it all back. So 4 relic game from Marine Lord. What does he switch into now? Bugmaffer, you'd think, would be decent against Arbors, but Arbitrary are a very frustrating unit. The extra armor from Pavis drop makes them hard for archers to win against. What he could do here is prep Horsemen. He's just secured extra deer and boar, and he has been scaling into armor, so it's an inherent transition from one to the other. Third relic being grabbed. What, this one? No, this one's sitting here still. Wait. Okay, no, it's just a bug. It showed 2 returning for a moment, so it's going to be 4 relics total. I'd be surprised if he got the 5th. He really shouldn't be. Yeah, especially considering Poppy Paw now has gone monks. He unfortunately just discovered the central relic's been taken. Yeah. Gold gen not in your favor. You're playing Arbor / Knight type comps, you're running out of gold. You've got Guildhall, but you want that for the food. So that means that Poppy Paw needs an expansion, and the problem is this stone isn't for that expansion. The stone, when you play French, is for the home castle, so that you can buff by discounting all of your production. Does pose a slight problem, because that means you're going to have to march out into open territory against the Macedonians. Macedonians that are continuing to scale into cavalry, by the way. No switching to horsemen, though. No, that's coming from Poppy Paw. I am a little bit perplexed by the lack of horsemen from Marine Lord here. Maybe he just doesn't realize how many arbors it is, but like Ridari do have their limits, guys. And 30 crossbows is definitely going to be it. Ridari at least pushing him against the edge of the map, so Poppy Paw likely to lose 1 or 2 units, or at least take a lot of damage. Good micro with him. Just keeps blocking him with the retreat, and nice pin on there to the knight. Axe throw to get a bonus kill. If he, yep, there you go, just about. Monk's now moving towards Sacred Site. Poppy Paw's army is mobilizing, but very hard to get a pin here. And Marine Lord early reaction pulling away. Ridari wins this, by the way, and it's not close. Okay, it's unfair. He brought a friend. Yeah, so the knight, he's got the +2 melee for free, but these guys, they attack very fast. They attack faster, and they also have more health. It's quite infuriating to deal with, not to mention the extra armor. Big push coming in, though. And the Bogmaffer switch is late by Marine Lord. Yeah, so he didn't realize it was Mass Arbitrary. Because if you did, why would you be so late on the transition? A little bit unusual. Let's get scared off the deer, off the boar. Still not crazy about archers here. I don't know what else you could really do. I don't think he has the food access to do horsemen. He at least has wood at home to do archers. That's the problem. Even the secure over here, you know, it gets a few berries, but mostly it gets you more wood. Gary just trying to creep in. Good reaction so far, though. No openings. Marine Lord. You'd almost be forgiven for thinking he's going for Imperial. That's a lot of food and gold not being committed. Very dangerous, though. He isn't actively gathering more gold, but the passive income could get him there if he wanted to. I just wonder what you get out of doing it. Get Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees is pretty disgusting here, actually. But, yeah, he queues up more Ridari. Yeah, my only concern about going for Nesta Bees is you would tech up and you'd need to survive the start of the age up. And with the way that Poppy Paw is positioning, he's not really giving the room for you to age up for free. There's also the question of where you get the food for it. Horseman? Oh, going to be kept honest here. They'll back off beyond the wall. But you can see Poppy Paw just in very good position here, right? Like, strength-wise, he's the guy to fear in this choke point. Marine Lord. He's still considering it. I think what he's looking for is an excuse to do it, kind of. Otherwise, just build more Varangian strongholds, get more Ridari, right? Still, kind of like what he's thinking here, right? Is that Poppy Paw can't defend everywhere. Ridari is still an exploitable detail on this map, and they will exploit that fact. Hello. Finds the workers on the north side, goes to the axe throw to just confirm a few more kills, and then can just walk it off. He's just ignoring them. Oh, a bonus kill. Another one. Another one. So shrinks the eco lead that French build up naturally. Villagers will think twice about rushing the boar again. Army's still stationed pretty aggressively. Palace drop should be coming in soon. He's got 2.5k food ready to pull. Naturally, usually you just look for a red palace drop here. You block a sacred site, secure double 8k, have one more behind you. It's a really good position, actually. We're just getting a lot more archers queued now. Going for the ranged upgrades, but there it is. Red palace now for Puppy Paw. Game just looking better and better for the Canadian right now. Marine Lord can't really fight into mass arbitrary with his comp.
He can't really tech either. Oh, this is just weird, guys. Like, he doesn't have gold access, yet he still keeps scaling Ridari.
And I think Puppy Paw's just done a good job of suffocating mid-map. Could have protected the sacred site? Nah, I think this is fine. He doesn't need a broken placement. He just needs good gold access. Because Imp upgrade is big here. Coming in. Got to respect the Mango, though. Does back away. Marine Lord can try to tech, but now your opponent has a head start, and that means Unitechs. Unitechs that can outshine the Macedonian techs, unless they've got a fat stack of silver, which Marine Lord doesn't. Like, reminder, this game is really bad for Marine Lord due to the silver gen. He has nothing. He's never secured an 8k. Like, the fact he had to build a Golden Horn Tower on the high ground was disastrous in this game. When do you ever see Macedonians do that? We've watched several Macedonian games now on this map, and they always go for the 8k secure in front of their base. And it wins them the games. Not the case here. And now desperation territory. And the worst possible timing. Puppy Paw is going to discover the workers. He knows exactly where he needs to strike now. He pulls away from the food and now cycles north. Marine Lord about to have what he needs for an Imperial timing. He's going to wish he had a defensive landmark, though. Sadly, the Civ does not. Also, if he techs, he needs silver to use it. And he's about to get pushed off of gold. All right. F's in chat moment, because I think we're going to be getting a game 8. This fight is hard, guys. Elite Arbor plus Horseman upgrades in. Ridari about to be pushed to the limit. Foreign Engineering Company on the way. Puppy Paw getting in range of the crossbows. He's got Pavis drop, remember. Could commit it. Just hangs in there, and there we go. Pavis is in. Bogmaffer do nothing to this comp now. Good trade so far from Marine Lord, considering the discrepancy in tech. Now having to poke at it. Ridari get baited forward. Crossbows get the engage they're looking for again. Puppy Paw looks like he has the clear edge. Horseman continue to keep those archers running. He's baiting the Ridari forward for the better trade. Arbitrier. They have not got crossbow stirrups. They're missing the better attack speed. The elite upgrades, they're just not really getting in here. No, and now the hard commit comes. The Horseman bait him into a full aggro. Arbitrary is in slight retreat here. Ridari count holding it 20 for the time being. But Marine Lord lacks the food to rebuild afterwards. Yeah, he's got no farm transition here. The Deer Boar's barely being tapped. Feels like you're just draining to a tap out here. Ridari count isn't going up anymore. By the time he actually gets that elite upgrade, he's going to be lucky to have 10 left alive at this pacing. Valiant effort, but I don't know. This game, when you reflect back on it, it just kind of looked like it was decided from the moment that Golden Horn Tower had to be dropped in the main. No food to supply for Puppy Eva. He's still got Guildhall, guys. 600 food already ready to pull. He's got 3 times the food income of his opponent. No doubt about the outcome. One knight just sneaks around the back. Villager's now getting shut down too. And this should be GG. We're going to a game number 8. Deeper into the night. Keeps his hopes alive. Whew, squeaky bum time, guys. And next up, it is going to be Sengoku versus Tuklak. We're heading into Dry Arabia for that. Interesting. Yeah, Dry Arabia saved this late, kind of scrapes the barrel a bit. And the snipes was Shushi Lancaster. Marine Lord's Lancaster's never being allowed. So Parent and Puppy Port. I'll start new predictions, and then I'll also run ads as well. I'll do a 1.5 ads. Don't Tuklak just make this matchup very annoying by going castles? I think so. You don't really want a War Elephant, because Kanabo Samurai is underrated power play. Sorry, just seeing things I need to respond to after stream. I'm wondering how Marine Lord will try to play this, actually. Fast Castle Mass Knights is quite popular. Deals with the Raider Elephants very easily. And if you do rush the castle timing, you can rush relics because presumably Tuklak on land are just going to do one thing and one thing only. I think there's ways for Sengoku to do this. It's just still very annoying. Because, like, you want to try and feudal pressure, right? But how do you feudal pressure multi-castle? I'm assuming this is multi-castle because I don't know of any other reason you pick Tuklak on land here. What civs are remaining? In terms of remaining civs, Marine Lord has got... He didn't pick Japanese, right, chat? Or did he? He might have. He's got Knights Templar, Lancaster, I think Japan. And then Puppy Paws remaining civs are Shushi, Order of the Dragon, is it Jean? What's up, Ave? Oh, sorry, no, Japan and Jean got used, you're right. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many games in are we? We should have... After this, we should only have 2 civs remaining, right? Yeah, no, so yeah, I miscounted. So English was used by Marine Lord. Knights Templar wasn't. He's got Knights Templar, House of Lancaster for a deciding game. And then Puppy Paw, kind of nuts here, would have Shushi, Order of the Dragon. But Shushi's just getting sniped. So you're left with Order of the Dragon versus either Lancaster or Knights Templar. And I think both of those civs can handle the dragon. Because you can't feudal rush Lancaster. Yeah, and I think Knights Templar 2TC is quite hard to crack. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad, mate. Having a good time. Getting a long series. Game number 8. Can't complain. I mean, you know, people worried about being a stomp. Puppy Paw starts to claw back. I do think this shows you the effect of, like, draft advantage, though, right? When you take early games, Marine Lord's still favored because of the way the draft is now played out, I think. It's weird because you look and go, oh, wait, but what do you mean? You said Puppy Paw has Shushi. That's great. How are you ever forcing him to allow you to have Shushi, though? With a snipe system set up like this. Like, I only would see Shushi getting through if for some reason Marine Lord wanted it. Alright, let me flip score around. Toxicity has arrived. Tuklak versus Sengoku. Oh. Pour me a double shot. Tuklak or Lan tends to mean one thing and one thing only. Will Puppy Paw resist the dark side, or are we heading into two castle territory? One and all, it's time for your dose of Age of Empires 4 action. Marine Lord on the other side with Sengoku Daimyo. We head into a dry Arabia, but not a dry Dark Age. It's going to be aggro opening from the Tuklak boys, not just a fast boom into castles. Yes. Bang, bang. Is it going to be good, though? Because look at what Marine Lord's doing. He's actively gathering gold at a very early point. 4 on gold. He's just going to get what he needs for a tech up before the spearmen have to be answered. Pretty crafty maneuver. Yeah, I mean, it's only one spear to open up with here. It's not the fastest spear either. Unfortunately for Puppy Paw, he is a little bit late scouting and realizing what's happened there. Yeah, so should be good enough then. One spear going in alone against 4 villagers is not good numbers. And wait, what did Marine Lord just queue? Wait, what? He used the gold to buy wood. To build a racks. Nah, that's crazy. I don't think I've seen anyone do that. 134 gold to get 100 wood. That's actually not a bad trade, guys, because of the walk distance and the chop. And I think that was a reactionary play. Marine Lord, he didn't... Did he scout? He scouted actually fairly early, so he kind of knew this was coming. And now he just switches onto the sheep, so he doesn't need to move the workers away. And builds the spearmen to push the Tuklak spears away. Puppy Tower gold now? He can't. Like, it's way too late. Your opponent's going to get enough spears to defend. And if you look at the way Puppy Paw's done this, he hasn't been chopping wood still. He's not building. He's teching. So Marine Lord, now what? Looks for a counterplay? He can try to block stone. I'm trying to think of a way Tuklak look good now without going for castles. I don't understand it. Because I feel like every single Tuklak game or land, for it to make sense, requires castles. But with 3 spears there, you're unlikely to go straight on the stone. Now, Marine Lord has his own delay problems. He has got more hot dog stands he can build into, but instead, goes back on the gold again. 4 on gold. Food is slowed down. He's going for the hot dog stands now. A very weird order of things, though. And a Tower Victory build on the way now for the Tuklak. Still, the fact that Marine Lord has built 3 spears, it looks kind of bad. But then you remember, okay, Puppy Paw has 2 choices. Either add in more spears to win a spear on spear fight to secure stone, or go into an archery range. You don't want to do that secondary thing because against Sengoku, they're always looking for Yari in every matchup. So instead he builds more spears. Now it kind of feels like you're getting overbaited. 5 spearmen is a lot. Especially if there's not hot dog stands to snipe. He's checking everything. He's paranoid about it. Sheep distribution, by the way, 15 to 14. So neck and neck. And there's the spears. Goes out to the stone. Marine Lord's timing will idle him a little here because the spears are leaving the base from the other side. Whoops. Marine Lord now ready to start that tech, though. You could go Coca here. Coca's actually kind of pretty impressive, actually. Because if you Coca, you can spawn on the stealth here. But he chooses Ryokan. And good micro. Ooh, had to run by. So Puppy Paw, quick reaction there, saves him on the spearman. I'll be careful with the chase. There is a turnaround moment here from Marine Lord. Does he fish for it, though? Doesn't look like it. He's just going to go home. Because he's got Ryokan now, he can heal all the damage done, remember. So he doesn't want to risk losing any spears. Whereas Puppy Paw is getting pretty ham-fisted. Do you need a body blocker here? Like, this spearman needs to pull back. Otherwise, this one's going to eventually die to the charges. Speaking of which, 2 health. There we go. Turns around. Oh, goes to the trade out. Gets the kill. Great micro there, Marine Lord. And run! Run! No, not the wolf! Sidestepped it just in time there. So we'll get them all home. Great min-maxing by Marine Lord. He idled the timing on the stone a little. He does damage to enemy spears, kills one of them, gets away. and gets Ryokan to heal him up fully. Village is just going to pull back. Another little micro detail there. Pulls the sheep across so he doesn't have to waste time walking further away. And also, it means he's in range now to repair. More spears now from Marine Lord. Can't really stop a castle drop here, right? Like, actually, this is a broken spawn. Are you kidding me? Puppy Paw got the golden spawn, guys. Double stone on top of each other. Why does this happen every single time someone picks Tuklak? It's like it's coded into them. So the castle build's going to be pretty strong because you drop the first one here, and then you gather all of this, you have double castle built up. It's really powerful. Really infuriating to be on the receiving end. Because what it means to a Marine Lord is that Feudal Age is quite redundant. You can't push a castle build. He goes 2TC. He's not done, though. It's going to be castle afterwards. I think what Puppy Paw is doing here is actually quite smart. Marine Lord has to suspect that a castle's being dropped, so he can't test it. Did he scout this? Because look, he's building Yuumi. Why would you build Yuumi against castles? Marine Lord knows that something's up. The alternative is he knows that the castle should be dropped here, and if it's dropped here, the gold is blocked, right? Pretty crafty of a read. Yeah, because like if I was playing against Tuklak in this situation, my feeling is I'd have to go castle, because we've seen people try to break castle builds from Tuklak and Feudal. It's too expensive. Have you ever tried to break a Barbican against China with Rams? Doesn't feel good, right? Like, the percentage win rate on that is pretty low. The Tuklak fortresses function the same way, but it just feels worse because you're headbutting the eco benefit as well. Oh, I mean, Puppy Paw, he's stopped gathering stone now entirely. He's just going 2TC. I gotta give him props. Like, this is very different. I don't know if they've practiced this between them at all. Because, like, the way Marilo's reading this is if they've played it out before. But Yuumi plus Spear is pretty nice to set up for Rams. We have got Puppy Paw now going into the Raider Elephants. Great answer to Yuumi. Marine Lord has got max hot dog stands, by the way. Yeah, so 38 food over here, 60 over here. Base one's giving him 34. And it's moving another one over here to split this. So the boar and then the deer. Could try creeping the enemy boar. A little bit risky, but it's not really looking there. A nice pin. Does find the spears in the corner. Scout keeping an eye on. Like that from Marine Lord. This game's getting a little bit unusual, so you want to know what your opponent's up to. If you see 5-6 workers on gold, you know that he's probably going for a fast castle play. If you don't, then you know he's playing all in feudal. Marine Lord seems more interested in castle. Good intercept there. Yuumi find the spearman. We've got to shut him down. Yuumi are quicker as well, so spears can't get away anymore. First Raider Elephant is now arriving. Outpost already up. Arislet's coming in. No spears at home is a little bit worrisome there. Raider Elephant will force a little bit of idle. Yeah, but remember, there's no healing, so Raider Elephant's a little bit fragile here. Doesn't want to hard commit them. We also do have the Daimyo queued up, and he did go for Takeda Estates, which tells you this is Castle Age lock-in and Mass Samurai follow. Mounted version. Also looks like he's planning to rush the T's. Interesting. The extra health goes a long way against Raider Elephants. Deflective armor's pretty nice against the Raider Elephants too, because their base damage is quite high and their attack speed is slow. So getting deflective armor early, very, very strong. How do you guys gamble on this, by the way? Let's see. 56% from Marine Lord, so pretty tight. Honestly, I would probably back Marine Lord in the current state of things. Puppy Paw has got an economy lead. The tech lead is what's worrying me now. Marine Lord just moments away from going for castle. Spears arrived to kind of scare him off of this. Raider Elephant taking a heavy hit straight away. How much food? Like, this is the other thing. The spawn from Marine Lord is pretty good. I think that Puppy Paw's spawn was disgusting, but Marine Lord got just as good of a slice of the pie. He gets corner berries right on top of gold, very securable area, and double tree line to insulate himself for double gold plus berries and deer behind his base. He has a lot of power in mid-game if he just walls here. Sake Brewery on the forward side will be in range of the Matsuri. Only a 5% buffer so far, but I think we've got, more hot dog stands on the way now. This one, 2/3 full. This one, a long way to go. And the Yuumi on the side. Good trade. Getting rid of a bunch of the archers. Spears looking to trade out against the Raider Elephants, but now just has to book it. Yeah, got to get out of dodge there. Raider Elephants are just hunting straight after the Yuumi. I want to pull back the Yatais too. Good advice. Sake Brewery, not too far behind. Remember, this is also going to give a huge gold injection. Gathering rates on those mats is very strong. And infinite. Other thing I like about Sake Brewery here, by the way, is that Raider Elephants are known as villager killers. Not so much when you consider Sake Brewery, because it gives a health buff for all nearby villagers to a Matsuri. Yuumi stabilize against the dive here. Puppy Paw. Does he have enough to go in? It's tough, I think. You're not as tanky as you feel sometimes, these Raider Elephants, especially when you talk about town center. Fortification's also on the way, trying to headbutt his way through. Yuumi are baiting him in, and that is an upgraded Daimyo now. He's going to absorb a lot of the blows. Tries to the bypass onto the Yuumi. Veterancy's on the way, but a long way out. And it is going to be electric boogaloo around the town center. Archer's now finding the workers. They're going to have to leave the base, and now the Raider Elephants go chasing. Puppy Paw, he may have found him here. Scares him away. No worker losses. Mad Samurai now queued up. Marine Lord somehow dodges a death blow. Oh my god. That was far too close for comfort. Moves out now to the deer. Raider Elephants look to go in again. Yuumi are just going to drag them back. First Mad Samurai hitting the field here. Tries to the headbutt down. Does not finish Daimyo off. Guys, I actually think Puppy Paw's in trouble. This is weird now, right? Like, he's got a good economy lead. But he's an entire age behind. Still trying to scale Raider Elephants. He's got a few spears coming in. But the fact that Marine Lord kept so many Yuumi alive does concern me. Not just that. Any damage done to be repaired, remember. He's got Ryokan, so he gets healing. A lot of the Raider Elephants already heavily damaged. Danger territory here. Don't think Marine Lord can afford any more idle time here. It would kill him. Mount Samurai Wave looking to kill in return. First one creeping over. Economy unguarded. Puppy Paw out on the deer. Gets found. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Not just that, the Yatai is actually snitching on a move out here with extra workers. Yuumi kiting again. Mount Samurai go for the engage. Decent trade for him. The Daimyo is still alive. What? And the spear trickle is kind of concerning here, right? Only one spearman? That's no anti-cav. Mount Samurai will get clubbed down, but he walks away. Dude, the healing is so strong. He doesn't have any way of stopping them from running away. Okay, there is always that. A little bit of miss micro there. Stampede pass, but the Mount Samurai reform. Spear follow-up to try and contest this. Yuumi doing a good job of blocking that counterplay. Raider Elephant count is now low, and Puppy Paw, I think he's in the blender, guys. I just don't see how he gets away from just being stuck with mass archers here against mass knights. His food income is kind of in trouble now because it's on the flanks. His spear count is low. Yuumi are doing enough damage that Raider Elephant's just not cutting it. He's paying the price of a knight for every one of these just to watch them drop like flies. Marine Lord, what a crazy game, actually. The spear opening, the baited play, that dive, he defended it so well. Historically, quite a reliable defensive player. Comes out ahead here. And now the TC dive. Spearmen get baited onto archers. Terrible trade there. Mad Samurai on top of the archers. The enemy. Raider Elephants do get entry point, but I think the damage is already done here. You're standing still and full DPS into feudal units. A valiant effort. A deep series, yes. But a 5-3 to get another trophy in that trophy cabinet. I think he's running out of room. If it wasn't virtual trophies, Marine Lord would have to buy himself a new room just to house these all, because he is once again the champion of Age of Empires 4. Can't stop him, man. They call him the GOAT for a reason. I mean, he's earned the title, right? That's how many S-tier tournaments now under his belt. I've lost count. He's by far the most decorated player in Age of Empires 4 history. Open through gold with buying wood. Come on, basic math. You make it out as if I watch everything Beastie does. I don't. And the math of buying, like, gold with wood, it's still you're spending about 130 gold to get 100 wood. It's not clean cut always. Yes, please. Assume that everyone watches every video Beastie puts out. So, in terms of what we got here, let's have a look. I mean, like, guys, like, come on. It's only 10 S-tier events. Come on. Well, that's not all of them, by the way, right? I think, has he had more than 10 S-tiers now? I think so. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15! Oh, wait, no, sorry, no. These are the golden leagues. Those don't count. Sorry, no, ignore that. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 S-tier events. By the way, he has won every single Elite Classic. He's never lost the Elite Classic. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was this the closest? He got 5-3 against Louis MT. 5-3 against Puppy Paw in Elite Classic 2. Wait, what? And then, yeah, the first one was 5-0 against B. Basically, after the first Elite Classic, the scoreline has always been the same for Marine Lord in Grand Finals. 5-3, 5-3, and another 5-3. That, I mean, it's consistent, I guess. Gap is not closing more, it seems. GG's, Marine Lord. Wow. Easy to be the GOAT on AoE 4. You just set your base and you win. That's what Beastie's been saying for a year now. Is that what Beastie's been saying for a year now? Well, no, the counter-argument Marine Lord's always had to that is, like, he's a small percentile player, but the way it works is that he gets a slight lead, and then he forces you to do something about it. It can... I mean, I'd agree it's quite boring when you describe it that way. I think he has some very impressive strategies. But, like, I get the notion of, like, you should come and earn the victory, but if people like you or Beastie or anyone else felt that strongly about that, then you should be petitioning for the Sacred Site system to be reworked into Company Heroes. And then you can't sit in your base. If the Sacred Site system functioned exactly like Company Heroes, you'd have to play on the map constantly. So, food for thought there. But, guys, that brings us to a close. GG's once again to good old Marine Lord for dominating Elite Classic. I mean, it has at least been tighter. And hold on a sec. We got interview.
Yeah, under your town center when all those Raider elephants came in. Were you a bit worried?
I mean, not really. Because then, if I just hold and I don't lose too many villagers, if I lose 1 or 2, I know with the counter attack it's gonna be GG. So, no, I was not really worried at this time. I was worried a bit at the start because it didn't go exactly my way and my what's the name? My Matsuri was forward and I was not too sure it would end up being. But it was okay, and I was very surprised when he actually chose to make a second TC. I believed I was expecting him to go for like the castle thing on the deer pack or like on the berry pack, and to make like houses next to it. But when I saw TC, I was pretty confused because I don't think it can really work against Sengoku.
Yeah, I think the casters were confused as well about it, and I think, especially with the Took Like
Yeah.
Dynasty in the event at the moment, they haven't had a single win. So the fact that Puppy Paw picked it,
I
it
think
confused
Puppy
us a
Paw
little
was
bit.
trying to just get
We were
mass
willing to
Raider
let him
Elephants
cook,
to
but
cheese
yeah,
a bit.
unfortunately wasn't able to find it. But yeah, this fight right here, we thought it could have gone another way. But you looked very comfortable on the Sengoku Daimyo. Throughout the series, Puppy Paw managed to pull a couple of wins back there in the middle and regain some tempo. Did you ever feel your composure waning, or were you still feeling a strong mental throughout?
No, I was fine with all my losses except the AU beat Zeli. I think that was a pretty bad pick from me, and I should have avoided this matchup.
I had a feeling he'd bring that
So
one
this
up.
one was disappointing because it was not very smart, but the rest was
The
pretty much
Ayabadeli
controlled.
game, it did look a bit
I knew
weird,
about
right?
4 legs, like
It was very
it
stumpy.
was a bad matchup on paper, but you need some bad matchup in this draft in best of 9. So it was meant to happen. And the other loss was French against Macedonian, and I was very surprised when he got French on Elendale because I feel like it sealed the deal. The 2 other matchup he would get on Coastal Cliff and Arabia would be pretty bad. So I was really not expecting French, and that's why I picked Macedonians. So when I saw French, I was very happy, and I knew like it was gonna be very hard to beat French on Elendale with Macedonians because this Eve needs to get the castle on the.
Remember we
on
said
the big
about
gold
the
in the middle.
Sushi is like too
And if you don't really
predictable
do that,
and
you're gonna
towards the
lose
end
most of
now.
the time. I feel like I outplayed him most of the little plays here and there with like the monks and like the knight skill and a few villager skill, but it was still very hard. And yeah, this matchup is very hard, I think, on Elendale for Macedonians. So only IU beats was disappointing. The rest was, I mean, not calculated, but kinda planned, I guess. Like it was meant to be.
I want to ask you about the King of the Hill game. That was
Yeah.
where we saw the Ottomans coming out.
Mhm.
Can you walk me through that game?
Why is this UI bugged,
How
by
did
the
that
way?
go for
It's
you?
not showing all the
Because
wins and losses for
From
the civs.
the caster's desk, it looked a little bit worrying when the bombard was coming in.
Mhm.
How were you feeling?
Yeah, I was worried too, but I was surprised. Like the way I play Ottoman, I just always hit some timing push and I kill people. So when people sit back with Ottoman, I have no clue if it's good or not. So when he was not attacking, I was not sure if it was good for me or not, and I was a bit confused and a bit scared because yeah, when you don't know what's happening in the game, you are obviously scared. But when I aged up to H4 and I got the plus production on the archery range, I knew I would make Encolonier 3/3.
was
I went
impressed by
out
the
of my
timing
base
there.
because I was really expecting him to actually go age up too. I was very surprised he was really far away from aging up. So my move out made no sense, but to me it made some sense because I wanted to pressure him while I age up. So it delays his age up, and then I get a timing with my upgrades. But he was really not going age up, so I almost killed myself, I guess.
It's kind of crazy if he does age up
this
many
stupid push.
Janissaries, though. Yeah.
Yes, this push right here was very, very...
I think Marine Lord microed his
Questionable.
Tortugid very well
Um,
to get out there.
yeah.
Like, that should have been disastrous, but he done a
I
good
guess
job
for
of
us,
blocking them. And look,
when we were
the spear
watching this
timing
game, we
was
couldn't
beautiful.
really pinpoint the moment that it turned in your favor. Because obviously it was a little bit further on in
It was the
this battle
bombard.
right here.
I actually
Was
think
there
it
a
was the
specific
bombard.
moment that you said, "Oh, I'm going to be okay"? Because even maybe 10
Yeah.
seconds before this, it still looked a little bit worrying for you.
Yeah, honestly, I have no clue. As I said, like I never play Ottoman this way, so I was not sure if he was fine, if he was like on 150 supply, if he was maybe aging up towards the end, and I'm gonna take back the middle, but then he's
I mean,
gonna age
also,
up and
the
it's gonna
par
be
thing
an
on that
awful game with
Uvu was...
me
Did you guys just see
losing a
that?
lot of
That
villagers.
mango shot was disgusting.
So I had no clue, honestly. I just knew I had a good economy, a good full economy, but the rest was pretty destroyed. So like I don't know. I was just trying to play on the moment, try to micro my best, make some smart decision and the good composition. But
You know,
I had no clue if I was going to
I'll
win
explain
this
it for
one.
Marine Lord. It was that Uvu. That Uvu, the stone
Yeah,
outcropping
well,
is the
I guess
turn
in
point.
the end it turned out in your favor.
Yeah.
All right, Marine Lord. One last question for you before I let you go and celebrate.
I'll respond to
How
chat in a
hot
sec.
is it there
I
at the
wanna hear it.
moment?
Oh, it's fine. It's like maybe at night it's a bit annoying because it's like 30 degrees in my room, but
Today,
know.
no, today's not
maybe
too
it's
bad,
my half
right? I
Portuguese
think
blood
today's
from
a
my
lot chiller.
blood from my dad. I don't really care about heat. So if it's below like 30 degrees, I'm fine. And right now I think
Oh,
it's
all
28
right
or
then.
20, 29, I guess, but it's fine.
Yeah, last 2 days has been
That's
godsend.
not too bad.
Yesterday in
29.
particular, and now
Uh,
today. Oh,
It's
Yeah.
fine.
I guess I'm saying that as an Australian. It's probably a bit different for you guys in Europe, but anyway.
you got
awesome.
aircon everywhere.
Thank you, Marine Lord.
All right,
and
thanks.
we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you
It's
next event. I'm
Lyrical
sure.
jumping in a bit
Patats.
early there. Oh wait,
We have
cat,
to give some
cat,
patats.
Of
cat.
course.
To the people.
Got the fat cat. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, of course. You know they want to see it.
The goat. She won.
Oh,
I didn't
too-
do anything.
too
She's
cute.
my brain.
Bless him. All right. But yeah, what was that? So have you seen the interview on Homestead Cup when he said, "I eat healthy, I sleep good, and I optimize my life to win more"? No, I didn't see that. But no, I mean, like, I think I had a similar thing recently where I was I've been getting a lot. I don't know if anyone's getting this at the moment. I get lots of short form videos with like Micah Richards and Thierry Henry, Kate and Jamie Carragher on like the analyst desk for football. And there was one where I can't remember the exact words that Micah said. It's like they talk about how much of a bum hand like he was dealt, right? And like how can you be so positive with everything bad that's happened? And he just he flat out says it's like I just accepted it. Well, there's nothing I can do about it, so why let it just define me? I'd rather look at the positive life than focus on the things that are bad. And it's definitely something that with the first half this year, I've been feeling that and been trying to push towards that myself personally. Because it's that was inspiring me to hear. Because those who don't know, Micah Richards had a depressing end to his career. He got to the point where his knee was so bad that he would have to have treatment every 2 or 3 days because he's in immense pain, right? He didn't get to go out on his own terms or anything. And a person who lives their life to do that thing, it would be the equivalent of Marine Lord training for years and Esports World Cup finally has Age of Empires. He's there in the grand finals, and then just before it, he breaks his wrists, and they basically broken beyond repair, and he can't ever play. Right? It's that level of gruesome end to your career. So to me, Micah Richards, very awesome, charismatic guy. I think a very loved person on those broadcasts now. Has kind of recently been an inspiration point for me personally. Of it is very hard sometimes to not ruminate and obsess over what is or what could have been, rather, and let those things define you. Instead, my biggest tip and my biggest focus in 2026 to try and move on. I mean, we talk about things here, but I think we do it in a not grudging way, but to be transparent and almost don't repeat the mistakes or screw this, we're not wasting time on this anymore, whatever it is. I'm trying to be a more positive person because a lot of people in life have had a lot of sucky things, and I've had a lot of sucky things in the first half of the year. Some of them still going on, but I'm kind of tired of letting that define me, letting the hate and the frustration define me. I've even discarded certain people now, thankfully, for my life. I mean, they revealed themselves to be bad people who I think were a toxic influence. The way they talked and thought was almost that situation will get its comeuppance. You know what I mean? Where it's those people that wronged you, just wait, there's something about to happen. And I think it's still a challenge to let go of those things. But personally, for me, I'd rather focus less on waiting for their bad day to arrive, because some of them have had their bad day arrive. And there was a cathartic element. But I think also part of it for me was I didn't care as much because I'd let go and I'd been okay, it's good. Because for me, I'd rather focus on doing good in the world and being better myself than focus on someone else's downfall. So yeah. That got very deep, but no, I appreciate Marine Lord focus on that. He's less worried about other people's problems because you can't really focus on other people's problems. And he's more focused on being happy in life. And I think being happy in life is an underrated thing. People chase things 100% that just make them unhappy, and they don't even realize they're doing it. Chasing people's downfall or chasing people's negative comeuppance or karma or whatever you want to call it. Focusing on why life is unfair for you, all of it is bad. All of it is bad mojo that doesn't make you happier in the end. Someone's life being worse doesn't make your life inherently better. What makes your life better is you choosing to see it in a better way. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be my final piece of advice to you today. Hopefully resonates with you. I like to think that we've done a good job of building a nice, positive piece of the community here, and we'll continue to do so. But that is it for the Elite Classic. I think we'll look to find some other things to stream in the week, because I don't think there's much tournament play going on at the moment in Age of Empires 4, but we've got Zero Space coming late next month. We've got Dawn of War September. find some other things to play in the meantime. Maybe a mixture of playing casting. We'll see how it goes. But guys, I'm going to get ready to round it out. Thank you very much for watching YouTube, Twitch. If you haven't followed on those locations, make sure you do. Make sure you follow everywhere. Also, big shout out to HelloFresh and OperaGX. Take advantage of our links. OperaGX runs until the end of the month, so download it now. It's completely free to do. And HelloFresh, that offer is running until about mid-July. Really good deal there, actually, to get a big discount on the food. And then also get yourself a wok, I think, on your 5th week, which is worth like $150. So pretty good deal. But no, thank you very much to all this ones. Thank you to everyone who believes in us. And we'll keep on rocking plenty more